Good morning, all. Good morning, all. Hi, can I have your attention, please? Vish, Surbhi, Asha. Asha, you need to be seated, please. Vish, you need to be seated. James, Dinanath, please, why don't you be seated? Shakti, you need to be seated, please. Pradeep. Just good morning, all. It's absolutely a pleasure for me to welcome you to the India Dialogue this year. So this is going to be a very interesting conversations that we are looking at over the course of the next 2 days. But before we actually start, I really wanted to talk about what this dialogue is all about. In fact, the idea came from a very interesting man who's sitting in this room. His name is Param Iyer. Param used to be the CEO for Niti Aayog. In fact, one of the days we were just talking to each other and we said, we need to really have conversations on India. And I said, we need to create a conversation which is balanced. Today, if you really look at the world across the board, we might have conversations which could be skewed to the left or skewed to the right, or there is no balanced opinion to the facts. So we really wanted to create a platform wherein we are able to have a balanced opinion about what India is all about. When you talk about India, if you say one thing, it could be true. The other thing could also be true as well. So it could be very counterfactual. So we want to really understand this. And as part of the India Dialogue Initiative, which is a joint program between US ATMC, which is headed by Richard Dasher, and Institute for Competitiveness, so we said we are going to do 3 or 4 things. One was, of course, we will do the monthly conversations, what we call as the India Dialogue Conversations, the India Dialogue Summit. We also do the research and publications around this. We do a set of working papers as well. In fact, as part of this, if you really look at it, I must admit, over the course of the last few years, as we were talking about India, and we were talking about competitiveness roadmap for India, and the person behind that competitiveness roadmap is also here in this room. In fact, 3 of us had actually worked on it together. And Christian is here, Michael Porter, and I was there. In fact, Amitabh Kant was involved in that whole process as well. But got huge feedback from Richard on that, and we ended up doing a book on that. In fact, of course, there was this whole documentation that happened, and then we expanded that documentation to a book which is titled The Elephant Moves, because I certainly believe that India is moving ahead in a very, very interesting manner. Of course, there are positives, there are challenges, but we need to get that understanding fairly right. And this is where we wanted to create a fairly eclectic group of 3 sets of people, what you would call as the not-for-profit enterprises, the non-governmental organizations, the governmental organizations, and then, of course, the private sector and academia. So we really bring in all these people together to really talk about what India is all about. But as we go along, I must also thank a lot of people here who made this possible. I have to personally thank our partners who are, say, Arun is here, Arun Kumar, couldn't have really done this without him, his colleague Sriram, then of course Asha Motwani, who's here, who supported this conference for us, Dr. Reddy, the Consul General, and of course Sri Priya Ranganathan from the Government of India. It wouldn't have been possible without them. And then of course M.R. Rangaswamy, I don't see him in the room, should be here shortly, but M.R. Rangaswamy as well. But not the least, there are 2 other people I would like to thank. One is Hari Menon, from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, who enabled for us to really take this forward, and then Anil Chalamala Sethi from AM Green. So he heads a company called GreenCo and AM Green, so they supported this initiative very, very strongly. So I would like to thank them. But again, we are going to have a very exciting next 2 days. We have some amazing speakers from all over the world. That includes, you're all here, so you will see that. But I think these are the best minds that we can actually see on India and talk about India. So without further ado, I think we should get into the program. But before that, I would like you to know something about Richard Dasher here. Richard, who's just been a great friend, philosopher, and guide in many, many ways. We have done a lot of work together. In fact, we teach a course together on rebalancing economic systems. And of course, we are trying to finalize a book around that topic. So hopefully, I promised him that I'll finish the manuscript by end of next month. So that's what we are doing. But I think he's somebody that you need to know in terms of his impact and his work in the area of technology and understanding it in the US-Asia corridor. Possibly one of the foremost experts that you will ever meet in the world. And I am here in many, many ways because of him. And thanks for being such a great friend, philosopher, and collaborator, Richard. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Amit. I can't say anything after that. But I would like to echo Amit's heartfelt appreciation to the sponsors that have allowed us to put this program together. It's incredibly important to have this kind of conversation, multilateral conversation by people with different points of view from all sectors of the country, both political, economic, and academic. And in order to have this kind of really good dialogue, please note that nothing said here represents the official views of Stanford University, the US-Asia Technology Management Center, the Institute for Competitiveness, or any of our sponsors. People are free to express their own opinions. This is how we will have a meaningful dialogue at a critically important point in time where India has been moving forward as chair of the G20 this year. We have seen India's prominence in the world go up even more. And at this time, in order to have a productive and positive and constructive path forward, there are many challenges at the intersection of innovation, competitiveness, and social progress that this conference is all about. So I would like to move on to the substantive part of the program. Amit, you're still here, so I will let you introduce Consul General Reddy.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard. So without further ado, we'll just get into the program. We have Consul General who has been kind enough to support this program, like by making sure, like, as to what are the kind of conversations. I learned so much from him in terms of the conversations that are happening on India, and what is it that we should really move forward with. So Dr. Srikar Reddy, I think everybody in this room knows him. He's the Consul General in San Francisco, somebody who's a career diplomat, worked with the Ministry of Commerce before this current assignment, and has been instrumental in really taking the India-US relationship forward in many, many ways. Dr. Reddy, over to you, please. And thanks a lot for joining us.
Yeah, thank you, Amit. Distinguished dignitaries, speakers, faculty members, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning, namaskar. It is an honor and privilege to extend a warm welcome to each one of you to this second edition of the India Dialogue at this Stanford University, which is a hub of innovation and which promotes entrepreneurship. As a Consul General, I am delighted to witness the gathering of brilliant minds from India and the US to provide their perspectives and foster an understanding on India. I extend a special welcome to Ambassador Sripriya Ranganathan, Charge d'Affaires, Embassy of India, Washington, D.C., and distinguished dignitaries, especially who have traveled from India, Professor Ramesh Chand, Member Niti Aayog, Sri Amitabh Kant, G20 Sherpa, Government of India, and Sri Sanjeev Sanyal, Member, Economic Advisory Council to Prime Minister Modi. So as already informed by Dr. Amit Kapoor, so this year edition with the theme, The Elephant Moves, India's New Place in the World, is a continuation of last year's effort. And I think this year's deliberations are significant in view of the general elections which will be held in May this year in India. As you're aware, India, with its rich history, diverse culture, and rapid economic advancements, has emerged as a global force to be reckoned with. The last year has been remarkable for India for many reasons. I would like to list out 10 important points. First, as Mr. Dasher has already mentioned, India successfully hosted the G20 Leaders Summit meeting in September last year, including the unanimous adoption of the G20 New Delhi Leaders Declaration. Second, India became the fourth nation to land a spacecraft on the moon and the first nation to land on the south pole of the moon. Third, in September last year, the Indian Parliament approved the Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam, widely referred to as Women Empowerment Bill, guaranteeing one-third of the seats for women in the lower house of Indian Parliament and the state assemblies. So this is a very significant first step towards addressing the underrepresentation of women in India's key decision-making bodies. Fourth, India became the most populous country in the world in April last year, but with a vast demographic advantage of a median age of 28 years when compared with a median age of 38 years in the US and 39 years in China. Fifth, despite the global uncertainties and challenges, India is now the fastest growing large economy in the world, largely driven by domestic consumption and investment. So we'll be growing for the successive third year over 7%. And I think this is remarkable when the overall global GDP is growing only at 3% per annum. And according to the recent S&P rating report, India will be the fastest growing large economy for the next 3 years as well. And India is on the course to become the third largest economy with a GDP of around 5 trillion in the next 3 years. And also, we aspire to become a 7 trillion economy by 2030. Sixth, India's external sector displays resilience, especially with robust performance of exports of both merchandise and services. So in the financial year 22-23, we have reached an all-time high of 776 billion US dollars exports, out of which merchandise exports constituted over 451 billion. And India, for integration of its economy into the global economy, so there are three things which is being followed by India. One is to boost the domestic manufacturing through the production-linked incentive schemes in 14 key sectors, but also by investment of with the outlay of 1.2 trillion US dollars in the Prime Minister Gati Shakti, which is the National Master Plan for Multimodal Connectivity. Along with two things, India is also pursuing aggressively free trade agreements with various countries. Like India recently concluded free trade agreement with Mauritius, UAE, and also Australia. So I was also involved in the FTA negotiations of Mauritius and UAE. I was chief negotiator for India. And currently, India is actively pursuing free trade agreement negotiations with UK, European Union, EFTA, Oman, Gulf Cooperation Council, and Peru. Seventh, India remains a preferred investment destination with a cumulative FDI of US dollar 596 billion during financial year 2015 to financial year 23. Last year, it was good, especially with three major announcements by US companies in the semiconductor sectors by Micron, Lam Research, and Applied Materials. Right? India's digital public infrastructure, the so-called India Stack, helped India to boost financial inclusion, foster innovation and competition, and also improve government revenue collection. So this, especially India's United Payment Interface, which is UPI, payment system, has emerged as the world's most efficient instant payment system. In the last month alone, so there were 380 million users and who performed some over 12 billion transactions. And recently, this UPI payment system has been accepted by many foreign countries such as France, Mauritius, Sri Lanka, Bhutan, Nepal, Singapore, and UAE. I think this UPI acceptance by foreign countries will bring down the remittance charges, especially the diaspora who are living in UAE and other Gulf countries. So currently, they pay up to 6% of the whatever remittances. Now we understand that it can be brought down to 2%. Last year, the diaspora sent remittances to the tune of 125 billion US dollars, which is an increase of 12% when you compare with 2022 figures of 111 billion. Ninth, emergence of US as a key economic partner of India, especially in India's quest to become a developed country by 2047. US is the largest trading partner of India with a bilateral trade of US dollars 191 billion in the year 2022. And US is now the third largest investor with close to $62 billion in India. While India and US are yet to start FTA negotiations, but last year in November, during the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework ministerial meeting, 3 trade and investment related agreements were concluded in which India and US and other 12 partners are there. Total, we have 14 partners in this Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. So these 3 agreements are on supply chain agreement, clean economy, and also fair economy, which is anti-bribery agreement. We are expecting these 3 agreements will enter into force sometime this year, and which will further boost the possibility of collaboration between India and US in the economic partnership. And 10th, like India has emerged as the third largest ecosystem for startups. Now we have close to 120,000 startups with 113 unicorns. So in November last year, to enhance the collaboration between startups of India and US, Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal and Commerce Secretary Gina Raimondo signed a MOU which for innovation handshake. We already had a kickoff event, and in the second quarter of this year, we are planning to do a hackathon event in the Bay Area, which will promote collaboration between the startups in Bay Area and India. Now I will just list 4 challenges which the Indian economy is facing. First, I think this is with regarding to the artificial intelligence. This could pose significant challenge to many countries in which many jobs in the service sector are going to be impacted. According to the recent IMF report, it was projected that 30% of the jobs in developing countries like India and 40% jobs in developed countries like US will be impacted through this AI. Second, the challenge will be of climate change. So while India is committed to achieve net zero emissions by 2070, but even India is working with partners in renewable energy, green hydrogen, and adoption of electric vehicles, and collaborating in various forums like IPEF. But I think access to affordable technology and finances could impact India's transition to the clean economy. Third, the current trend of, we can say, deglobalization or anti-globalization with friendshoring and onshoring. So this is impacting overall global trade and investment, and even some sort of geopolitical tensions, especially movement of containers through the Red Sea. It is impacting overall trade. I think these factors, while India is totally dependent on domestic consumption and investment, but these factors are impacting, they could impact a bit India's GDP growth and also especially exports and also the investment into India. Fourth, I think India has a young population which requires a lot of skilling, especially in the new areas of artificial intelligence, robotics, semiconductors. I think the recent University Grants Commission guidelines to allow joint dual degrees and also setting up of campuses with foreign universities in India will help vast majority of youth in India to have access to quality education in India itself. And before I conclude, I would like to thank Mr. Richard Dasher, Director, US Asia Technology Management Center, Stanford University, and Mr. Amit Kapoor, lecturer, Stanford University, and Chairman, Institute of Competitiveness, and their team for putting together this wonderful 2-day event and also inviting me to speak at this event. I hope that the thought-provoking discussions on various aspects of India's growth and development over the course of these 2 days will serve to further enhance the collaboration between India and the US. And once again, I extend my heartfelt welcome to all of you to the Stanford University for this India Dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy. Thanks for these enlightening things about the numbers about India. But without further ado, I would like to invite Ambassador Sri Priya Ranganathan to talk to us and talk to us about India-US relations. Somebody I think you all know, she's the Charge d'Affaires for in the US. And of course, she's somebody who's a career diplomat, but before this assignment, she was in Korea. In fact, my first meeting with her was in Korea when I was actually keynoting an event, and I think she was just an amazing host and somebody I've known personally for many, many years. An amazing professional. If you ever talk to somebody within the services, they will say that she is possibly one of the most amazing professionals and ambassadors that the Indian Foreign Services has seen. But I think without further ado, Dr. Sri Priyaji, Ambassador Ranganathan, why don't you join us, please? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amit, for those very kind words. Colleagues from the Government of India, including the member of the Niti Aayog, the member of the ESE, Consul General of India in San Francisco, friends gathered here, good morning, namaskar. It's really a pleasure to be here this morning. The conference agenda looks amazing, and I think the next couple of days are going to see some really interesting conversations and discussions on issues that are relevant to the India-US partnership, and I really look forward to hearing new ideas, new thoughts on what more we can load onto the table on this relationship that we are nurturing. To start the day, I'd like to share with you a little view from my own perch and give you a sense of what all India and the US are doing together. There are some monumental changes that are underway, and I'm really privileged to be part of this story in the thick of things at the embassy in Washington, D.C. I'll not go into history, but I think we can all say with a fair degree of clarity that while certain aspects of the relationship, such as people-to-people exchanges, have always been really robust, the India-US partnership has grown and evolved over time. It has not always been as strong and as rich as it is today. Back in 2016, when Prime Minister Modi had visited, he summarized it aptly when he said that our two countries have now overcome the hesitations of history. This has been a direct consequence of the trust that we have built by spending more time together, by doing more together, by perceiving each other's value. And that is where we are today, when we have reached a stage when we can say that the India-US collaboration delivers good not only for the country, for the people of the two countries, but has been delivering for the global good. I started my innings at the embassy in Washington, D.C. as the Deputy Chief of Mission about 18 months ago. And at that time, I was aware of the broad strokes of the bilateral relationship that we have. But working on the details of this relationship is what has given me a real sense of what we mean for each other. I have been taken aback in a very good sense of the ambition that we have now in this partnership, a partnership which President Biden has described as the most consequential partnership in the world. I think if we were to talk about any area of human activity, I can give you some solid examples of India-US partnership in that space. It's been hard for me to choose, but I have chosen just 5 areas in which I will give you a few examples of what we are doing together: defense, high technology, space, energy, and education. In defense, you would have heard of a big milestone that we achieved back in June last year, when GE and HAL agreed on to move forward with the production of the GE 414 engines in India. The industrial collaboration that we have, defense industrial collaboration that we have put in place, has really taken wings and is now taking off, not only in the space of these giant companies, but also in the space of the startups. And I think that is a very, very exciting aspect of our cooperation now. Over $20 billion of defense trade are already in the pipeline, and it has grown just over the past 15 years or so. Before that, there was virtually nothing in this space. And here I just want to touch on the kind of value that vision and ambition can give. And when I came in here a year and a half ago, in early days, I had a conversation with some friends in the White House. And they said, look, we want to make the GE414 deal the center point of our defense partnership, yes, and also part of the the ISET relationship that we were forging. So I said, do we really want to do that? Don't we want to start with something smaller, more achievable, so that we are able to give that push to the initiative? And they said, no, we're going to make this happen. Let's make this happen. And just less than 9 months later, we actually made it happen. So I think if we have that confidence, that courage of conviction, and that is what we have been able to bring to this relationship today. I spoke about ISET, and within that, there are 6 sectors that we have prioritized. And if I just look at the semiconductor as a space, as an area that we have prioritized, and we can see here as well that just in the past year, we have managed to steer forward concrete investments by some of the leading American companies in the area of semiconductors, and who have managed to move from vision to action on the ground. If I take the example of Micron, the kind of pace of progress has been mind-blowing. They have moved from the idea to the stage of groundbreaking on ground in India within just about 8 months, and that's really remarkable progress. Turning to space, CG mentioned about what we have, an achievement that we are so proud of when we became the first country to touch the south pole of the moon with ISRO's Chandrayaan, which landed in August last year. We are on track to become only the 4th country to send its own astronauts to space on our own launch vehicle through our Gaganyaan mission. This is a sector in which there is tremendous India-US collaboration as well. A case in point here again, the NISAR, which is the world's most advanced radar satellite with a complex payload. Half of that payload has been built in ISRO Ahmedabad by Indian scientists. Half of it has been built in JPL Pasadena by American scientists. The two have been integrated right here in California, have been taken back to ISRO Bangalore for final integration and testing by Indian and American scientists working together. And it will be launched later this year on an Indian launch vehicle from Sriharikota. The satellite will generate valuable data on climate change, on disaster management, and other important needs, and this will be made available to the entire world free of cost. And I think this is a fantastic example of how India and the US, by working together, have been able to create value which is important for humanity as a whole. Looking ahead, we are confident that with India joining the US-led Artemis Accord, which was a decision that we took after a lot of deliberation during Prime Minister's visit last year, we will be able to jointly explore and conquer new frontiers together. Turning to energy, this is a massively expanding area of opportunity for us. The energy trade, which used to be just zero a few years ago, is now over $20 billion. And there is so much of excitement amongst the companies on both sides. First Solar, an American company, has now inaugurated its facility in Chennai. An Indian company, Epsilon Carbon, has opened its presence in North Carolina. And there are many other Indian firms which are investing in the US. So a lot of collaboration between India's green hydrogen mission and the US's hydrogen energy earthshot. Some interesting ideas that we were able to steer forward over the past few months, and again, it's been my privilege to have been part of those conversations. We had this notion that if we have to take this from vision to reality, we have to make the financing available. And that was the thought process with which we began the conversations with the US on creating a green climate fund. And this again was a tremendous trajectory in terms of moving from idea to to implementation. And the Green Climate Fund was launched by NIIF of India and the DFC of the US in September last year, with an anchor investment of $1 billion, but we believe that that will be the basis on which another $3 to $4 billion worth of money is made available to companies that are working on climate change mitigation efforts in the two countries and beyond. Similarly, there was a very cogent and a very practical idea that came up where we felt that if we are to transform some of our public transport networks from regular to e-buses, we would need to give some backing to the companies. And with that, the e-bus initiative was born. And that's, again, I would say, a far more modest and a more compact initiative, but something that we have been able to move from idea to practical implementation in a very brief period of time. Education. At the last count, we have over 330,000 Indian students studying in the United States of America. And this has, again, been a very sharp increase. At the turn of the century, we were just at about 50,000. So you can see the kind of the trajectory on which we are moving. We are hopeful that over the coming weeks, we will be seeing some excellent collaboration between the most elite institutes as well as the next level of educational institutes in India and the US working together to fashion the next level of educational partnership, research collaborations, and academic to industry exchanges. At the heart of all of the relationship that we have formed so far is really the people-to-people ties. And this is an area where I think that there is much that we have done, a lot more that we still need to do. Some positive steps and some areas where more work is required. We have opened our consulate, a new consulate in Seattle just a few months ago, and we are looking forward to a couple more being opened in the next few months. Similarly, we are looking forward to the US deciding on the locations for its own 2 new consulates in India. There are still, as I said, a few challenges. We have a lot of aspirations for visas and work permits. It has grown phenomenally. We have gone up to we gave about 500,000 visas last year, and I think the US gave about 1.2 million visas. But we still have a waiting of about a year or so for Indian visa applications in India. I just want to say, as I close, that while our approaches are not in complete harmony, I think in every relationship there are areas in which we come at things from a different perspective. We come at things from very different priorities. But what has set us apart and what has enabled us to succeed so far is that we are ready to talk to each other. We're ready to discuss with each other. We're ready to be open to the perspectives from the other side. And we are looking at it as mature democracies should, in a spirit of debate, discussion, and understanding. All said and done, that is the hallmark of the conversations that we have had, and this is what we believe will take us to much greater heights in the years to come. With that, I will stop, and thank you very much for your attention, and I wish the India Dialogue all success. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Ranganathan. I think one statement that I do carry away is that this is one of the most consequential partnerships for the coming century. And I do certainly believe that these 2 big democracies will actually pave the way for the future for the world to learn from and act on. But without further ado, I think one person who I admire and I think I respect absolutely amazingly, Christian Kettles, who's my colleague. In fact, we have worked together for many, many years. He's somebody who was part of the Harvard Business School, worked with Michael Porter at the Institute for Strategy and Competitiveness. It was in 2017 when Mike Porter had a meeting with the Honorable Prime Minister, and that is when we started this whole process of the competitiveness roadmap for India. And Christian was one of the main pillars for really getting this done and getting it off the road and off the block. And I think if I have to really say, if one person I would like to emulate in many, many ways, it is Christian. In fact, I admire him so much that our book on The Elephant Moves is actually dedicated to him and Michael Porter. I couldn't have done it without you, Christian, and I think you have been just such a great support. And thanks a lot for joining in here today. Over to you for your keynote.
Thank you very much. We're already inspired by our haircuts, so that's a good start. It's always fantastic to come here, and this is now becoming a tradition with the second event. Amit, Richard, such a pleasure to be here. It's always great to come to the United States, except once you're in your hotel room and switch on the TV and you look at the news. Such a polarized discussion. Of course, this is not a problem just for the United States. We see it in many of other countries in which we live. I now live in Europe. We also actually see it in India. So this debate about will the giant emerge, what is going to happen with the Indian economy? Nowadays, you often see that there's two different camps. One that says success is inevitable, and if you don't accept that, you're an enemy. The other group says that India is the country of the future. It always was, and it always will be. Tomorrow is always around the corner, but it never really arrives. Now, what I want to do, and I think what we're going to do over the next 2 days, is really to unpeel the onion a little bit and become more specific, granular, about where this country is that's so important for the rest of the world. The inspiration of the title of this talk is actually from a new case of Harvard Business School on India. And so I want to talk a little bit after discussing, where is the Indian economy going? Is success really inevitable? I want to discuss a little bit about why what happens in India is so important for the rest of us, what we can learn from the Indian experience. Now let's start with that first question. Is India's success inevitable? We already heard from the General Counsel and from the Ambassador a lot of that positive data that really shows, that India at the moment is on an enormously positive growth streak. Highest growth among all larger economies in the world at the moment, and actually also for the next couple of years. Be the only place where there's not very deep discussions and nervousness about what's ahead, not only short term, but also longer term. If you look at Europe, also if you look at China, and to some degree even at the US, there's a lot of uncertainty about where we're going. But we know, and we've already heard that it's not just about the short-term economic outcomes. What's behind this is really the fundamental economic forces that are shifting in India's favor. The biggest one, and one of the few things that even economists already can look into the future, is demographics. It's one of the things where we actually know quite well on how that situation will look like for the next couple of years. China, the country that really defined the last phase of globalization and global economic growth, has moved beyond its peak in terms of its labor force. It's now facing very fast aging, with all the social issues that we know are associated with that. India is on a very different track. And at some point, aging will happen. But even then, it will be much smoother than what we've seen in China, given their population policies. So this inevitably will drive growth. The question is sort of how much. That has a lot to do with the other factors, what we often call the created business environment in which these individuals will work and thrive and live their lives. And here we've seen a dramatic transformation too in India. Especially with my European friends, I always tell them that, that this memory that you have of India, of non-existent infrastructure, of no electricity, of all these other factors, the chaos of India. Yes, there still is some chaos, but there actually has been a massive change in terms of infrastructure. Talked about the space program. We've seen the India stack that was so prominent also during the G20 discussions. India is changing dramatically. One of the things that we've done in the project that Amit talked about on the roadmap for India was actually try to kind of map what are all the policies that have happened over the last couple of years. And you see basically no area that's really relevant for competitiveness that hasn't been touched. So India is on the move. Business environment is changing, the economy is changing, and so we should expect more growth moving forward. However, I would argue that growth and success is not inevitable. It does depend on the hard work and decisions of many of you here in the room that work for the Indian government or Indian companies to overcome some of those barriers that have held the country back in the past. I want to focus especially on three issues: the shared prosperity challenge, the jobs challenge, and the implementation challenge. The shared prosperity challenge, and there are lots of dimensions to it: geographically, societal, economic versus social. There is evidence that the GDP growth number in India does not really tell the full story of how living conditions are changing for a large part of the Indian society and large part of those regions. So together with Amit's team in India, we worked on the India Cluster Panorama, which looks at the economic geography of the country and the way that different sectors are allocated in different countries. What we see is that there is really truth to that statement that there are many Indias, not one. There is the high-performance India, which I'm sure many of you call home, that is very connected to the global economy, taking advantage of the changes that we just talked about. But there is a vast part of the country and society that's actually not connected to the global economy and hardly connected to the rest of the country. And we see wages much lower than the average, conditions much worse. That's well known, I think, by the political system. It is important to understand that success is not just about making that top part of Indian society even better. That will be necessary. But what do we do with that 50% of the country that's behind? Job creation. So this is the latest data from the CLAMS database. This is job creation numbers, manufacturing, construction, services. I've left out agriculture, which is another important part, of course, of the Indian economy. We've seen positive job creation numbers also in the last few years. Actually quite interesting to see manufacturing in the last year popping up. But look at that small gray bar there on the top. This is the IMF's projection on what every year number of people entering the Indian labor force over the next decade. So unless we're creating enough jobs, plus improve the quality of the jobs, we're not going to leverage that demographic advantage that we talked about. Just moving with the same pace or doing the same things that we continue to do is not going to be enough. The World Bank has slightly lower numbers, but basically it's the same message. We need to do different things to move forward to leverage the demographic opportunity. Now, why is this so hard? This is so hard because the changes in the business environment that are now required are not things that can just be done in Delhi or by a small group of people in the key ministries, in the Prime Minister's office, in the Ministry of Finance, and so on. Improving the business environment, getting those 50% of the population and regions into the global economy requires changes there, because what they need is location-specific. So you need to change the overall system, involve much more different regions, the states, the urban areas, the private sector, in making those type of discussions. And that is what we've seen also in other countries. Economic reform is easier if it's about removing barriers at the macro level. It's much harder if it's about building competitive advantages across the country. So this is what we've worked on and provided some ideas in that study, the roadmap for India, that was published about 1.5 years ago, so for those of you who are interested to look at that. The answer then to the question, by the way, is no, the success is not inevitable. It's the opportunity is huge, but it will depend on the choices that Indian policymakers will make. What can others then learn from India? Well, it's really about how does India tackle these type of challenges. This hasn't happened. It's something that's moving, that's occurring today. But that is actually, I think, where we can draw the biggest lessons as others. Why is it important to look at India? Because the challenges that India is facing are really the challenges that are going to define the next state of our global development in terms of economics. How do we deal with inequality? How do we create jobs in a very different environment? How do we grow trade in a much more fractured geopolitical environment? How do we increase affordable energy supply while dealing with climate change? How do we build effective cities, not slums, as the sources of innovation? These issues are pertinent to India, but they are also critical to others. Behind that is actually that it's often not just about the what needs to be done, but how we can get it done. There's so many things that are interconnected, so how can we create the institutions to do it holistically? And how can we support that through our political system? Challenge that many of our countries are facing. So let me pick out some of these issues, because these are the topics that we use sort of India as a way to draw our students in that discussion. How do you achieve growth when the past growth paths of the Asian economies, the Asian tigers and so on, that basically focused on exports in manufacturing, is losing traction? Why is it losing traction? Well, partly it's because about the geopolitical tensions, tariffs, and so on, so it's just harder to do that. But it's also because the economics are changing. General Counsel mentioned AI. Even in manufacturing, we see that even in developing countries, the skill levels have been rising. So manufacturing is no longer that easy entry ticket to get people from the farms into the factories and then help them create a better life. Future growth strategies have to become much more multifaceted. They have to include services, even some local services. So we have to think differently about what enables us to unlock that demographic opportunity. Jobs and social progress. So we have used to kind of think about social progress and economic development as two sort of different parts of what needs to be done. We increasingly see that either we solve them together or we're not going to solve them at all. India has done a lot to try to improve its social policy, much more targeted and so on, and that's great. But ultimately we know it's about how do you create jobs for people so that they can fend for themselves and are not reliant so much on the support of others. That requires doing a lot of things that traditionally might have been social policy, in healthcare, in providing childcare services that allow women to go into the labor force, in creating public safety that allows women to go and get a job. So these are not separated areas anymore, but we need to start to think about them jointly. It's quite difficult for a political system where there's one minister of health and social services and their logic, and then a minister of economy or finance somewhere else that has a very different logic. We heard about climate change, and that's another topic where I think this convolution of these different areas is really critical. Climate change and the availability of affordable energy is absolutely crucial economically. It's critical how we structure our energy system to deal with climate change. It is also about how we make sure that in a fractured geopolitical system, we're not all depending on China to serve us with solar panels. How do we create sort of the own type of systems? India will have to find an integrated answer to all of these questions. And then it is how you do it. And within our work on the roadmap, we talked quite a bit about how can we improve the way that things are done. In many countries that I've had a chance to work, the smart people like you in the room, know what needs to be done. What they're really struggling with is how to get it done. And so I think we need to focus also in India, what are the right institutional structures within government to create coordination going, given the interaction of issues that I just mentioned, but also, of course, between government and the private sector. Let me conclude with, as an outsider, to talk about how India's success is important for the world. And I want to mention that because I had a discussion in Europe with the European Commission. And their view, also in trade talks with India, is still very much about the, okay, how much do we need to give the Indians so that they give us more access to the market? What I tried to tell them is, for Europe's interest, that's actually a marginal factor. What is important is that India is successful, because India's success has such a crucial influence on some of the key challenges that the world, and therefore also Europe, is facing, especially on climate, but also on growth. So in growth, we talked about the short-term implications and where are there new opportunities for our companies. But it's even starker if you look at the long-term projections. And this is data from the OECD, so they are not necessarily over-optimistic on India. And it's a scenario, it's not a prognosis per se. But what you see here, this is the group of OECD and G20 countries. Much higher growth and a massive improvement in the share of total GDP in that group that's going to be in India. And in fact, India pretty much takes all the losses of China, the US, and Europe over those coming decades. So if we are looking for growth, it has to come from India, and companies need to deal with that. Climate change and energy. So yes, India is doing a lot. But look at this. India will see the largest increase in energy demand of any country in the years ahead. India's increase in CO2 emissions is going to be the largest of any country in those years to come, despite a very low CO2 per GDP and per capita numbers. And India is going to be one of the critical markets for renewable energy manufacturing, or the products and services, because this is going to be where the market is. So the choices that you are making, these choices are going to have enormous implications for the rest of the world. So this is why I hope this type of analysis, the work that we've done on the roadmap, is helpful to Indian decision makers to think about their future. This is why I, as an outsider looking at India, am so excited to see what's going on. And I'm looking forward to the day today and to the day to tomorrow to learn more in our discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you. This is absolutely insightful. In fact, I've been part of this whole work, and I think I generally believe that there are a lot of things that India can actually achieve, and it is actually going to be a country which is going to drive future growth for the world and prosperity. Sure. So without further ado, I now have to invite and request Dr. Ramesh Chand to come and give his address. Dr. Ramesh Chand is member at Niti Aayog. As you know, Niti Aayog is the Prime Minister's think tank. A member means that he is the big boy in many, many ways. In fact, he's rank of a minister in the government of India. In fact, Paramji used to be the CEO for Niti Aayog at one point in time. He's sitting with us. Dr. Chand, without further ado, he's going to talk about issues pertaining to agriculture and so on and so forth. Over to you, sir.
Do I have slide mover? Okay. Good morning and namaste to all. I hope my voice is audible. Can you do something, or I should? Okay. Thank you. Friends, you will agree with me that tone for today's discussion on Idea for India has already been very nicely set. Generally, for the discussion of this kind, you find that agriculture is not a very fascinating issue, but still I will share with you why I feel agriculture is important, why India feel agriculture is important in the story of rising India. I would like to begin by sharing with you, though you may be knowing, that Government of India and our Prime Minister now has set two clear goals before the nation. One goal is that by 2047, when we complete 100 years of independence from colonial rule, India becomes Viksit Bharat. India becomes developed nation. That is one goal. Prime Minister never mentioned this goal without mentioning the second goal, which is that growth is easier, but second part is more difficult. That is Sabka Vikas, prosperity for all. That becoming developed country doesn't mean that because of a few corporate, because of manufacturing or some services, India will grow. The idea of Viksit Bharat is twofold, that per capita income reaches the level of developed country, our economy reaches 30 trillion US dollars, but at the same time it brings prosperity for all. When we talk of prosperity for all, then the sectors like agriculture, the sectors like small scale industry, they become very, very important, because if you look at development path of India, it has defied some of the standard trends which have been seen in the Western economy, that when you move along, share of agriculture decline like this, employment in agriculture decline like this. Those kind of things have not been happening in India, nor we expect them to happen the way it is visualized by Western economic thought, nor even it has happened to that extent in China. Like many people talk that when economy grows, the farm size become bigger and bigger. The big fish eat small fish. So that kind of thing didn't happen in Japan. That kind of thing did not happen in China. That kind of thing is not likely to happen in India. Unlike many countries in southern America, even South Africa, those countries followed Western model. But Asian model emerged as a totally different model. I think it is because of that, that even after 7 decades of planned development, you find that agriculture still remains the largest sector of economy. Manufacturing much lower than agriculture. That difference is still small in terms of share of output, but if you look at employment, then you find that manufacturing is less than 1/4 of the kind of livelihood that is offered by agriculture. And prosperity for people comes only when there is employment. It doesn't come that economy is growing, but for people that employment is not there. So these numbers speaks of importance of agriculture, that over time you just will see that employment in agriculture declined at a very, very slow rate. Then we all know that a country like India with 140 billion population, which will increase to 165 billion, cannot ignore food and nutrition security. It is not Singapore, it's not Saudi Arabia that it can import food from other country. So it has to see that we meet our food and nutrition requirement largely from our own production. That factor also remain. Inclusive development, agriculture, very, very important. And of late, this realization is also happening that sustainability goal, environmental goal, goal of climate change will be almost impossible to achieve if we do not pay attention to agriculture, if we do not change the way we are doing agriculture, because 80 to 90% water used in agriculture, 46% land in India is under agriculture, 13% greenhouse gases, they come from agriculture. So when we look at role of agriculture in meeting aspiration of people, how agriculture will move during this period which we call Amrit Kal, we need to look at past experience, that how we have done in the past. Can we pick up some lessons from the past to to ensure that agriculture move the way we want it to move in future. And that every department is doing, because making India Viksit Bharat is not only the goal announced by Prime Minister. There is a very, very serious follow-up. For every sector, action plan, work plan, strategy, vision is being prepared by group of secretaries for every sector. I am involved with agriculture, but for others also, manufacturing, even services. So everybody is busy. So it's not that only slogan is made and it is left. So seriously, it is being pursued. So this is just to show that if you look at the past, how agriculture performed, you will find that peak have moved up, troughs have also moved up. So overall, it is a rising kind of stories. And we have lesson from each, which can be used in different situations. Different states of India are in different level of development of agriculture. So whenever you find that acceleration, deceleration happen, there was a strong reason behind it. There was a strong policy action behind it. I can't go into those details, but they are all very useful in addressing the present situation. So given this situation, you can just look at that in terms of what is the role of agriculture in the present growth rate. Still, you find that it comes at number 3, manufacturing and some of the services. Then agriculture share in the present growth is 0.70 percentage point. So that is the kind of growth with which agriculture is increasing. We are making lot of progress on food front. Despite that, India's nutritional indicators are not very encouraging, but there are so many reasons behind it. I've done a separate paper on that, and but I said there is that even if per capita production of India increased to double, which is likely to happen in next 25 or 30 years, the nutrition status of India will not improve much, because dietary preferences of Indian are so deeply rooted in their culture that you just find that meat share in the total food remain less than 5%, even though meat production is increasing and we are exporting a lot of meat. So that is another thing. But I just wanted to say that what we achieved in per capita food production in 50 years, since 51, we achieved in next 25 years. And this 50% achievement will be achieved in next 20 years. So that's the way we are going ahead, composition of agriculture, etc., changing, no time to again go into details. It is very important to share with you what is the experience of states. In some of our major states, growth rate of agriculture is not only high, it is higher than non-agriculture sectors. Like you look at Andhra Pradesh, growth rate 8%. You look at Madhya Pradesh, growth rate, I think again 8%. And again, there are important lessons behind it, that today Andhra Pradesh has same productivity per hectare as Punjab. If you look at crop sector, the growth rate of Andhra Pradesh is 10 times that of Punjab. Punjab crop sector growing at 0.45, Andhra crop sector at 4.5. Simple reason that Punjab is stuck to rice and wheat, whose yield has plateaued, but Andhra is diversifying toward high-value crops, whose productivity is 4 to 5 times that of cereals. So that's why you find that it is happening. So a lot of things in state happening, and in some of the state, agriculture is the engine of growth, not manufacturing. So that is another experience that we have, and still these are some of the indicators which shows the future scope. This story is very, very important, that till 95, when India liberalized in a big way, share of Indian agriculture in global GDP was not rising. It declined from 8.4% to 7.4%. But after we liberalized and opened up, share of agriculture doubled between 95 and like that. We did not succeed in manufacturing or any other sector to this extent, that though we never fixed this target, but it happened, that our agriculture growth was much higher than what was the growth of world agriculture, and still our productivity level in many areas is much lower than what is world average, which speaks of that in some area India can certainly become global power. Like in rice, we are already global power. 40% of rice export in the world comes from India alone. So like that, if you look at total GDP, our share increased at a faster rate, but still it is 3.4. In agriculture, 13.5. So sometime I used to say in high-level meeting that if we make up our mind, it is much easier to become global power in food than to become global power in overall manufacturing or other kind of thing. But these achievements, they have come with the challenge. Again, I would just now be very selective in sharing with you my views. One is employment, about which Christian also spoke in detail. Lot of interesting changes are happening. We have credible, reliable data now for last 6 years. Periodic labor force survey data is available. It reveals a lot about what is happening and what are the challenges. You just find that the labor force in India is increasing at 3.92%. So you can imagine the kind of demographic transition through which India is passing. And workforce is rising at 4.5%, which is higher than what is the growth rate in labor force. So many people may be rising in India, unemployment is rising, etc. It is rubbish. The fact says that employment is rising faster than labor force, even though labor force growth is so high. But despite that, you find that workforce is increasing faster. Simply, it means that unemployment is declining. But in last 6 years, share of agriculture in employment has increased. I feel that this need to be seen a bit carefully, because if you look at the growth rate in employment in manufacturing, it is 3.28%, which is quite decent, which is not small. Manufacturing growth, job growth never happened like this in the past. Despite that, the share of manufacturing in the employment is declining because workforce increase was very high, and many people have gone into agriculture. The biggest change which is happening in Indian labor market is really rise of Nari Shakti, that women workforce participation rate has, labor force participation rate increased from 23% to 37%. These are challenges in case of agriculture, but this slide, again, important messages. In India, we still have some farmer group. We exchange we frequently have dialogue with them, but so far not succeeded in convincing them. This curve shows that what is the growth rate in different segment of agriculture. And this growth rate is inversely related to the kind of support that government is giving to a segment of agriculture. Highest support is for rice and wheat. There is assured procurement by government. In many states, free electricity, which is the main input for rice, lot of input subsidies for rice and wheat, and highest output support for rice and wheat. Growth rate is minimum. There is very little intervention in fishery. Growth rate is close to, growth rate is more than 8%. Then you just find livestock. Other than cooperative, there are no subsidies, there is no price support, growth rate is 5%. then fruit and vegetable. So this is another message that I sometime in India used to say, we have sarkari utpad and bajari utpad. So today bajari utpadan is rising at a much faster rate than sarkari utpadan. So sarkari utpadan, I take extreme position that it is stifling the growth because it is checking the diversification toward high value crops. So this is another, I would say, fiscal burden is rising in agriculture. These are the challenges there. Now, coming to the future growth role of agriculture in the future growth story of agriculture, I have written about it in my paper, especially about this Arthur Lewis hypothesis. I find that Arthur Lewis hypothesis remained very less relevant in case of India, especially in case of employment. Labor did not shift from agriculture to non-agriculture. Even in China, agriculture share in GDP is 7-8%, but employment is still 20%. So this gap remained, but even in the world, after global financial crisis around 2006, the manufacturing and services sector could not come to the normal level of growth. Because of that, you just find that share of agriculture between 2006 and 2020, this is in global GDP, it has increased by more than 30%, from 3.2 to 4.3. So even at global level, that relevance of Arthur Lewis hypothesis, you just find that things are happening totally in the opposite way, and we are factoring in this kind of things. We have also worked out what kind of role agriculture will play in future. So our calculations are that in the past, in recent decade, India growth rate is 4%. That is highest in the world among the major countries. And we take really great pride that though we deliberately did not attempt, but that is one sector where we have surpassed China in the last 10 years. That growth rate is more than what is growth rate of agriculture in China. So with that confidence, we have worked out a scenario that agriculture growth in future can be even higher than what is there in the past 10 years. From 4%, we can go to 5%, but that will require balancing between other kind of concern, sustainability concern, environmental concern. So there are different paths that there is a possibility that without any threat to food security, India can go for natural farming, it can go for organic farming, it can pay more attention to environmental kind of things without paying attention, without worrying about food security. India can take that yield penalty because now we are entering into a surplus stage. But if India choose to chase 5% growth rate in agriculture, then we have to find market for 25 to 30% incremental output outside India. That will not be absorbed within the country. For that, we need competitiveness and things like that. But we feel that future demand for agriculture will be different than what it was in the past. There is a lot of interest among people to have bios, to replace cosmetics, to replace medicine, to have different kind of health solution based on plant-based kind of things. So we feel that globally the demand for food will be buoyant, and if India is interested, it can easily explore because there is a fascination for the kind of production which happens in India. And the biggest reason for emphasis on agriculture is employment. That even if manufacturing grows at a rapid rate, we have seen that it is giving only 3% growth in employment, which is not sufficient for the country which is passing through a demographic transition. If that was not the case, then that growth in employment was very good. So we are looking at agriculture slightly differently, that as a source of employment, which gives the inclusive growth, as a source of renewed kind of nutrition, as a source for meeting people's shift in demand toward bios, plant-based products everywhere, and we expect agriculture to play a very significant role in India's future growth story as it has done in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chand, for these fascinating insights. In fact, I have to specially thank Dr. Chand because he came all the way from India for this. So, Dr. Chand, thank you once again. In fact, we'll wait for your further interventions into the program. But without further ado, I have to invite or request Pranab Bardhan, Dr. Pranab Bardhan, who's professor from Berkeley, to really give his keynote address. He's going to be talking about reflections on political economy of New India. Somebody who is absolutely a great thinker from my point of view. I've read his books, I've read his work, very deep thinking, and it really pushes you in terms of really looking at things from a very different perspective. I will not really say much more, but somebody I think possibly is one of the foremost economists or economic thinkers in the world. Dr. Pranab Bardhan, thanks a lot for joining us today.
Do I need the clicker? Yes. Thank you, Amit. Am I audible? Thanks the organizers of this conference for inviting me to give this talk. If you don't mind, I'm going to sit down. I am a political economist, so don't be surprised that I will be commenting on both economic and political assessment of the Indian economy Indian economy and polity in recent years. The other thing I should tell you that I have, I think, 24 slides and I have 25 minutes, so I have to go very fast. And so I decided to avoid charts and diagrams. But I want to emphasize that most of the statements that you will see in the slides, I can back up with data. If you are interested, I'd be happy to discuss with you. So let me what happened? So first, the rate of growth per capita, GDP, but in purchasing power parity terms, because I want to compare with other countries, in the last 10 years has been at the annual average rate of 4.3%. Per capita purchasing power parity, this rate is lower than that in China over the last 10 years, Bangladesh, and Vietnam, but better than in Indonesia and Brazil. This growth rate was 6.2% in the previous 10 years, the Manmohan Singh regime. There are obviously many improvements, particularly in road transport, telecommunication, connectivity, and other aspects of economic integration. We are a much more integrated economy now. And its digital infrastructure, particularly payment systems. Though, while direct transfer schemes, digitization of public service delivery bypasses intermediaries, this has its advantages in terms of reducing corruption, can undermine political accountability processes at the local level. at a huge cost to the taxpayers, the banking system has now been largely cleansed of the big burden of bad loans. The Insolvency and the Bankruptcy Code has been a major change, though recovery of loans has been extremely low and marked by long delays. The system is often gamed by the politically connected, and delayed court judgments are often due to evasive actions by defaulting borrowers, even as they continue asset stripping. Large improvements in access to sanitation. The ministry usually tell you since 2018, India is totally defecation free. That's not true. Even CAG reports, which are government reports, and household surveys show that only about 70% of the villages are defecation free, but the ministry goes on saying it's 100%. And there's been extension of banking among the poor, though much less than what the hype about them, both sanitation and banking, about them suggests, as various surveys have shown. Absence of census and official household survey data, occasionally suppressed for a dozen years, has made it difficult to assess the trends in extreme poverty and vulnerability of the population. Only earlier this week, we know about the latest 22-23 household survey. We just have the partial results available. On the basis of that, Niti Aayog CEO has already jumped to the conclusion of declining poverty, overlooking that this survey is not comparable, is significantly incomparable with the earlier survey of 2011-12, differences in sampling design, differences in methods of surveying, differences in methods of estimation. Continuing misery, particularly in small enterprises and the informal sector, accentuated by the disastrous policy of demonetization and then the pandemic and its mismanagement. All this is inadequately reflected in GDP data. In fact, most of the time in newspapers you will see GDP growth rates. Those don't reflect what's happening in the informal sector, because the informal sector, they're only benchmarks. They are changed only periodically. So the informal sector is inadequately reflected in GDP data. How large is the informal sector? Estimates say it will be about 40% of the economy, which is not reflected in the periodic GDP data. Rural real wage rates, both agricultural and non-agricultural, have grown at a much slower rate in the last 10 years than in the previous 10 years. This growth rate was actually negative. Real wage rate fell in the last 5 years. Structural transition from low productivity to high productivity sectors has been largely aborted. New India has not succeeded in resolving this long-standing structural stagnation. In spite of tall promises of 20 million jobs every year, make in India, skill in India, this doubling of agricultural income by 2022, etc. Low-skilled entrants to the labor force, nearly 7 million each year, have mainly crowded into the low productivity informal sector, including agriculture. Figures of youth unemployment are alarming, and more importantly, usually people talk about the unemployment figures in a country like India. More important is underemployment and discouraged dropouts from the labor force, mainly for women, but also for men. increase in self-employment in recent years is likely to be a sign of distress. Quite often, it's in unpaid family jobs. The success stories are mainly in capital or skill-intensive manufacturing and skill-intensive services. The recent emphasis on production-linked incentives is not likely to change this significantly. Manufacturing as a percentage of total employment has over the years remained stagnant, even declining somewhat in the last 5 or 6 years. Extreme centralization of power, mainly in the Prime Minister's office. This damages the incentive and information effects of decentralization. The rhetoric of cooperative federalism has largely been a hoax. Vertical fiscal imbalance between the center and states has continued. This has been for many, many decades, it's continued. Today, while the states incur 64% of the total government expenditure, they collect only about 38% of the revenue, much lower in the poorer states. And their borrowing power is, of course, subject to central approval. In the quarter century of 1989 to 2014, with powerful regional political parties and coalition governments in New Delhi, the imbalance in Indian fiscal arrangements were partly corrected through political negotiations. But these corrections were not institutionalized. Now these arrangements are over and largely discarded by power that is over-centralized. Federalism is now battered in various ways. I could tell you about 20 different ways. I'll just, given the shortness of time, I'll just mention 4 or 5. The completely arbitrary and unilateral breaking down of the state of Jammu and Kashmir, now legitimized by the Supreme Court, shows what can happen to any state. Hardly a common phenomenon in federal countries. Governors in non-BJP states regularly used to harass and hinder elected governments. Centralization of welfare schemes, bypassing state governments and giving credit only to the Prime Minister, sometimes with his photograph attached, have weakened state-level welfareist chief ministers, including those belonging to the ruling party. Even on welfare schemes only partly funded by the center funds, often denied to the opposition states on flimsy grounds like branding. State subjects like law and order, agriculture, and public health often bypassed by unilateral central actions. For example, misuse of investigative agencies to hound opposition leaders, wanton use of controversial laws like the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act against minorities and dissenters, arbitrary farm laws rammed through Parliament without any discussion. During the pandemic, use of the Central Disaster Management Act that did not take into account the varied stages of preparation and incidence of the disease in different states. Imposition of central laws in education and labor with very little consultation with the states in areas that belong to the concurrent list in the Constitution. Even on a concurrent subject like criminal law, the recent 3 major criminal laws were passed without any consultation with the states. So I've given you some examples of how federalism is being battered. It should be said at the same time that the state governments have been somewhat complicit in the ruling party's attempts to wreck the federal structure. I could give you many examples. One example, the reaction of the states to the breaking up of the Jammu and Kashmir state. They didn't realize this could happen to their state, but yet hardly any protest. Many state governments have themselves been delinquent in devolving power and finance to the panchayat and municipal levels. The poor performance of sub-provincial local bodies in the last mile delivery of public services and facilities, particularly compared to China, is partly attributable to this. I mean, I must just say one dramatic difference between China and India in this respect. In China, of the total government expenditure in the country, 55% is at the sub-provincial level, municipal, township, and village level. What's the percentage in India? 3%. In India's major cities, urban planning and development projects are designed and run by agencies controlled by state governments with no accountability to the elected municipal bodies, leading to a great deal of misalignment and dysfunctionality. Reform of the local tax structure is missing. Local property taxes as percentage of GDP are among the lowest in the world, much lower than, for example, I'm not talking about Europe, which is much higher there, for example, Brazil, Turkey, or the Philippines. We have now a concentrated enclave economy. The World Inequality Report suggests that the top 1% of the households in India now hold about 33% of total wealth. In 1991, that percentage was 16. And the bottom half of the population holds about 6%. In 1991, it was 9%. This wealth, by the way, does not include items of human capital like education. If one crudely measures inequality in the distribution of human capital in the form of, say, years of schooling of the adult population, India is one of the world's most unequal countries in terms of education, much worse than even Latin American countries like Mexico, Brazil, or Argentina. Those countries are supposed to be among the most unequal. And this, of course, does not include the quality of learning on which we know a lot of data exists. Even most recently, we've seen data that high school and college-going young people, they sometimes cannot do simple division, grade 3 education, etc. The pattern of high inequality generates a Latin American-style enclave economy, where a limited sector caters to an affluent elite demanding relatively capital-intensive and skill-intensive goods, whereas much of the general economy, and primarily rural and informal, suffers from insufficient demand and underutilization of capacity, and thus low private investment and employment. This you can see sectoral demand patterns. Mass consumer goods are much less growing than the luxury goods. What about corporate concentration? There are data now. For example, the 20 most profitable firms generated 14% of total corporate profits in 1990. In 2022, it's 80%. course, you might say the composition of farms may have changed. It's not the same farm. It turns out in the last decade, it's almost the same farms. Evidence suggests that these profits were mainly due to market power. The standard Herfindahl-Hirschman index of industrial concentration is generally very high, particularly so for aluminium, aviation, commercial and passenger vehicles, tires, copper, paints, steel, and telecom. Viral Acharya has estimated that in the period 2016-21, the concentration, particularly in the top 5 business groups, has increased sharply, largely through mergers and acquisitions. These big 5 conglomerates are in over 40 NIC 2-digit sectors, covering much of the non-financial corporate India. They are sheltered from foreign competition through a protective trade regime. This may be good for profits, not for productivity. It's very interesting. India has now a large number of dollar billionaires, but hardly any global brand. India's current political economic regime is thus one of crony oligarchy. Favors and special regulatory dispensations tend to be reserved for select big firms. There are several examples of rules and goalposts changed midstream to help the cronies. According to estimates by The Economist magazine, India's share of only the billionaires' wealth delivered from what they call rent-tick or crony sectors rose from 29 to 40%, 43% between 2016, in just 5 years, 2016 and 21, rose from 29 to 43%. One should recognize crony capitalism is corrupt capitalism. Those who consider the current regime as less corrupt than the earlier regime often overlook this. Even by the flawed Corruption Perception Index of Transparency International, India's rank was 85 in 2014 among 180 countries. In 2023, the last date for which data are available, it is 93. In other words, 92 countries in the world are less corrupt than India. Central agencies like CBI, ED, etc. are weaponized to bring corruption charges against opposition or dissenting groups. But if you join the ruling party, you are mostly exempt from such charges. So even the same leaders who have been castigated by the ruling party as extremely corrupt, as soon as they join, corruption charges are not pursued, and therefore corruption declines. The other side of a corrupt political economic system is in effect a quid pro quo process. It is widely inferred that big money from favored corporate houses flows to fill the ruling party's coffers, largely under the ingenious con game known as electoral bonds with no limits or public disclosure requirements. Recently, Supreme Court considered that unconstitutional after 6 years of damaging consequences of electoral bonds. Since some of the conglomerates also own media companies, they also contribute to the ruling party by carrying government propaganda full of hype and misinformation. With the ruling party's near monopoly on the media and election funds and increasing control on the composition of the election commission, elections are not on a level playing field. Decay of democratic institutions has been going on for some time. but its pace much accelerated in the last 10 years. However much we shout from the rooftop that we are the mother of democracy. Press freedom and the freedom of debate and criticize are vanishing. There's a climate of fear. There's a recent CSDS survey in which 2/3 of the respondents said they are scared to express their opinion online. Jailing of opposition leaders, journalists, and dissenters, bullying and lynching of minorities, and bulldozer justice meted out to the poor by thuggish government officials and vigilantes are now routine. While opposition parties are often dynastic, I have to say the ruling party is monarchic, with shameless cult of personality. And this is my last but one side. Essence of democracy is in civil liberties and political rights, including respect for minority rights, more than elections. Even centrist media like The Economist and the Financial Times now call India an illiberal democracy, which to me is an oxymoron. Democracy that's illiberal is not a real democracy. In essence of democracy is missing. It's my last slide. I have a book, A World of Insecurity, Democratic Disenchantment in Rich and Poor Countries, which discusses the erosion of democracy in India in the context of similar erosion elsewhere. With weak and crumbling institutions, the sway of merchants of hype and hate, and a popular hankering for strong leaders, the Indian democratic erosion is likely to be severe and long-lasting. Things will get even worse if the new AI technology is abused in the form of state surveillance and deep-fake misinformation. So in my judgment, if you ask me, in this respect, the elephant is moving backward. Thank you.
So I want to thank Professor Barden for his very frank and candid perspectives. And I want to say thank you to all three of our morning keynotes for putting a lot onto the table. We have many things to discuss in regard to India's performance and its outlook. And to continue this discussion, we have our first panel session, which will be chaired by Professor Kettles. Let me ask Professor Kettles and also the panelists to take their places up here on the dais. And Christian, I think I would like to ask you to just introduce the panel. Let's save time this way and get as much time in for different points of view as we can.
Oh, there. Do you want to sit there?
Great.
And then you can sit here. Well, thank you so much. So we're now going to move to a slightly different format. We're not going to have any slides. We're going to have a few statements, but hopefully also a lot of discussion. Indeed, as Richard pointed out, there is a lot on the table to discuss. And I hope we'll actually also come back to the statements that we had just heard in the previous session, maybe towards the end of our discussion. We're a little bit pressed on time. So what I'm not going to do, if you allow me, is I'm not going to introduce you for a long time. Please have a look at the excellent booklet. You'll see the details and the impressive CVs of all our panelists. But I want to move right in. And I want to start with Sanjeev. Partly because you actually had the longest trip to get here. You know, not the only Indian on the panel, but the only Indian who has come from India.
No, there's Ramesh Chandi, there are a couple of others.
Well, on this panel.
On this panel, okay.
No. There are many, of course, that have come from India. But Sanjeev, you know, the title of this session is Insights into India's Performance and Outlook. As we discussed, you know, can you give us a little bit of sense on, you know, what's the current economic climate in India, how is the economy going? We've heard in the previous talks a little bit the structural trends, the long-term trends. How is the temperature of the Indian economy right now, and how should we think about that?
So there's no doubt that India's economy is growing very, very fast. Just this morning, the quarterly GDP number for the October to December quarter came out. It's 8.4% year on year. So for the financial year, you're probably now looking at an economy that grew at 7.6, 7.7%. So it's a really rapidly growing economy, by some margin the fastest growing economy in the world, and growing not only faster than what the IMF had been expected, but even faster than what the government was saying it was growing at. So, a lot of growth momentum. You raised a point, is this inevitable? No. I mean, the fact of the matter is it has to be earned. It has to be earned through continuous reforms, structural, process reforms. I will talk tomorrow about process reforms, an area of reform that is not adequately discussed. But this has to be earned by continuously putting in the effort. But by most indications, within about 18 to 24 months, we will first go past Germany and then Japan and become the world's third largest economy. So we already are the third largest economy in purchasing power terms. This is in US dollar terms. We will become the world's largest economy. Now, of course, we will still be in per capita terms a poor country. And this effort has to be kept going for some 25 odd years. But the point is, for the first time, we are generating serious growth. And we are also now beginning to generate jobs as well. My own sense is that there's no such thing as jobless growth. If you sustain growth over long periods of time, you will generate those jobs, and we are beginning to generate those jobs. You can see that in PLFS and other data. You can clearly see declines in unemployment that is coming through as well. So we are making a dent in that unemployment problem you were talking about. Now, very quickly, there has to be a growth model for this. What's the structure of thinking about policies? And I'm going to talk very quickly about three sort of nodes that we use as part of our thinking about economic policy. The first and most important thing about economic policy that this government believes in is macroeconomic stability. We are macroeconomic conservatives. Even at the height of COVID, we were very restrained in the use of fiscal and monetary policy. That served us well afterwards. But at that point, as you can imagine, we were heavily criticized for this. But if you look at whether it's anchoring inflation through the inflation targeting framework, we have taken a country that used to be historically in the 8 to 12% inflation rate to now in the 2 to 6% range. And we have held it there by and large quite well. Foreign exchange reserves have risen. The banking system has been cleaned up, something I was personally involved in doing, and so on. So from a macroeconomic perspective, this is as stable as you can reasonably expect. Our banks are in very good shape. No, we did not require a very large amount of recapitalization. Some did. But in fact, the insolvency and bankruptcy system has fundamentally changed credit behavior in India. And a lot of money did come back into the banking system. Two, our growth model. We are unapologetic supply-siders. We do not like demand management to generate growth. We are, however, investing heavily in anything that has supply-side implications. Ease of doing business, infrastructure, and now we are also beginning to see a significant acceleration in private investment as well. In fact, the latest data suggests that very clearly. And third anchor of our economic policy is how do we make sure that the bottom of the pyramid gets support? I want to make it very clear, at least I personally am not a socialist. So I have no problem with the billionaires. Everybody complains about billionaires. Look, we are 1/6 of the world's population. We should aspire to have 1/6 of the world's billionaires. The issue is, what do we do for the bottom? That is what matters and what transfers we do. And here we have a framework which we clearly state. It's called Antyodaya, which is the rise of the bottom. And so we're targeting absolute poverty. And we have done everything from direct benefit transfer to the Prime Minister's housing schemes, the Awas Yojana, providing gas to the very poorest, toilet building, all kinds of things. And there is no doubt that that is having a significant dent. You can debate whether the claims of particular ministries are accurate or not, but the dramatic increases in the way life is changing at the bottom is absolutely clear. You just have to go to India and go to the village or go to a slum, and you can clearly see it. Right. So you don't have to be cynical about, so-and-so gave this data, and it's whatever it was before, it has gone completely dramatically improved from whatever it is. So 3 things: macro stability, supply side, and transfers to the poor. And all 3 of them have delivered results on the ground. There is no doubt about it.
Thank you so much, Sanjeev. And I think we're going to talk a little bit more about the changes in the macro environment, the fiscal management that we've seen. But one quick follow-up question. So you talked about the very high growth number at the moment. Now, where I live in Europe, we're complaining about the weak global economy, and that's hurting our export sector, and we're not creating enough growth. Where's the growth coming from in India? What are the sectors? What are kind of the activities that drive this very fast growth that you're reporting at the moment?
So it's certainly the fact that Europe isn't growing, Japan isn't growing, UK is not growing, the US is sort of growing. So the external environment in which we are growing is certainly uncomfortable, and we are not getting very much help from this. So that almost all of this growth is basically domestically driven. Very big source of this is investment. A lot of it is, of course, government infrastructure investment, but by itself that cannot generate growth. So there is now private investment. A lot of it is coming from manufacturing, services. Agriculture in this particular year hasn't been great because we had an El Nino, as you all know, and so rainfall was scattered. So agriculture hasn't been a driving, but if you take a prolonged period of time, as Ramesh Chandji was saying earlier, agriculture too has done decently. I mean, agriculture will never grow at 7-8%. It'll always grow at much lower rates. But nevertheless, in this year, it hasn't been a contributor as well. So it's really domestic investment, a lot of manufacturing, services sector, so construction and stuff like that. So that's where the growth is coming from.
It's interesting because in that sense, you could argue that maybe India is over time becoming more like the US. It's part of the global economy, but a lot of the dynamics are actually domestic. And there are
look, very large economies will be driven to a large extent. Right. Even China, at its height of its boom, was driven heavily by construction. Right. Of course, there was a lot of misallocation for which they're suffering now, but it was driven by a lot of domestic driven construction and stuff like that. Right. And to some extent, that will happen with us as well, because at the stage of development we are, we can build a lot of infrastructure. I mean, we have focused in the last decade or so on intercity infrastructure. The next round that we will now see is intra-city infrastructure being built out. And you can already see that in places like Mumbai. You go to Mumbai, go to a tall building, you'll see cranes in every direction. It, in fact, is the world's largest concentration of cranes right now in the world. And the way the city is being reordered is just amazing. I mean, since British times, colonial times, Mumbai functioned on two train lines, basically, and 2 highways. We are adding a absolutely modern, sophisticated metro system. 13 lines are being built at the same time. The longest, the main rib line, line number 3, which will be completed within less than 12 months. That alone, on day 1, will be the world's most heavily used metro line. It's been planned for that. We are building a coastal road in Mumbai, which will again change the dynamics of that city. 12 months maximum. The link, an additional link to the mainland has been created. On the other side of that, we are building a brand new airport. That too, 24 months max, again will be one of the world's largest airports. And this is just one city.
Right. You see that multiplying throughout the country. Sanjeev, thanks so much. So high growth at the moment. You talked about the drivers of that growth. You talked about the structures, macroeconomic stability, supply side, bottom of the pyramid sort of focus. Now you ended up with investment. Investment is clearly needed in India. It has to be financed. So I wanted to turn to Indira and talk to us a little bit about what are the changes that you are seeing on that fiscal side. a lot of changes in the tax regime that we've seen in India. What's the path forward? How is that supporting the growth strategy that we've just heard about from Sanjeev?
Right, thank you. I'll be talking, giving you an insight of the giant strides India has made in its fiscal management side. And very often this is not spoken of. And like you have said that, we all talk about many challenges, climate, we talk about infrastructure and how well, we are coping. But what about the fiscal math? Very often what is not so well stated is we are able to do this within our budget. Somebody is keeping count, somebody is adding up these numbers, and we are stretching the envelope. So let me tell you how we are doing it is with the aid of technology in particular. So I will talk about it in two ways. One is from the tax side. So if you increase your domestic resources, you increase your fiscal envelope, and you can reach your SDG goals that we have set for ourselves. The other side is expenditure. How do you make your expenditure more efficient? How do you make sure your social benefits reach the last mile? And I will give you instances on how we are doing better in all these fronts. So for example, for our taxation side, we have some game-changing reforms, and one is on direct tax front. And I'm only talking about the digital reforms, and there are many other reforms in tax policy and tax rates. But let me give you the digital map, building on your digital infrastructure, India stack. We have the only system in the world called the faceless assessment scheme for direct taxes, where you have no interface between the government and the citizen paying taxes. And that is, we have done away with jurisdiction-based taxation, and you have functional units for taxes. So you have direct taxes, which have now increased phenomenally, and where the scope for issues related to governance and rent seeking have been diminished. That is as far as the direct taxes are concerned. As far as indirect taxes, almost everybody has heard of the one market created by our goods and services tax. The Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, has called it the good and simple tax, in which, in many cases, nobody has ever realized the scale at which this has been conducted. Just think about it. India is the country with 28 different states and 8 union territories. Just the Union Territory of Delhi, which is of 33 million, is greater than the population in Delhi, is greater than the population of the entire country of Australia. So any reform that you talk about has to think about scale. And when you are putting that into a map, we are talking about a goods and services tax. We are integrating 28 countries and maybe 8 more, because each of the union territories are as big as a country. We are integrating 36 countries across an integrated digital map interface. We call this the GSTN. So we have done that, and I could talk more about how we have done this, the process management, the engineering structures that we have gone beyond that. So that has resulted in the last 5 years, the number of taxpayers being registered almost doubling from 7 million to 15 million, and tax collections under indirect taxes, which is almost 50% of our tax collections, increasing double from 7 trillion to about 15 trillion right now. So that is as far as and it is also, one of the places where Mr. Bardhan had referred, we have not done well on cooperative federalism. I may just add that this is one area on cooperative federalism where there has been immense success. There's a Goods and Service, the GST Council, which has had over 50 meetings, and there have been 15 taxes which have been sort of integrated into a single tax.
Can I just ask you, so you said 15 million taxpayers?
Registered taxpayers, indirect.
So these are companies. These are
these are companies, and also these are proprietorships, and any registered taxpayers where you have to take in, you're buying and selling goods.
I'm just asking because 15 million is a large number.
Yes.
But as you said, India is a huge economy. what share sort of economic activity is covered by these type of?
Again, we are moving forward to making it better. So we started with a base of 7 million in 2019, and now we are 15 million. So in leaps and bounds, that's a CAGR of 14%. So where we're going very fast. So this entire reform process is generating linkages and externalities of building businesses and sort of integrating it in a way that, we are moving forward and everybody's in the value chain. So, tax doesn't cascade, costs are coming down, productivity is increasing, and it is a process. And this process, which we don't talk about much, is moving it forward. What you will see, the gains just multiplying. So this is as far as our fiscal front is going. Very interestingly, what is not, again, spoken much about, what is being done on the expenditure front, right? We spend public spending as a proportion of GDP is almost 30%. Translated, it means almost 47,000 rupees per person, or almost 1/5 of per capita income is public spending. How do we track it? Who gets this money? Can we add up how many canals are being built in India? So this is a historical issue. It has nothing to do, if you look at the way accounts are being kept and you see the bookkeeping, it starts with when the Constitution was set up in 75 years ago, and where you have different bookkeeping standards and different, we have different state structures, it's a very complex system. You have a central government, you have a state government, you have local governments, everybody with different bookkeeping, everybody with different schemes and money floating. I have done intensive research. I've actually taken the 1 rupee which flows from the central government and tracked it to the beneficiary and spoken to the beneficiary across 4 states in India. And these are some of the research findings that I find. And I will talk about 4 leading innovations in terms, very briefly, and very happy to talk about it later, which have increased public spending efficiency. One is just-in-time funding. The second is, a single source of truth that we have for social entitlement schemes. And the third, end-to-end data capture. All of these have increased the way we spend. Let me give you an example. When the central, we have been told, there are many central government schemes, and when they're called the centrally sponsored schemes, the money flows from the central government, from the center to the state, and through the implementing agencies, and to the last mile, it goes through a chain of systems. Very often, it's very difficult to connect the dots. And it has nothing to do, it is the way systems have come across over generations. What has now happened is, for centrally sponsored schemes, there's something called a single nodal account. And this was started in 2019. If you look, the moment the money is released by the central government, it goes to the state treasury, it goes to the implementing agencies. Money earlier was parked. You send the money from the central government, it's parked somewhere. And it's parked in a government account, or it's called a public ledger, or wherever. It's called parking of funds, floating of funds, or whatever you call it, without too much accountability. Now money is released just in time. When you spend it, the system, the digital map, it goes through the system. It's called a single nodal account for centrally sponsored schemes. So central government is spending its money more efficiently. What's happening at the state government? I will just give you 3 instances of how money is being spent more efficiently. You will be very happy to know the state of Karnataka has a scheme called the Kutumba scheme. Now, the Kutumba scheme has integrated 15 million households, or in terms of, in terms of number of people, it's about 60 million people through an integrated platform. It has, India is complex. Let's think about it. I, as a beneficiary, I can get money for building my house. I can get money for my education. I can get money, for a toilet. I can get money, for my health scheme. I can get money, So this Kutumba scheme, what it has done in Karnataka, has integrated 15 different databases, including birth and death, etc., farmers' income. So if you do Kutumba, there's a girl somewhere in some village, nobody knows who it is. Her family earns X amount, which is very low, and she's entitled to an education grant. Bam, the government announces it, and it's in her bank account. Then the very next day. These are the unsung stories of India, which is moving forward. So that is how we've integrated the social registries and entitlement schemes.
So the changes that you're describing is not something that you just see at the central level of the government,
the state
but you see that throughout different levels of government. Is there a lot of heterogeneity, or you really see that all of these states are capable and willing to kind of drive this agenda forward?
No, that's where I think you're absolutely right. There are these stories, and the part of the story is there's so many different places and touch points where you can do change management, and there's so many good stories for every state at different touch points that there is a lot of heterogeneity, and there is the time for it to move forward. So I'll stop here. Happy to talk more about how things are moving. Yes, but there is a move towards definitely increasing the fiscal envelope by using digital means, whether it's taxes or whether it's expenditure. And this is, the accounting, bookkeeping, which is not very interesting. There's untold stories of, how do I balance my books of accounts?
It becomes interesting and scary if it doesn't work.
Yeah.
So, I think what we heard from both Sanjeev and Indira was sort of one piece of the growth story is certainly connected with the macroeconomic side and much more efficient fiscal policy. Interesting to see that the changes are both on the revenue generating side with the tax reforms, but also on the spending side with better tracking. Now with our other two panelists, Nirvika and Kevin, I want to go a little bit on maybe what you would call the supply side. Some of those issues that are about how do we change the structure of the economy and address some of the challenges that have already come up in the earlier discussions. Nirvika, green transformation is one of these big topics that not only face India, but also India. Where does the country stand? What are you seeing as some of the key issues?
If I can just take an extra minute in the beginning to just frame this idea of a green transition. So if we think about India's growth strategy or any country's growth strategy, we're talking about increasing output. And looking at it in the abstract, there are 5 inputs, labor and capital, the usual ones, then also knowledge, energy, and raw materials. Now, if we think about where India is now, even if it's growing at 6-7%, it will take 2 or 3 decades to reach where China is now. So I think India has to not only maintain its growth, but possibly accelerate its growth. One of the slides that Christian showed, was something by Danny Roderick, which talked about premature deindustrialization and how India's in some sense missed the boat. But what I'm going to present argues that actually there's more than one new boat sailing. So if we think about accelerating the growth rate, one of the barriers right now, and it will come into my structural argument, is that savings rates are still not quite high enough. And this has some roots in inefficiencies in India's financial intermediation system. But if we think about how we're going to grow, how India is going to grow, it's really going to be a new kind of growth. And there are 2 forces that you all recognize that are going to drive this very different kind of growth. One is the increased importance of information technology, particularly AI, which means lots of different things. Not just generative AI, but also just plain vanilla AI, which makes efficient choices and so on. And the other, of course, is climate change. And I think dealing with these 2 forces in some sense has to be the foundation of India's growth strategy. If you think about India's position now, it is actually well placed because it has been a late late grower, and it has the opportunity to create a completely new infrastructure and economic structure based on renewable energy. And that's, of course, the key input in all of this that connects with climate change, is that we're seeing this massive shift from fossil fuels, which fueled the Industrial Revolution and our growth for 200 years, to something very, very different, renewable energy. Now, if you think about what has to be done there, it involves, of course, solar power generation. If you do the numbers, the numbers are actually not, surprisingly not astronomical. If India's solar power capacity grows at 10% a year for several decades, it will achieve good targets in terms of getting to net zero, for example, by 2050 or 60 or 70. The other point I want to make is that this green transition is not only technically feasible, but it is also feasible in terms of cost. Solar power with appropriate investments in storage, for example, is competitive with coal. You can see how the government of India is quickly adapting. It put on, in the national electricity policy, put on hold plans to build new coal-fired power plants, and instead said we're going to invest that money in developing battery storage technology, which is absolutely what India needs. India has the opportunity to really create a completely new economy based on renewable energy, and that's what I call a green transition. Where does the other big driving force, information technology, come in? Everything we're doing now in terms of products and services, well, products in particular, but also services like electricity supply and generation, when we have a new grid that is based on renewable energy, there's going to be a much greater need for software to manage that, not only because the grid will be more complex, but also the value of energy efficiency is going to go up. So you can see how sometimes there are we're worried about AI taking away jobs, but sometimes AI can also lay the foundations for creating jobs. A lot of this new infrastructure will create new manufacturing jobs and new service jobs. And here, India has to be, I think, aggressive. Just because China dominates the production of solar panels and is now starting to dominate the production of electric vehicles does not mean that there's no room for India in those markets. Because again, we're looking at a global transformation. And if you look at compound growth, the growth opportunities for India in this global green transition are just enormous.
But Nivika, can I
Yes.
jump in there? So I understand the opportunity also
Yes.
to combining green and digital.
Yes.
Where India has clear asset. But I wanted to double down a little bit on that China point,
Yes.
because we all need solar panels and so on as
Yes.
consumers. As producers, the reality is the Chinese have more than 80% of the production. Their cost levels are much lower than what we
Yes.
see in other countries. Where does India stand? I mean, what's the sort of strategy to catch up and ultimately achieve cost levels that are comparable to the Chinese producers?
I think that's something where Sanjeev will have more insight into where India is in terms of implementation. I mean, looking at it as an outsider, for example, I feel like India is being a little slow in terms of developing the transition to producing electric vehicles. With China, you can see, just in the last 10, 15 years, they've become a major global supplier of electric vehicles. And I think India needs to accelerate that. Things like, a previous speaker mentioned, electric buses. So often, corporate fleets, public transportation, all of these, once you start to electrify these, then you can have, more infrastructure, and then you get faster adoption. And honestly, I'm an economist, but I also recognize that there are market failures. And there's a lot of, I think, scope for industrial policy here in terms of providing incentives or subsidies or whatever you want to call them to Indian firms, which I think the Indian government can be more, I mean, it is also already doing some of these things. I think also openness is very important, openness to new technologies, innovation. A lot of innovation is driven by free flow of ideas. So.
Thank you so much. I think there's really a growth driver here with the green transition, interesting assets in India with IT. I hope we have another point in the panel, not in the panel, but in the program of these 2 days to actually get back to that discussion. Also as a European, because we face the same problem. We want to make the quick transition, but how do we ensure that we actually build competitive industries in these areas as well, which clearly is the big growth opportunity.
Yes.
I want to turn to Kevin. One of the key drivers that we know globally of innovation and creativity is cities. We already heard the immense size of Indian cities, the investments that are happening in infrastructure, like in Mumbai. You've worked with many cities around the world, and what their agendas are to drive creativity, innovation, and productivity. Where does India stand at the moment, and how is your kind of outlook for the urban centers in India moving forward?
Yeah. So I keep trying to figure out how to best start this, and there's no good answer.
Just start.
I know. Well, no, the one thing I will say, I do want to say, Amit started this morning by kind of paraphrasing, Amartya Sen and saying you can say whatever you want about India and the exact opposite, and both will be true. And I think we've heard examples of that already this morning, but I actually think the urbanization and what's been happening with urbanization in India, the way people are moving to cities, I think is a good example of that. If you look at, as everybody else does, right, India versus China, right now, the population of China, over 2/3 of the population is living in an urbanized area. In India, it's just over 1/3. In the past 10 years, the rate of which urbanization has increased in China has gone up on average 1% per year over the past 10 years. It's gone up under 0.5% per year in India. So urbanization is not only well behind, but in fact, it's still moving at a slower pace. It's even getting further behind, if you will, as it continues. Now, I don't think this is all bad, and I don't think this is a bad news story. I actually think it's actually kind of good news. We have talked about this. I always call it the Jugaad urbanization of India, using a word that I see Indians smile as soon as I say Jugaads, right? Everybody else is like, what the hell? And we're on Stanford, actually, and they actually have a whole center devoted to Jugaad innovation here. But the idea of a Jugaad is what my dad used to always call close enough for government work. It works. It might not be the best, but it works, right? And if you really look at urbanization across India and how urbanization has been happening, it works. It's not really speedy. It's not really, right? But I think it's intentional. I actually do think that because one of the things, while increased urbanization leads to greater economic outcome in general, and especially in the developed world, absolutely. But in the developing world, it's a bigger challenge because if cities grow too fast, too quickly, all it does is kind of multiply the number of slums. And if the infrastructure can't keep up with the growth, then everything starts to fall apart. So you see this in cities around the world, huge agglomerations of people where there really isn't, the bottom of the pyramid has not been lifted. You don't have, in fact, you keep increasing the size. The base keeps getting bigger and bigger because people are leaving the countryside and moving to cities, and then you even end up, the agricultural points are absolutely wonderful, right? Because it's that part of why you still want to support and maintain it, because if everybody moves to the city, then who's feeding them, right? You end up with these problems where you've got large cities and no one in the countryside growing food for them anymore. And so I do think that if you look at urbanization across India, and it has been very much, even recently, it's been, as you said, the intercity kinds of infrastructure investments, great for moving goods around, somewhat for moving people around, but mainly focused on moving goods around. But not a lot of intra-city stuff. Again, not increasing the opportunities to encourage a lot more people to move to cities. And so I do think that going forward, right, that definitely there's huge opportunities in this to get back to the points on green and digital and the other things that are happening and the innovations and all those things that are going on. As somebody who lives in Toronto, and Sanjeev, I'm going to argue with you about cranes later, because we will absolutely tell you we have more than anybody else in the world. Once Dubai fell apart, we took over. But that kind of infrastructure and the housing and all the other things that you have to create for that create tremendous opportunity and create a lot of, on the supply side, as you said, right, a lot of built-in demand and ability to do things, a lot of construction jobs, which can be lower skill, great for labor, all kinds of other things, right? So I do think there's tremendous opportunity there. But if you really look at the history and what's been going on and what's been happening, it is almost like the brakes have been put on, right? It's like, yeah, we don't want everybody moving. You know, plenty of people still move to the cities. It's enough, but I think there's plenty of opportunity there going forward. But there's a lot of room for that to still happen.
So Kevin, listening to you, and it sounds to me like what you're describing is sort of a second best scenario. You know, I mean, so the institutional structures don't quite allow urban center to really grow, and so you know the way that they grow slower in India is a good thing, but it's a response to something that you now described as the brakes. What would need to happen to remove those brakes, assuming that that would be a good thing to drive stronger long-term growth in the economy?
Well, I mean, which I do, right? I mean, I do actually think you're right. Urbanization is a huge boon, and I think that part of it really is trying to get to the point where you can increase the infrastructure. Because again, what happens is if you build cities without increasing the infrastructure around them, and I don't just mean the roads and subways, it's also hospitals and schools and shopping centers and markets and all the things that really make a city work. And the inclusion and diversity of the people who are living there, right? And getting them involved and engaged in everything that's going on. You have to do all of that, right? You need it, and if you don't do that, then all you do is increase concentrations of poverty. So I do think that it still is, there's a, it's always the chicken and egg issue always, right? It's like, well, and so you need to do both at the same time, in that you need to be improving the infrastructure, improving what's there, making housing and housing opportunities, and getting away from informal housing, right? What's just a slum? And even the informal economy, right? All the stuff that's relying on the informal economy, you just don't know what's going on there. Nobody pays taxes on informal economy stuff, right? So finding ways to structure and organize some of that stuff to be able to support more of that, while at the same time, I think, recognizing the supports for the people in the countryside, if you will, for agriculture and stuff that way.
Thank you so much. So we've heard sort of, if you will, 4 vignettes or stories about India, and as you said, all of these stories, even if they both where they align or where they tell different stories, represent the country. High growth at the moment, sort of a very clear idea what the long-term growth story is. Fiscal management on both the expenditure and the revenue side changing. Opportunities through the green transformation and IT. Opportunities to do more in unlocking the potential of urban centers. I wanted to do one final round, also a bit in reflection of the last presentation that we heard. Overall, this is a story of high growth and potential. So I wanted to get, starting from Nirvikas and moving along here, a quick reaction. So is India's challenge moving forward basically on executing the path that you're on? Or do you see one big thing in your area where you think, no, here we really need to still change course in order to be successful? Nirvika.
So I would say on the whole that I think India's economic strategy makes sense. I think in some cases there could be more of an emphasis in terms of accelerating things. And then that has implications for implementation. But in India, and I think this is true for any developing economy, well, not entirely true. Sometimes, economic strategists use models which turn out to be bad models. But I think in this case, I think the economic direction for India is very clear, and it's,
so the course is right, but now it's about getting it done and being efficient.
Implementation is particularly challenging for India because it is large, heterogeneous, and you have to coordinate different levels. And in some sense, I think that has always been the biggest challenge for India, and it also creates tensions on the political side, which...
Sanjeev, do you concur, or do you see, there's a major thing in the road that we really need to be careful about where we...
So you see, when the economy is clearly growing and there's so much momentum, everybody will go and say, oh, democracy must be flawed in some way or something like that. So because that can't really be proved, you see. And so they will be saying, oh my God, there are investigations into opposition leaders. And I think that's a description of American politics. I had no idea that Professor Bardhan was a closet Trumpian. So the point here is, you see, rapid growth and transformation doesn't make everybody happy. There are members of the old elite in India who are quite unhappy about it. There are some academics based in Western universities that are very unhappy about it. In the old days, they used to come to India for the winter and make presentations at the India Habitat Center. Now nobody turns up for their presentations, so they are a little disgruntled, let's say. But let's look at the facts. Many of the things he quoted were basically these indices and rankings from various of these international think tanks. And India always does very badly in those. But you've got to take these things with a pinch of salt. For example, there is always something called the Variety of Democracy Index, which ranks democracies around the world. And India always does badly in it. Okay? We may call ourselves the world's largest democracy, but we'll be number 95 or 100 or something like that. Now, okay, maybe we are a flawed democracy, but let's look at who are the great democracies in that list. Kingdom of Denmark, Kingdom of Sweden, Kingdom of Norway, Kingdom of Belgium, United Kingdom, Commonwealth of Australia. And basically, the main point is being a kingdom is good for democracy. So these kinds of indices are just created, almost all of them, in a tiny number of think tanks based in the North Atlantic countries, which are now being used in a neo-colonial kind of way to manage narratives. I did a research, which I published, on who are the people who fund these think tanks. They're funded by 4 institutions, 4 sources of funding, and I'll also tell you who they are. One of them is Open Society, Soros, Omidyar, Rockefeller, and Ford. So all these think tanks, maybe dozens of them, they're funded by the same 4 organizations.
I see we need to start a new panel for this discussion, and maybe, Amit, you need to...
No, you had 20 minutes, I just got 3.
No, so maybe Amit and Richard should think about whether we can get the 2 of you to discuss, but not now.
Yeah.
Because we don't have that much time left on our panel, and I think then, of course, we need to go to a break. So let me move over. So again, is India on a path that goes in the right direction but needs to be managed? Or are there kind of kinks in the road that you're worried about or that you think need to require a course correction?
You can't argue with the big numbers of macro. We are the fastest growing economy. We are the trend among the emerging markets. We are still the fastest consecutively. And I'm very, very optimistic on this growth story. And I am the budget keeper, right? I see, can this growth story, is it sustainable? Can we do our fiscal math? Or do we have an unlimited, spend criteria? And I'm optimistic that with the sort of initiatives we are taking in improving our fiscal envelope on both the revenue side and the expenditure side, that as we move along in the growth story, we will be able to fund that, and we will be able to reach or at least move further towards the sustainable good development goals that we are trying to achieve. Because we are looking at some things like basic accounting and bookkeeping while we are doing it.
I'm getting harsh signals from Amit that we need to close. My apologies, Kevin. I want to thank all the panelists. The idea was not to kind of have one story out of 4 or 5 mouths, but to give you different facets on where where India stands. You get to ask questions, but around the tea and coffee tables that will follow now. So the discussion is not over. I understand it has only started. Do that with a little bit of drink, and then we are going to get back in, I guess, 10 minutes or so afterwards. Thank you again, and share me in a round of applause to the panelists. Sorry. That was already. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Thank you. I just need to run out. Can we talk a little bit afterwards?
So right now I'm
You switch it on. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah. I need to find the other panelists. Didn't show. There you go. MR.
Let me have your attention, please. We should take no more than 2 more minutes. Please start to come back to your seats. It's all networking. Let's get the next session started, please. If you would please take your seats again. Please, if I can ask you to return to your seats. We have another panel discussion. Let me ask all conversations to cease, and please return to your seats. I'll get a noisemaker next time. Everyone, we should start the next session. So I'm very happy to be able to follow our discussion of perspectives into India's performance and outlook with a discussion on U.S.-India relations. And we're extremely fortunate and happy that Dr. Arun Kumar has agreed to moderate this panel session. I would like to turn the floor over to Arun with no further ado and ask you to introduce the panel.
Okay, is my mic, are the mics working, everybody? You can't hear? Okay, but I just want to make sure people can hear me. Can everybody hear?
I don't think so.
No, the mics, guys. Audio visual. Can you switch this on? All right, I think we're on. Okay, good afternoon, good morning, whatever. So let me just swing right into the panel. The topic here is US-India relations. I think at this point in history, it's a very easy topic. But let me start with just a few comments, and then we'll go down the line and get everybody's inputs. But today, I think both the US and India are facing into enormous opportunities together. That's a positive. And also, there are some challenges that the US and India are facing along with the rest of the world. In some sense, these challenges are bringing the two countries closer together. We see today there's political conflict that has a strong bearing on the world economy. We have these two conflicts going on that are pretty serious. We see aggressive actions from Russia. We see the rising assertiveness of China. Alongside, we see the fragmentation of global trade, creating stresses on what has been a fairly secular part of globalization. By the way, a little commercial, I've written a book called The Global Trade Paradigm, which goes at length into this topic. We see the advance of technology, most significantly AI, and that was referred to today in a couple of the comments earlier by the ambassador and the consul general, and how, in fact, AI can have huge implications on employment, productivity, and so forth. The advance of AI is creating huge demands on semiconductor capacity, which we're very aware of, sitting as we do in Silicon Valley, and on critical minerals that are needed to support the semiconductor industry. We have issues on climate change and energy security. And to deal with all this, we're seeing some new mechanisms. We're seeing emerging forums, or in fact, what someone called dynamic lattice works, where you have the Quad, 4 countries coming together. You have the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, 14 countries coming together. You have the I2U2, 4 countries in the Middle East, including the US and India. So we've got various mechanisms that are being created because some of the prior mechanisms didn't quite work. And then we see some strong synergies and opportunities that the US and India see jointly in terms of technology, innovation, and global value chains. Finally, both countries are kind of pulled together with a common view or a common, perhaps, distrust of what China wants to do and what are China's goals and what is China's posture. So these are the various things I want to set in terms of context on the US-India situation. And what we have each panelist will focus on a specific part of this. Dinshaw will talk about the strategic dimension. I will then pick up on the economic dimension. James will look at the US-India relationship in the context of other dynamics in the world. And MR will focus on the very important people-to-people foundation of the relationship. I'm not going to introduce each one of them because the bio is in the book that you have. So with that, let me turn it over to Dinshaw.
Thank you. Thank you for having me as well. It's a great honor to be here, and I've been learning a lot. I usually work on issues related to education, public health, and the like, but occasionally I make the mistake of commenting about geostrategic
Hoover
affairs.
conversation with India.
Hoover, yes, the Hoover program in US-India. So I definitely sometimes veer into this lane. I'm going to focus my comments today on just picking up on what Arun said last about this role of an emerging China and how a lot of people say that this should be the basis for a US-India relationship. We've got leaders in the in DC talking about how the US-India relationship is going to be the most important in the 21st century because of the threat of China. And I think it's going to be the most important relationship in the 21st century for reasons that have, honestly, very little to do with China. And let me make 3 reasons why I think we should actually think about moving on from this framework of thinking of China as the reason why US and India should connect. So first and foremost, I think that what we see, what the US wants with China, what the concerns are with China, are very different from what India wants and what India's concerns are. India has to be neighbors with China. They're frontline power. The challenges that India faces, we all know them. But at the end of the day, India is going to be there 100 years from now, 1,000 years from now, trying to figure out how to make relationship work with China. India's threats are along its border primarily, whereas the US historically has been mostly concerned with Taiwan and the South China Sea. That's a different direction, a different dimension. Obviously, when China does the actions that we see it do, I would personally like to see more collaboration. I certainly think that's an important thing. I think we should be sharing information, talking about China, but basing the relationship on China loses out on a lot of other aspects. So that's the first point. The second point is that just when we take a geostrategic look at the entire region, the region is bigger than China. And I think we would find a lot more convergence, we meaning US, would find a lot more convergence with Indian thinkers when we think about Central Asia, right? When we think about terrorism, when we think about places like Sri Lanka, even when we think about places like the Middle East. I2U2 is a really promising initiative. But there it seems like we've got a lot more to say, a lot more to work with in terms of partnering with India. For instance, right, I think that any kind of policy that the US considers doing now in Central Asia, including in Pakistan, Indians should be at the table talking about it, because I think we have a similar sort of perspective in terms of what we want to see in that region, right? So that's the second point. We can work strategically across a much larger swath than China. Third, I really think that this relationship, it's going to be built on the people-to-people, the economic that you're going to hear. Second largest diaspora in the US right now is Indians, or Indian Americans. One of our fastest growing trade partners, one of our hopes for investment, everything we've been hearing about today, right? The comparisons that we've had with China up until this panel have not been about some kind of potential conflict or anything like that. It's about how India can match China in terms of economic performance, in terms of geostrategic ambition, those sorts of things. Economic performance, these kinds of things are going to really tie in. So I'm much more optimistic about basing a relationship on these areas: energy, health, education, people to people, these kinds of areas. If we focus only on China, say tomorrow something changes with China, right? For instance, say tomorrow, for whatever reason, Xi and the powers that be decide to pull back from the Chinese border. I would hope that India would rush to China with an olive branch, taking up that charge, trying to make peace. If our relationship is based on things like IPEF, Quad, things like that, exclusively checking China, and India suddenly rightly takes an about face, where does that leave these kinds of endeavors? Do we scrap them? Does the US say, okay, we're no longer interested in working with India? That can't be the perspective. We have to take a more grand, broader perspective to the US-India relationship. Now, I think James is going to say why I'm wrong, so we'll have a little bit of a warning tippa. So,
great. Okay, so thank you, Nisha. So your basic point is that don't think that China should be such a dominant influence in a close US-India relationship. And I think most of us would agree with that. I think also current thinking is that nobody wants the world to be two worlds, like a China world and a US world. The US has to work closer with China. There's too much interdependence economically on China. Let me just quickly segue into the kind of the economic aspect of the US-India relationship. I want to say that when I worked in the Department of Commerce many years ago, we felt, and it was our conviction, that economics and commerce have to become central to the US-India relationship. And I was really privileged to work with Amitabh, who was extremely good in helping us come together on that conviction. In fact, at that point, today, a lot of the conversations about strategic and defense, at that point, there was a lot more in proportion about commerce and economics. So where do we stand today? I think the last year has probably been the most productive year in the US-India relationship in probably ever, a very long time. And this is borne out by the numbers, by the volume of trade, although not by bilateral trade and investment treaties between the US and India. By an emerging congruence on national and geo-economic priorities, and as I mentioned earlier, by the US and India participating together in these new lattice works of multilateral agreements. And in some of these, really, the US and India are the central players of those agreements, which is important to remember. In terms of numbers, trade doubled over the last 8 years. Major investments have been made. And the COVID pandemic suddenly made clear that you could work remotely across the world. And that's a huge benefit for India and for US-India companies that work together. As well-known US companies, some of the largest companies have their largest or second largest populations in India. And now technology development and technology corporations are undertaking very serious product development efforts from India. There are apparently 300,000 semiconductor circuit designers working out of India in US and global corporations. So I think the economic relationship is very, very strong. We had some impediments in the past, the issues like ease of doing business, which still exists quite a bit, but there's a lot of progress being made. And we see more consistency in policies. I think the GST that was mentioned earlier today and the bankruptcy code that was mentioned earlier today are great examples of wonderful results that we've seen over the last 10 years. I think we have to also accept that today we're living in a world of global supply chains, and these supply chains are intertwined, and India stands to benefit as the world tries to get redundancy from China. When China, as I said, is 25% of global manufacturing, that is enormous. That's an enormous dependency, and it's often a single point of failure, as we found during the COVID pandemic. So there's definitely a push towards more redundancy, and India stands to benefit from that. I think both the US and India have a great desire to boost manufacturing, to create jobs, to have higher skills, as well as for strategic reasons, not to be over-dependent on other sources. I think, therefore, that the US-India collaboration in manufacturing and supply chain has got to be one of the very big plays for the future. And we're seeing this in semiconductors. For strategic reasons, India has great focus on semiconductors. Today, a number of projects were mentioned, which is great to hear. And I think, and as I see the amount of time I've been spending in India for the last 7 years, the quality of manufacturing capabilities in India has significantly improved. I mean, it's really, I mean, it's in many areas, it's globally competitive. And you can see that from the fact that India's automobiles, et cetera, are compared with the best in the world in their categories. So manufacturing is actually an area of inherent comparative potential capability for India. I'll spend a second on these lattice works. I think the Quad is very important. The IPEF, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, that was briefly mentioned in one of the comments earlier, and India is participating in 3 of the 4 pillars of the IPEF. to do with supply chain and so forth. That's important, and those kinds of collaborations will benefit the entire region. The India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, the IMEC, that was stood up as a result of the G20, is a major strategic move. And in some sense also counter to the Belt and Road Initiative, although the Belt and Road Initiative seems to be getting a bit long in the tooth. But this could be a very dynamic program, and I think that India is very central to that space as well. Technology was mentioned a few times. More and more we'll see increasing collaboration between India and the US in critical and emerging technologies. I think in the future, conversations and even contentions will be less about trade and more about technology. So it's good to see the US and India coming together under the ICET framework. So where do we go from here over the next several years? The economic dimension, I can only see increasing and intense collaboration between the two countries in the public sector and the private sector. As India becomes the third largest economy, it will become an increasingly important market for US companies, providing another incentive. Now you've got to also put this in a bit of perspective. China was very attractive to the US because also a very large internal market. India is growing today at, let's say, 7% or 7.5%. On a base of about 3.7 trillion. China is, the base of China is almost like 20 trillion. So they have a bigger base, and so it's going to take a while for us to catch up to be equally attractive, but I think we could well be on the right direction. Looking even further, how will the dynamics between the US and India go? I would hope that as India becomes more powerful economically, as China has, we're able to manage between the two countries a more comfortable dynamic. I think today we see a lot of conversation between the two countries, increasing trust, and I hope that can be maintained even as India becomes more and more powerful economically. So looking forward, I'm an optimist, but history is never a straight line. Things can go wrong, but I think the foundations are in place for the two countries to work very well together. With that, let me turn it over to James.
Very good, thank you. So I lived in India for 5 years as a foreign correspondent, writing mostly about business, but for the last 7 years I've lived in Singapore looking at geopolitical developments. Most recently I ran the International Institute for Strategic Studies office in Singapore, which runs the Shangri-La Dialogue Defense Summit, where the United States, China, and India would attend to talk about regional geopolitical issues. And I suppose without, as Dinsha said, without wanting to reprise the debate we had in the previous session between Pranab Bardhan and Sanjeev Sanyal, my aim here, I think, is to disagree with Dinsha and to say that as far as I can see, it would be nice if the US-India relationship was sort of based in this broad-based way with all sorts of different dimensions in it. But it's very difficult to understand what has happened in terms of the way both sides are cooperating without thinking that China is really the motivating force here. I mean, it seems to me that both sides perceive a common threat, albeit realized in different ways. And both sides get sort of common benefits in terms of a much deeper partnership that has changed the way they approach international affairs. I mean, seen from a US point of view, having India in some form as part of a group of countries that are concerned about China's rise, sometimes the like-minded, whatever you want to call it, makes that coalition much more compelling, because otherwise it's simply a coalition of rich industrial countries. And with India there, it's much more diverse. It's also much more geographically broadly spread. And it was for that reason that over a long period of time, I mean, the US policy that has been described towards India as a policy of strategic altruism, meaning anything that's good for India is good for the US. As long as India is rising economically, militarily, then that's helpful to US interests, principally but not exclusively, because it helps balance China in Asia. But from India's point of view, I mean, India is relatively weaker than China economically and militarily. It is in the process of catching up on those two metrics, but it's not there yet, and therefore its only real option internationally is what the international scholars call external balancing, which means being friends with people with whom you can form partnerships. And while the public rhetoric of India's government often talks a lot about an omnidirectional, multi-directional foreign policy, really what has happened over the last decade is that India has vastly improved its relationship with the United States, with the Quad countries, with Japan and Australia and South Korea, and with the Europeans, because those are the countries from whom you get most benefit in terms of technology, defense cooperation. I mean, it's not exclusively those countries. India has built, strategic relationships with the United Arab Emirates or Israel or any number of other countries. But the most important component are those sort of high-tech industrial nations who provide you with a lot of the things that you need when you're trying to cope with a much larger and pretty aggressive neighbor. And so some of the examples that we talked about already, so ISET, the technology partnership, which has been a very interesting reconfiguration of the US-India relationship around technology. That's not sort of fundamentally about China, but it is a way of building a new form of partnership with sort of China working in the background. I2U2, which you mentioned, the Middle East industrial sort of infrastructure project, I think that's much more directly driven by China, as in, I'm pretty sure that at some level, if the United States and the Europeans hadn't sort of developed that partnership with the Middle Eastern countries, then China would have done it instead. And so often there is a sort of direct competitive relationship. So in a sense, I feel like it's okay to admit that China is the sort of part of the motivating factor here. India and the US do not have identical interests. India is principally concerned about South Asia, the Himalayas and the Indian Ocean and China's position there. The United States is principally concerned about East Asia and Taiwan. Ashley Tellis wrote that article that many of you will have read last year saying that the US has made a bad bet on India. He didn't write the headline, but the gist of it was just, we need to be realistic about the fact that the US and India have overlapping interests in some areas, but India isn't going to get involved in a future conflict over Taiwan because it doesn't perceive it to be in its own interests, just in the same way that India didn't join the predominantly Western-led coalition against Russia because it doesn't perceive joining a coalition against Russia to be in its own interests. But at the same time, India, in a sense, I saw the other day an article which said that the India relationship with Russia is in a form of managed decline, as in if you think of India's strategic portfolio of relationships, it has historically been a bit overweight on Russia and is now going to re-rate in favor of other countries, some of which will be Western and some of which will be, like the United Arab Emirates or Israel. And so India is in, as my former boss, John Chipman, used to say, a sort of process of dynamic portfolio management of its international relations. And it has become more overweight on the US, it's becoming a bit more underweight on Russia, and lying behind that realignment, I think, fundamentally, is the concern about China, and we can agree or disagree on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nish. Thank you, James. Emar.
Yeah, I want to focus on the history of the diaspora, where the diaspora has gone, how diaspora can work with India as it gets to 100 years old. So just a quick history on the diaspora. There are about 30 million people who live outside of India, of Indian origin. The first migration happened during colonial rule when a lot of Indians went as indentured labor to a lot of different countries. That migration stopped when India became independent, and then a new migration started, let's say 30, 40 years ago, when Indians went to study abroad. They went to US and UK and Canada, and now more recently Australia. That set off a complete new trend of migration where people went as qualified, people into geographies where they needed a lot of talent, like the US. And suddenly, the US population of Indian immigrants has grown to almost 5 million now, okay, out of the 30 million. So these are big increases in population to the US, same thing with Canada, same thing with now Australia. Now, almost 3 to 4% of Australia is Indian. Very little known fact. There's 750,000 Indians in Australia, right? So suddenly, a lot of countries are getting a new class of immigrants, highly qualified, highly motivated, and want to generate income, wealth, and they're also tied to India, right? So
these are the two different types of diaspora we're dealing with. Is the old diaspora that went as indentured labor, and then the new class of Indians who've gone in as educated people, right? So that's what we're dealing with. Now, as a group together, this 30 million people have helped India tremendously. Last year, it's not gone unnoticed by government officials here in the audience that the diaspora contributed 110 billion, that's B with a billion, of remittances to India last year. And it's only growing every year. These remittances also are changing in terms of demographic. Initially, a lot of money came from the Middle East, where Gulf country workers were sending money. Now that demographic mix has changed to where Western diaspora are investing in India. One of the things that happened recently, I think there was a new apartment complex in Gurgaon that had 1,000 apartments up for sale. I think they closed the deals in 3 days. The fact with that was 25% of those new apartments that ranged from $2 million to $5 million were purchased by the diaspora. So again, the mix is changing in terms of how the diaspora is investing in India, right? So the diaspora can actually contribute both in terms of buying real estate, investing in companies, investing in mutual funds, and so forth, in a very different way than the older diaspora did, okay? So this has to be kept in mind. Now, also, the diaspora is very influential in foreign policy terms, in terms of how it can help India as well, right? There are now 12 prime ministers and presidents of Indian origin in the diaspora, 12. Okay? The prime minister of Portugal, the prime minister of Guyana, the president of Singapore recently was of Indian origin. So again, there's a whole host of people in the political side that have some ties to India that can be helpful. Also in the Fortune 500, Indiaspora has produced a list of almost 70 CEOs in the Fortune 500 who are of Indian origin, and most of them are first-generation Indians, okay? So that comes into play as well. And so I think by using this, the diaspora is rising, India is rising at the same time. I think we can help each other grow in stature, grow in influence, and grow in success. So one of the things that the Indian diaspora is also doing in countries where we live is to actually showcase the impact of the diaspora. It's not just generating income or generating wealth, but the soft facts of how the Indian diaspora is helping the countries we live in. For example, in the US, there are about 100,000 Indian doctors, right? Even if you do the math, they serve 10 patients a day. That's millions and millions of patients that are being served by Indian doctors in the US. 7% of the doctors in the US are Indian, right? And this is pretty similar in many other countries Indians live in. Same thing with education. I mean, this is being held at Stanford. We estimate there are between 10 and 20,000 Indian academics in the US. And let's say they teach 100 kids a year. That's millions of students that are being taught by the Indian diaspora. So these are the kinds of things Indiaspora is going to be documenting and publishing a report later this year as well, showcasing how the diaspora is also servicing and in the countries we live in. It's not just talking to India, but it's also working with the country we live in. So many, many different things are happening with the diaspora. I think the good thing is the reason the two are growing together, I think we can be helpful to each other. I'll stop with that and come to Thank you, Amar. No, I think the impact of the diaspora, we're going to see even more. In fact, in China's own progress post their liberalization, the overseas Chinese were a major factor in coming in and investing and helping them grow. I'm sure we're going to see different flavors of that here. In the few minutes we have left, I thought we've got such a great audience. We'd love you to get one or two comments or questions.
Don't be shy.
Yes, Christian.
Maybe a question to all of you, probably starting with James. The U.S. is... Thank you. The U.S. is going to have an election soon. Can you discuss a little bit, how you think India might feature in that debate and what the consequences of an election result might be for the India-US relationship? Thank you.
That is an interesting question. I think India is much more sanguine about the potential return of President Trump than other Western powers. So I was in Brussels recently, and the just sheer rising panic about this prospect in Europe is palpable. I think in Asia, there's more sort of sang-froid about this. I mean, on the one hand, my intuition is, and from talking to people in Delhi around the Prime Minister Modi, they didn't really have all that many problems with President Trump. I mean, they thought they could deal with him, and as I say, coming back to my disagreement with Dinsha, sort of fundamentally, I think because Trump had a quite corrosive, aggressive stance towards China, then many in the Indian security establishment were quite happy about that. They felt he kind of rocked China back on his heels, much more so than President Obama did in the previous administration. I think the risk is that Trump, were he to win, and so I think if Biden wins, then the relationship is on a firm footing and they'll continue and there'll be more development and it'll be reasonably stable and all the rest of it. I think if Trump wins, the risk is that Trump looks at allies and partners and says, well, what are you doing for me? And so he has absolutely no interest in a relationship of strategic altruism, sort of quite the opposite. He's not going to take the attitude of sort of, well, if India is doing well, then that's basically good for us in this amorphous sense. He wants a quid pro quo. And already in Washington, even amongst the kind of the pro-India crowd that Dinsha mentioned, which definitely exists in the Pentagon and the State Department, everyone's very pro-India. They want this relationship to succeed. But there is a sort of underlying concern that sort of we're giving quite a lot to this relationship and we're not getting very much back in return. And that creates a risk, as in they're worried that people in Congress will sort of start saying, well, like, are we getting enough out of this? Is this enough of a partnership? India's not going to support us in Taiwan when we need it. They didn't support us in Ukraine. So we're doing lots of useful things for India, but what are we getting out of it? And I think on the Democratic side, they say, okay, well, let's look at the bigger picture here. This relationship is very strategically important, and therefore, let's just move forward with it, and good things will follow. I don't think President Trump would take that attitude. I think he would want a more sort of specific quid pro quo, and therefore India probably needs to think about how it would manage that. But I feel like India feels that it would be able to manage that relationship. What do you think, Dinsha?
Yeah, I think I wouldn't add much more to what James said. I would mention, however, just in a different dimension, one of the nicest things that we've seen about the election, if we can find anything really heartening about it, we had two candidates on the Republican side that didn't run from their Indian identities at all. Nikki Haley, when her presidential announcement was made, she said she grew up in a town of blacks and whites, and she puts up a picture. I was neither. I was outside, and her turbaned father was there. When she voted in South Carolina the other day, she wheelchaired in her mother. She wasn't running from her identity like we've seen candidates previously. Similarly, Vivek Ramaswamy made the argument that Hinduism links to American values in a beautiful way and talked about his Indian ancestry in a really nice, heartening way. On the Democrat side, you also see people identifying very strongly with their Indian identity. It's a new age for Indians in this country, and it's really heartening to see.
Sriram, and then.
James, you almost did a presumptive close on the upcoming Indian election, which is going to happen much sooner than the American election. So does that have any consequence or change in the way you think about the framing of this?
I'll take this one, at the risk of getting in some trouble. No, I think that, we had Rahul Gandhi here last year, and one of the things that was striking with him was that there really wasn't much daylight difference in terms of foreign policy on any number of issues with the prevailing government. He basically said he agrees with the government on Russia-Ukraine at the time. On China, I think he's following that same path. So in terms of foreign policy, I mean, I think we all know who's most likely to win. It's going to be BJP. But even in some unlikely event that Congress comes in, I think we know what we're going to get on both sides.
Okay.
One thing I want to add, though, is
in the Biden administration, there are almost 150 Indian Americans who hold very important positions. That was not true in the Trump administration, so I think that's a factor to be kept in mind.
I think, see, Amit, maybe there's one last point and then we close. I think that's it. I think we're closed. Go ahead.
Yeah. Shout it out. It's okay.
Out of time.
United States and India seeing each other as deep civilizations, and what can India bring to the table in this new age of AI with the human values and a lot of fascinating things that it has built.
I mean, I'd say with all due respect, and that's a great topic, but it'll take a long time to deal with, and I see Amit already showing me the...
No, you can just take one more. You have 1 more minute, please. Like.
Go ahead, James.
I think that's an interesting idea. I mean, I think the bigger challenge is that the United States is not a civilizational, so it doesn't have a civilizational worldview. And in that sense, India has more in common with China. And that's sort of part of the sort of enduring tension that the US liberal internationalism is not really one that deep down India shares. And therefore, that's why I sort of view this as more of a marriage of convenience than a love marriage, if you see what I mean.
I want to add one thing,
Right.
James. I want to add one thing. You said, what is India giving to the US? I think India's export of human capital in the next decade is something the US and other countries will want to have. I call it the geriatric economy that's coming in all the Western countries. They're going to need doctors, nurses, they're going to need staff, and India is going to be able to provide that. I think that's what US is going to get back.
It's surrounded. All right, I think I'll wrap it up.
Yeah, sorry.
I'd say, well, thank you. It was a great conversation. Sorry I couldn't take, I think we're really out of time, so thank you. Let's catch up separately with the panelists after this. So thanks again.
Rajat, you have a comment
panelists.
or you have a question?
Okay, go ahead. Amit, as long as we have...
Arun Kumar, on how the diaspora has changed, the changing nature of the diaspora. But how do you think the engagement of the diaspora with India has changed over time? Can you talk a little about that?
Yeah, I think it's changed for the positive in terms of just the bridges, the number of direct flights from San Francisco to India, the 17 flights a week, right? I mean, things... I think the investments. I think there are tons of for diaspora investing in India. That says it all in my mind. Why are they investing in India, not in the US? A lot of capital is going to India from the diaspora. Personal wealth is going to India. So that says it all.
And just on the economic, you covered the economic really well, but politically, it's amazing to me when we get, for instance, a group of generals who come, 20 generals might come from National Defense College. You ask them, how many of you have relatives in the US? Half the hands go up, right? That has some kind of effect because they're observing what's going on in this country. They're getting better understanding of what's going on in this country. There's more communication that's happening from a lower level, person-to-person level that then manifests in really important ways for the relationship.
It's a very good point. Great. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for this fascinating conversation, Arun. So we'll quickly... Thank you. So we'll quickly move on to our next talk. We have somebody out here. Can I have your attention, please? Asha, please. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Okay, so we'll get going with the next session or the next part of the program. We have a very interesting gentleman here. His name is Arun Mazumdar, one person who possibly needs no introduction in Bay Area, possibly across the world as well, for a simple reason that he's somebody who created the first school, or who's the founding dean for the first school that was created at Stanford in 75 years. For the Dyer School, he's the dean here. In fact, one of the foremost authorities on climate and energy. Arun, I think you don't really need much more introduction from my side, but one of the most prolific academics that you will ever meet in your life. Arun, over to you for your talk, please. Thank you. Thanks a lot for joining us today.
Thank you. Well, thanks a lot. I don't know if there's a clicker. Is there a clicker? Ah, there it is. Where do you want me to stand? Over there or out here? You're the boss.
You can be here.
Okay.
Thank you.
I want to thank Amit and Richard Dasher for putting this together. For those of you who are not from Stanford, welcome to Stanford. The last time I visited India was in August of 23 for the B20 meeting. This is Chandra, who's the chairman of Tata and also chairman of the B20, happens to be in my advisory board. So he said, why don't you come and join? Which I did. I don't know how Chandra framed it. I mean, the timing was impeccable because India had just landed Chandrayaan-3 on the south pole of the moon, which is an amazing historic moment. And if you combine this with the digital infrastructure for payments, the inclusive growth that the Prime Minister talked about, this is a very different India that I saw than even like 10 years ago. And I just left with a sense of pride. There's a contagious optimism. And there's also recognition that I think India is on an inflection point in its trajectory, which is amazing. I also reminded, when I was on stage at the B20, I reminded people that this is not an accident. When you land on the moon, from the US experience, I can tell you, this is not an accident. This is the tip of the iceberg, and this is the product of an innovation ecosystem that then you recognize the landing on the moon, but there's much more behind. So just to give you an example of what happened in the US experience. When people landed on Apollo 11, 1969, with a call to action in 1962, which I'm going to go back to. At that time, what is now recognized is that whole innovation ecosystem, in addition to the moon landing, produced integrated circuits, cellular communication, lasers, fiber optic communication. The internet, early days on the internet, 1968, was the first communication between computers. Some of you out here, UCLA, Santa Barbara, were involved, and many, many more. So one can ask the question, okay, so India is poised for innovation. What should it focus on? Well, certainly it has done an amazing thing in the digital side. I'd like to offer a perspective which I think is potentially the greatest challenge of this century, and along with the challenge is an opportunity. And is the opportunity to seize, and it's up for grabs for anyone. And the question is, will US and India seize it together? So I'm going to explain to you, in my perspective, of the global challenge, because this is a global issue, and India and US are global players. Okay, so let me fast forward. Okay, so this is the world population. And whenever I've presented this, MR reminds me, you scare the heck out of people. So I'm going to scare you a little bit. But I'm also going to give you the flip side of it, the opportunity. This is the human population. It took 1 million years for the human population to grow to 300 million. And now it takes 13 years to add 1 billion people. Okay? This is not exponential. This is super exponential. I call this the human tsunami. Yeah? Along with the human tsunami, there's a human consumption tsunami. This is in terms of GDP. I put it in GDP because people are consuming. That's why people are producing, right? And this is a great story for human beings, because without this, we won't have the lifestyle that we have today. We would be an agrarian society of, 150 years ago, right? This is a great story. Our life expectancy has gone up, our health has gone up, all of these things. We have information on our fingertips. That's all this. But it's a consumption tsunami. But to produce that, we have the energy consumption tsunami. And I put this only in the last few, those arrows are my family's generations. I was born in the 1960s in Kolkata, grew up in Delhi. My kids were born here in the 1990s. My parents were born in the 1920s and 30s. They went through this partition, if you recall, some of you. And my grandparents were born at the turn of the century, right? In 4th generation, we went from most of the energy from biomass to where we are today, 80% by fossil fuel. So it should not be a surprise to anyone that there is a CO2 tsunami, okay? And you can extrapolate this to the water tsunami. There's a biodiversity challenge, all of these things. So you are at a university. You'll get a quiz, and your lunch depends on it. No, I'm just kidding. I'm going to throw some numbers at you, and I want you to think about the units. I'm going to give you the units of the first. So 1, 2, 840, 20. The first two numbers, 1 degree Celsius, it's about 1.3 degrees Celsius, is the global average temperature rise from that pre-industrial level. 2 degrees is the max from the Paris Agreement, which India and US were both part of, right? The next number is 800. The 800 is not 800 degrees Celsius. We're not on Venus. If we are to maintain the 2 degrees temperature rise, we have a budget of 800 billion tons of CO2, the global budget, okay? 800 gig. The next number is 40. That's the rate of emissions of CO2 per year globally. The last number is obvious. We've got 20 years. That's the next 20 years are likely to be the most important 20 years to address this issue. And when I say 1 degree, 2 degrees, of course, it's just a manifestation, representation of the challenge that we are seeing. These are summer temperatures, NASA data. This is data, not projections. And you can see, some summers are hotter, which are red, some summers are cooler, which is blue. You can see where this distribution is going. And the tail of the distribution, which is the heat waves and the humidity waves, they're reaching places where this is unprecedented. And that tail of the distribution has a more disproportionate effect on the human health, on economies, and all that. So this is what's going on. And so we are in this situation. This is pretty scary. So people have realized that we have to do something about it. So now I call this the defining challenge, because this is not just energy. What happens in energy, we'll come to that, affects water. We all know this. What happens in water affects food, biodiversity, ecology, global health, and climate change affects all of them in generally an adverse impact. This is the sustainability challenge. So people have realized this is a problem. And so the global commitments that have been made in Glasgow, right? India's 2070, US is 2050. The United Nations has Sustainable Development Goals. More than 60%, I'm told, is 80% of the Fortune 500 companies have made some kind of climate and sustainability commitments. They're trying to figure out how to get there. The commitment has been made. They're trying to figure out the details. The details have not been worked out, okay? This is like marriage. You make a commitment, then you have to work out some details, right? So that's what's going on. And no one really has a pathway through. You ask any corporation if they say they have a plan, please let me know. So given all of this, but the question is, what do we need to do? This is the macroscopic picture. On the vertical axis is CO2 per year, CO2 emissions per year. On the x-axis is time. And so I call this scale versus speed. And if you look at the red line and the blue line and the yellow line, that's the decarbonization effort that needs to be done. It's in tens of gigatons, 50 gigatons per year. That's not enough. This blue line is the negative emissions. These CO2 molecules have to be there, will remain there in the atmosphere for several hundred years. So the CO2, the waste that the West has produced over the last 100 years or so, most of it came from the Western economies, right? We have to remove our own garbage, to put it bluntly. Otherwise, we'll have problems. So this is the macro picture. But of course, this is not going to happen by extrapolation of the past. So how do we address this? I'm throwing out these gigatons as if these are just numbers. So let me give you another quiz. What is the total weight of all 8 billion human beings on Earth in gigatons? Okay? Remember, tens of gigatons. What is the weight? Half a gigaton. Okay? We're talking about new industries that need to be created. And we are seeing early days of that right now. That's the opportunity. So you have multiple gigaton scale, $1 trillion per year industries that need to innovate. Electricity, heating, transportation, you can go down the line, including information. If you look at the growth of energy use and information, it is all the chat GPTs that we do, that takes a lot of energy. So they have to transform. This is the largest transition for humanity. 8 billion people going to 10 billion, $100 trillion economy that is based largely on fossil fuel and with emissions that need to transition in the next 40, 50, 60, 70 years. The next 2 decades, the most important ones. And that's the opportunity to seize. So what has happened so far? Energy innovations of scale in the United States. We have been fortunate with natural gas. That has emissions. But also renewables. This is the first time in history, human history, that renewables at this scale, of terawatt-hour scale, is one of the cheapest way to produce electricity. So it's not a surprise that you're seeing all these investments. Last year, $1.8 trillion investment globally in renewables. In oil and gas, $1 trillion. Okay? So you're almost a factor of 2. Batteries, we all know, electric vehicles, and if it goes down by a factor of just 20, 30% or more, we can have electric vehicles cheaper than gasoline vehicles. And of course, this has been picked up. And let's not forget energy efficiency light-emitting diodes, which are becoming as cheap as incandescent line. So why would you put incandescent which is more of a heater with a little light source? But this is not enough. There's a lot more that needs to be done. You need multi-grid scale storage at 1/10 the price of lithium-ion batteries. There's small modular nuclear. We can't ignore nuclear. There's refrigerants. This is the cooling thing that, when refrigerants have global warming potential of 3,000 times that of today's refrigerants. Energy efficiency in building. Industrial side is one of the most difficult one. Maybe hydrogen, right? There's a lot of interest in hydrogen, steel, cement. And there's a standard question that if you can't decarbonize steel and cement, it's going to be very hard to decarbonize the economy. Because that's the infrastructure that we build. Food, by the way, is 25% of the emissions, food and agriculture. And there needs to be this huge sucking sound of CO2, okay? That has to be put somewhere. In the interest of time, I'm going to go. So at Stanford, we realized this is a defining issue of this century. And academia, with business school, engineering, sciences, law, it's not really geared up to address this challenge. Because this is not just a business or an engineering issue. This is all of the above. So we have business schools, engineering, but we decided to launch this, the first school in 75 years, with a vision to create a future where humanity and nature, those 10 billion people and nature can thrive together. But this cannot be done alone. This has to be done in partnerships. The whole idea is to create knowledge, co-create scalable solution. We, sitting here, do not understand fully the challenges in India. That needs to be co-created and co-developed with partners worldwide. This is about the opportunity of the lifetime. I'm an engineer. Engineers, we generally look at, let's solve the problem. Well, this is the biggest problem we can think of creating knowledge and scalable solutions innovation. I'll give you a few examples. We're sitting in Stanford. This is Fred Terman, was the dean of engineering, who had 2 students, Hewlett and Packard. That led to this growth of Silicon Valley, right? And we are sitting here. This is named after Jensen Huang. That's Y2E2. This is Jerry Yang and Akiko Yamazaki. That's Ram Shriram, Google, and Spilker, which is GPS, right? We are the beneficiaries. It started from here as the beneficiaries of this innovation ecosystem. And in the energy area, we have a center after Tom Steyer and his wife of the sustainable innovation. And that has, over the last decade, we've invested just small amounts, 100K, 50K, $6 million. Follow-on funding, $1.6 billion. Okay, so this is that how you start to launch innovations, because sometimes for large companies it's very difficult to move, but small can do that. This is already there, and we felt this is necessary but not sufficient. We have to think about scale, and we have launched something called the Sustainability Accelerator, which is preparing for scale-up. It's not just startup. It has to be at scale-up. So you have to prepare for the scale-up when you start up from the beginning. And I'm going to harken back to the moon landing from the US perspective now. This goes back to September of 1962, President Kennedy launching the moonshot of we choose to go to the moon in this decade, not because it's easy, but because it's hard. It's an organizing principle to get everyone focused on where you want to go. We are taking that on scale and destination seriously. We call this accelerator. We have multiple flagships now. The first one is greenhouse gas removal of CO2, gigatons of CO2 per year at less than $100 a ton by 2050. That's quantitative metric. That's where we want to reach. Now the question is, what will scale up? You have to ask the question. And there are many more. Adaptation. This is super important. Adaptation for billions of people against the tsunami of climate change. And protecting land and water, feeding, food security is going to be a huge issue. Right? So we have to work backwards now, just like those NASA people did. Work backwards from the destination, thinking about the scale, and that's what's going on. There's lots of issues. It's not just technology then. It's about finance, about policy, equity, supply chains, education, and at scale, unintended consequences. We are living in the unintended consequences of the 20th century. This at scale will have unintended consequences. We have to think about that. And then you start up to scale up. That's what we're going after. Let me end by, this is our North Star of the school. This is a very different kind of school. It's an all-campus effort. And this is about harnessing all the powers we have. Knowledge, education, talent, innovation, partnership, influence, to really restore it for our kids and grandkids. And in the words of Martin Luther King, who was a big fan of Gandhi, the fierce urgency of now. Of course, he used it for a different reason. And our North Star, real North Star, is a different way of looking at the future. We do not inherit this earth from our ancestors. That's a typical way. We are really borrowing this from our children. So this is all about the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arun. Thank you. Thanks a lot for taking out time. And this has just been a very eye-opening, fascinating set of numbers that you've shared. In fact, without further ado, we have a very special guest from India who's here, Mr. Amitabh Kant, who's going to deliver his keynote. So for his session, he's going to be speaking for about 20, 25 minutes, and then we'll open it up for questions for about 10 minutes. But I need to introduce this very interesting person that I've known for about a decade or so, or maybe even longer. Somebody who's a policy reformer, has been known across the world for somebody who's been absolutely amazing in terms of creating impact. At present, he's the G20 Sherpa. He was somebody who drove what Niti Aayog became or came to be in terms of the impact that was created, especially through its aspirational district program and many other efforts that were actually happening. Somebody who created this whole idea of God's own country. If any one of you have actually heard of it, I'm sure you would have. He's the person who actually created it. And of course, he was also instrumental in this whole idea of ease of doing business. So the lot of changes that you're actually seeing in this country are somebody which were fructified or idealized by Mr. Amitabh Kant. But all of these things are interesting and important. But his only claim to fame that I think is that he's my co-author, and we're just announcing a book called The Elephant Moves. So that is where it is. So Mr. Amitabh Kant, thanks a lot for joining us here today. It's absolutely a pleasure. Please.
Thanks, Amit, for that wonderful introduction. All the distinguished guests. Thanks, Arun, for that wonderful presentation on climate. Ladies and gentlemen, great pleasure being here at this India conference at Stanford. So, I'm truly delighted to be here because yesterday, India announced, or rather today morning, India announced its third quarter result, which has shown that India has achieved 3/4 of 8% plus growth this year. And in the midst of global slowdown, and India has demonstrated its great ability to grow and to be an oasis of growth at a point of time when there is, Japan, UK, Germany, or all of them are in a recessionary phase. And India has in many ways emerged as a very resilient powerhouse demonstrating global growth. And according to IMF, India will be contributing about 20% of the world economic expansion in the next decade. And in a world truly starved for growth, India is an outlier. And in the next 5 years, India will surpass both Japan and Germany to be the third largest economy and also will be the third largest stock market in the world. So what is happening in India is that it's a once-in-a-generation shift in its economic position that is taking place. And why it is taking place and how India is moving from being earlier in the fragile 5 to the top 5 economies of the world. I'll briefly dwell on it. And when this government came to power, there was a challenge of what was then called as a twin balance sheet problem of both the corporates and the financial institutions. All the banks were in deep trouble. There was also a challenge of deficits, both fiscal deficit and current account deficits. But where are we now with India? Let me dwell a little bit. One is how this has happened, that this kind of growth has happened. Firstly, I think there's been a lot of structural reform which has been carried out. First and foremost, I think there's been the goods and services tax, which is like putting one tax across entire Europe, because India is bigger than 24 countries of Europe, plus another 30,000 kilometers. It's a cashless, paperless tax. So what it has led to is increasing and widening the tax base from about 6.3 million taxpayers to close to about now 14.5 million taxpayers. And the GST in India is growing at about 15% plus year on year. So that's been a remarkable change to my mind, a huge transformation. And second is coming out with a modern insolvency and bankruptcy code, which has made a huge behavioral change in terms of the credit culture of India, and which has led to proper, for the first time in India, there is proper credit culture management in India, which has enabled India that companies can actually go through a process of dissolution if they're not performing well. And which to my mind again is transformational. And third was the Real Estate Regulation Act, because a lot of middle class people had lost their earnings in India by investing with builders. The government has brought in a huge amount of discipline, transparency through this RERA Act. And the real estate, actually, yesterday's latest figure shows that the real estate sector has really bounced in double-digit figures in a very big way. And that, to my mind, owes a lot to this new Real Estate Regulation Act. And fourthly, to my mind,
has been the fact that the government lowered the corporate taxes to a great extent 2 years back. It brought India's corporate taxes to the world's best level of corporate taxes. And it's on par with the best in the world today. And that has led to the government giving away close to 1,45,000 crores. And today, the balance sheets of the government, of the private sector, are actually doing very well, which you'll see with the private sector investment, will soon kick off and will lead to the private sector investing in a big way in India. And I think fifthly was that the huge focus of this government on ease of doing business. It scrapped a lot of rules, regulation, procedures, processes, and which were built up during the socialist era of the post-independence era. And the government has scrapped close to about 1,600 laws, but I mean, there was a huge movement towards making India easy and simple. And it also brought in this huge competition among states. In a large country like India, that was important. The first year, we did the ranking of the states and put it in public domain. Gujarat came #1. But the next year, Andhra beat Gujarat. And the third year, Telangana beat Gujarat and Andhra. But the good thing was that the eastern part of India, Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand, came 4th and 5th, and they made huge improvement. So my belief is that if the eastern part of India, which is really mineral rich, starts doing well, then India will, and these states will really make India grow on a long-term trajectory for a long period of time. So these are the big ticket reforms which India carried out. But I think the second big thing that India has done in the last few years is this huge technological transformation which India has carried out. And it's very different from the kind of digital transformation that has happened in the West. And if you look at the last 2 decades of the technological transformation, actually all technological innovation has come from the western part of the world. It's come from Google, it's come from Amazon, it's come from Apple, it's come from all the big, or from Meta, all the big companies of the West, and China, it's come from Tencent and Alibaba. And in India, we took a very different approach, which was to create a public interest layer. And on top of the public interest layer, we allowed private sector to compete in the market space. And this was all open source. This was open API, and this was globally interoperable. And therefore, you had the public identity, 1.4 billion people of India having a digital identity. And then between 2015 and 2017, India opened up 550 million bank accounts, which has not happened anywhere in the world. And that's 55% of the bank accounts opened in the world were opened in India. Every second bank account was opened in India. And Indian women just had 18% of the Indian women had bank accounts. Today, almost close to 91% of the women have a bank account. And then, through a drive, we linked up both the digital identity and the mobile number with the bank account. And that enabled India to do fast payments. And this actually, today, India does 46% of the real-time fast payments in the world. Last year, in 2023, we've done 128 billion real-time fast payments in the world. China was next with about 26 billion fast payments. That was the difference between India and the second fastest economy in the world. So what has happened is that I haven't been to a physical bank. I've not used my checkbook. I've not used my debit credit card. I've not been to an ATM machine for the last 4.5 years in India. The only time I've used my credit card is when I came visiting my daughter who lives in San Francisco. And as a consequence of this, during the COVID period, India could put money straight. We did not give out large packages like the rest of the world did, particularly the United States. We put money straight into the bank accounts of the beneficiaries. Within 2 weeks, we put money into the bank account of 341 million Indians, and then we put money into over about 110 million Indian women.
And then we put money straight into the bank accounts of 81 million Indian farmers, straight into their account without any leakage. There was no leakage in any of this transaction. While the rest of the world suffered in putting money straight into the beneficiary's account, there was no leakage in India. But the second, and today in India, we transfer money straight into the bank account of the beneficiaries in 670 schemes of the government of India, where when I was a young officer and growing up, in Kerala, money used to be transferred from central government to the state government to the districts, and one of our prime ministers said that actually there was a leakage of 85% of the money being transferred. So today there's no leakage in India because India has become a very efficient economy because we are putting money of the government straight into the beneficiary's account. And secondly, what has happened as a consequence of this digital fast payment was that you had a huge number of young startups who took the payment mechanism and then looked at the history of the payment. And you had MobiKwik, you had Lending Card, you had Pine Lab, who then started giving out cashless, paperless credit. And then you had another set of young Indian startups like Zerodha, Grow, Upstock. Today, Zerodha, Grow, Upstock, they give you stock market creation. They took stock market to Indian Tier 2 cities, Tier 3 cities, rural areas. They do about 30%. They control 30% of India's stock market and wealth creation. And in 30 seconds, you can do a stock transaction. You can get a credit payment in 30 seconds today. And then you had another set of young Indian startups like GoDigit and Acko who took insurance. When I was a young officer, it used to take me 6 months to buy a life insurance policy from Life Insurance Corporation of India. Today, they provide, GoDigit and Acko give you an insurance policy on the mobile, on the go, in a minute. So what India has done is, it's taken credit, it's taken from identity to bank account to digital fast payment to credit to stock wealth creation in stock markets, to insurance policies, all within 30 seconds to 1 minute. And this has been the revolution of India, 30 seconds to 1 minute. Nowhere in the world has this happened. And that is why India brought down the cost of acquisition of a customer. And a company like Reliance Jio actually acquired 450 million customers in India in 10 months flat, because the cost of acquisition in India had fallen from $150 to less than $1. And that is why this has been the big difference which India has made. And that has enabled India to technologically leapfrog, which no other country in the world has been able to do. The third big ticket thing that India has done is that to move from Fragile 5 to the top 5 is its huge focus on infrastructure. And it's important to see it, why it's a once-in-a-generation shift. In the last 8 to 9 years, India has made 40 million houses. 40 million houses for its people. And 40 million houses means that it actually created an Australia. It's more than the population of Australia. That's the size and scale of what India has done. It's provided 110 million toilets, which is more than the population of Germany. So every single individual has been provided a toilet. He's gone through a process of behavioral change. Massive amount of infrastructure work has been done. We've provided piped water connection, because many of us are living in urban areas or in the United States of America. We are not aware of this, but 253 million people of India have got piped water connection, which is like giving a piped water connection to every single citizen of Brazil. And we've given electricity to 30 million Indians, and we've actually built 88,000 kilometers of road in the last 9 years. And 88,000 kilometers of road is like making India twice over in terms of road connectivity. That's the size and scale of what India has done in terms of infrastructure creation. It took its capex expenditure of its GDP from 1% to close to 4%. Post-COVID, instead of pursuing a consumer-led strategy, it pushed for a capex-led strategy, and I think it's made a huge difference on ground. And therefore, my belief is that this infrastructure creation will lead to spiraling of growth in the subsequent years of India's economy in the next few years. And I want to dwell a little bit on what Arun talked about in terms of climate, because my belief is that India will make a difference to the world if it goes digital and if it goes green. And therefore, it's very imperative that India takes the leadership. I mean, the rest of the world has grown by carbonizing the world. And India must become the first country in the world to industrialize, to manufacture, to urbanize without a process of carbonization. Therefore, it must be the first country to pursue a decarbonization policy. And therefore, it's done things on size and scale. And India actually uses only 1.3% of the total carbon space. And it's, if you look at it in per capita population basis, it should be entitled to 17.5% of the carbon space. But 81% of the carbon space has already been occupied by the developed world when it was industrializing and when it was urbanizing. So there's very little carbon space left for developing countries. But irrespective of that, and I want to also say that India has the lowest per capita emissions. Despite 17% of the population, its per capita emissions are only 1.96 metric tons compared to the United States at 14.4 metric tons and China at 8.5 metric tons. But India is growing, it's urbanizing, it's going to manufacture in a very big way, and it will be the third most polluting country in the world if we don't change our strategy. And therefore, during G20, we took a very action-oriented approach, and we said that the world must decarbonize. And we pursued and we achieved success on having a green development pact for all the developed countries, and which had many components, which many ambitious and action-oriented components. But what India has pushed through policy, through technology, and through finance has been to achieve affordable, clean energy transition. And I want to take a minute to dwell upon it, because no country in the world has achieved 187 gigawatt of renewable energy what India has achieved. And that's the size of what India has done, and its ambition is to achieve 500 gigawatt by the time by 2030. And it has done that at very affordable rate. When just about 4 to 5 years, I think about 7 years back, India's renewable energy was costing 21 rupees. 21 rupees, it has brought it down to 1.99 rupees. It brought it down to 1.99 rupees. I mean, just to give you in dollar terms, from 0.4 cents through transparent bidding processes, it has brought it down to 0.024 kilowatt hour. That has been the radical transformation that India has done by bringing down by enhancing renewable energy in a very big way, but more important, making it affordable by bringing it down very sharply in terms of pricing through transparent processes. But it has pushed for household electrification. It provided about 30 million houses with electrification, but it provided cooking clean energy fuel to over 110 million women in India's rural poor. 110 million women, household ladies in rural areas which were cooking through firewood. It has replaced it by cooking fuel. That's been the size and scale. It aggregated demand, and that's been one of the big strategies of India, to aggregate demand across states, and it then bought about close to 367 million LED bulbs. 367 million LED bulbs, and brought down their cost by about almost about 150% of the cost was brought down very sharply, because sheer size and scale has pursued the same policy in buses, where it did a procurement of 5,600 buses, demonstrated that through a transparent process, you can, on an OPEX basis, you can bring down the cost of electric buses to lower than combustion buses, and the next round of 10,000 buses for cities is just in the process, where I'm confident that the rates for electric buses will fall even further. But I think the most important thing that India has done is really to demonstrate that it wants to pursue a policy of clean energy. But as was said, that it's not, even if India was to do all its electricity as renewable energy, that's only 20% of India's energy. The balance 80% is steel, it's cement, it's fertilizer, it's refinery, it's long-distance transport, and these are all known as hard-to-abate sectors. They don't run on renewable. And India spends about 180 billion in importing fossil fuel to run steel, cement, long-distance transport, energy, refinery, all of this, 180 billion a year. And what India's ambition is that by 2047, we should be an exporter of energy, not an importer of energy, by using renewable energy to crack water, to be a champion of green hydrogen. And by bringing down the cost of green hydrogen from $4.5 a kilogram, which is now, to bring it down to $1 a kilogram by the time of 2030. And this will require size and scale, population scale transformation, and which many of our young entrepreneurs are driving. It's being driven by many big companies, many young entrepreneurs. Some of them are sitting here, like Greenco, Acme, many of these young entrepreneurs, and it's also being driven by many of the big ones. But India's hunger, its ambition for transforming India as a leader of climate change, because it is climatically blessed, is unlimited. And you see that in the young entrepreneurship of India. And therefore, my belief is that India believes very strongly in net zero being net positive for India. And many leaders say that when you move from fossil fuel to green, there is a green premium to be paid. I mean, that's what Bill Gates says, that you'll pay an extra amount. What India has demonstrated is that it's not green premium. India's done it at green discount. You know, every single area, because of the size and scale of India, because of the enterprise of India, because of the young dynamism of India, India is able to do it at a much lower cost. And that is why, whether it was buses, whether it was LED, whether it was renewable energy, we were able to radically bring down costs in climate change. And India will do this in electric vehicles. India is doing it in two-wheelers, where the two-wheelers, electric two-wheelers and three-wheelers, and India runs on two-wheelers and three-wheelers. 70% of India runs on two-wheelers and three-wheelers. And India is going to see a huge urbanization. 500 million people are going to get into the process of urbanization in the next 5 decades. So you will create two Americas. You can't repeat the mistakes which the West has made. You have to follow a path which is led on public transportation, on cycling, on walking, on buses, and that's why India is pushing for Indian railways to become totally electric in 2030. And therefore, the fourth biggest thing, in addition to these huge structural reforms, in addition to the digitization of India's economy, in addition to pushing for infrastructure, has been the huge focus on India becoming the first country in the world to transform itself through a process of decarbonization. And therefore, my belief is that Prime Minister himself is passionately pushing for what he calls as lifestyle for environment, that you make people pro-planet. And one of the studies by IEA says that if people themselves switch off lights or switch off taps or are able to switch off vehicles and bring behavioral change, and we nudge them to make behavioral change, you will actually save 21% greenhouse gas emission. And it's not countries or political systems which will make a difference, but it's citizens like you and me and communities which will make a difference to actually making the country green. And therefore, we are pushing for this. But having said all this, let me also say that having given you this perspective, let me say that there are very, very many challenges for India. And there are challenges, but these are huge opportunities for India. And the challenges, to my mind, are that it can't be that India is growing on the back of the southern part of India or the western part of India. India needs to grow in an equitable manner, and therefore the eastern part of India must grow. They are the mineral-rich states of India. And therefore my belief is that Bihar, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, UP has done a stellar job in the last few years in infrastructure creation. Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, all these states must grow to enable India to grow at 10%. India's ambition is to be a $35 trillion economy by 2047. It will not happen without these states growing, and therefore states have a critical role to play. Center has done its job, and now the states must transform themselves to be the leaders of growth. And therefore, growth with equity, with the states driving growth, is critical. When the rest of the world was growing, it grew on the back of global trade growing. Trade was very, very accretive to GDP growth. USA, Europe, all grew at a point of time when global trade was growing. The global trade is at a standstill. It's not growing. It's not expanding. Global trade has become a bad word in today's politics. And therefore, it's necessary for India to still grow, because India's share of the global trade is still very low. And it'll be very difficult for India to grow without exports. And that would mean that India needs to manufacture again to size and scale to penetrate global markets in a big way. And therefore, my belief always has been that it can't be that India is growing only on the back of services. India needs to fire on all cylinders. It needs to become a manufacturing nation. It needs to grow on the back of sustainable urbanization. But more than anything else, India needs to enhance its agricultural productivity. India's one of its many challenges is that there's a very high population dependent on agriculture. You can't have 20% of your economy coming from agriculture. The rest of the world is 4 to 5%. And therefore, if 42% of your population is dependent on agriculture, is too high. You need to take it from agriculture to manufacturing to urbanization. And it'll be very critical that by doing this, you will enhance your productivity in agriculture, and that will be critical for India in the coming years. And I think lastly, to my mind, it's very, very important that we improve our learning outcomes, which is very good, which is very critical to my mind, because India has been able to provide a school to every single child. But it needs to improve learning outcomes, on which there is a huge focus now in the new education policy. It needs to improve its health outcomes. It needs to improve its nutritional standards, and it needs to really focus on women, for which the Prime Minister has laid a lot of focus on through the women-led development. And I think really take care of the women, because a weak pregnant mother gives birth to a weak child who's then stunted or wasted. And therefore, now the country is laying a lot of focus on improving learning outcomes, health outcomes, on nutritional standards. And these, to my mind, will be huge challenges, but they are probably the biggest opportunity for India. And if it can do transformational work in these few areas of growth, India has a massive potential to grow at high rates of 9 to 10% per annum for the next 3 decades, and to be a $35 trillion economy by 2047, because it'll be a very, very young country. Its average age of population is just 28 right now. It has very low dependency burden. And even when it becomes 147, the average age of population will be just 35 years. The rest of the world is aging. Europe, America, China, East Asia, all are aging. India will be very, very young. And rarely has a country not grown at high rates when it has low dependency burdens. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
So why don't you sit here? We'll just have time to take about a few questions. If you have any questions here, please. Any questions, or everybody is absolutely stunned? Okay, so we have a question in the back. There was somebody who raised her hand.
Hello, sir. I'm Akshita. I'm a student at Stanford GSB. I came from India back in September, so only a few months here. But my question to you is, you said a lot of great things, and I think the outlook is mostly positive towards India. What do you see as one big risk that maybe lowers your faith in the future of the country? That could be on any front.
So my to my mind, the biggest challenge for India is really to improve learning outcomes for its citizens, because, by 2047, actually, India will be providing 30% of the skilled manpower to the rest of the world. I mean, there'll be no manpower available in Europe and America. It'll all be coming from India. So you need to actually improve learning outcomes, and you need to skill them in a very big way, not merely for tech, but you need to create carpenters, you need to create electricians, you need to create plumbers, you need to create all kind of workers. Look at the hospitality sector, for instance. All the great managers of Four Seasons and Ritz-Carlton used to come from Lausanne School of Switzerland. Nobody will go there. You'll all have Indian general managers running all these hotels because only Indians will be traveling everywhere. So you need to really skill them for the next century. For 2047, really. That's the biggest challenge to my mind.
Okay, time starts now. Right. Thank you, sir, for your focus on the learning outcomes. I'm from Room to Read India. My name is Shakti. My question would be, what kind of quality learning outcomes do you envisage for an India which has to grow tremendously, emerge as a leader in the next 20, 30 years? So learning outcomes, the ones that we deal with today, do they need an overhaul? Do they need to change?
Yeah, they need a radical overhaul, because both the ASER study and the NAS study all demonstrate that very substantial percentage of a population, of a young population, class 10th student is not able to solve the class 4th, forget maths or physics, even is not able to grasp his mother tongue. And that's happening because, 25% of the children are outstanding, they're brilliant, they're getting into the next class. But you don't test them again and again and again and again, so they keep passing classes, keep going on, and keep going on, next class, next class. But once you've not grasped the basics of what you've been taught in class 3rd or 4th, then you'll never be able to grasp class 5th or class 6th or class 7th. And that is what is happening in very many parts of both semi-urban and rural India, and even urban India. And therefore, I think one of the great things we should work with Stanford is on how to improve, how to use technology in a very big way to improve learning outcomes in India. It can't, to scale. Because what India has demonstrated in many ways is, even digital transformation or climate or infrastructure, is it's done things on population scale at low cost, which no other country has been able to do. India should be able to do that in both learning and health outcomes, using technology to transform India in health and education. And that, to my mind, is where good collaboration with Stanford is required.
We have a gentleman here, please. One with the turban, please. Can we just give it to him?
Thank you. Hey, very fiery speech. Thank you so much. I think the question is the small, medium enterprises, right, and the rest of the world contribute anyway 50 to 70% GDP for most of the world. In India, I think we call it MSME. I think for the India to grow to 2047, MSME will play a big role. What are the policy changes that the government sees for the MSMEs or SMBs in India? That's the challenge that we foresee.
So, on this question of MSME, government has done a lot of work on this in terms of digitization, efficiency, etc. But I'm a great believer that India needs to get the size and scale of manufacturing right. India needs to have thousands of large companies. It can't grow on the back of just few large companies. It needs thousands of large companies. Because large companies create the, Maruti actually in the automobile sector. And automobile sector is important because 7% of India's manufacturing output comes from, 7% of India's GDP comes from automobile sector. But Maruti then created Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4 manufacturer. There's a backward-forward linkage between the big manufacturer and the small manufacturer. And therefore, it's very essential that we need thousands and thousands of large companies in the world. Indian MSMEs will grow and prosper. And that will enable India to, and that's why we designed the production-linked incentive scheme, that you grow bigger, biggest, and large in a period of 5 years' time. We'll support you to grow big. And India needs to do that for enabling MSMEs to grow in a very big way. That's very important. Because, you know, you look at the global configuration. I mean, if you look at the global GDP, you know, there's only one country in the world whose share of global GDP, its share in the global GDP has actually remained steady, and that's the United States of America. That's 25%. Europe has fallen from 30% to 15% and will fall even further. China has grown from 3.5% to close to about 18.5%, 19%. And India is now accelerating the pace and filling up space. And therefore, its share will go up because as it accelerates its growth. But to accelerate its pace of growth, to have a larger share of the global GDP, it's very important that you have large companies who are able to manufacture. It can't be done on the back of services. It needs to be done on the back of manufacturing in a very big way. And that requires millions of MSMEs to create jobs, because jobs will come from MSMEs. But there's a very good, there has to be integration and convergence between large companies and MSMEs.
Thank you. Thank you. I think this is where we will call it a close. In fact, you'll have more time to interact with Mr. Kant towards the evening as well. But just a couple of very quick announcements. We'll break for lunch. We'll reconvene at 2:15. And there is a small exhibition in the room back there on Jyotirlingas. So it's pictures that were taken by Connor Martin and Vibhav, who are both here, who are going to be sharing their views in the evening. So would request you to have a look at the exhibition as well. So that's going to be something very interesting. Thank you, Mr. Kant. It's absolutely a pleasure. And I think he deserves a standing ovation, please.
Everyone, let's resume our seats and get ready for the second part of the program, the afternoon program. If we can get started soon, we can stay closer to being on time. Please end your conversations and come sit down. Pranjal, you're ready, right? Pranjal, are you ready to give your keynote? Okay. Here or there, it's either place. The clicker is right there, so you can hold on to that. Everyone, let's begin the afternoon program. Can I ask you to end your conversations and return to your seats? Let us resume our program. Hello. I know. Everyone. So Pranjal has a 10-minute keynote, and then the panel. Please do. That's exactly the way we'll do it. So we have talked about the overall macro scale situation in India now and the outlook for India. And our next segment will be about the role of private investment in driving inclusive growth. So we're very delighted to be able to welcome Mr. Pranjal Sharma to give us 10 minutes of remarks and then chair a panel discussion on this topic. Pranjal, floor is yours.
Thank you. 55 minutes? Perfect. May I request everybody to just take their seats, please? Good afternoon, everyone. I hope the lunch has been satisfying after a morning of a lot of interesting discussions and debates. The idea of the next few minutes is to look at how private investment is making a difference. And I'm going to make a short presentation on the inclusive growth, and I'd request maybe the slides to be loaded if that's possible. Perfect. So I hope you can see this. I think it's a bit light, but the idea is to talk about not just what's happening in India. I'm going to step back a little bit and look at what is the change which is happening in the world. So while we're talking about India and the new world, one of the things I'm going to say and add to Amit and Richard's point is it's not just about new India, and it's also about the new world which we're seeing. And I'm going to refer to the fifth industrial revolution for a couple of minutes, and then move into what India is playing a role within that. So a quick introduction to what is the fifth industrial revolution. That's the topic of my new book, which has just been published by HarperCollins. What is the fifth industrial revolution? It's really about a more caring, kinder, considerate fourth industrial revolution. So the technologies of the fourth industrial revolution, when they were unleashed on all of us, actually in a big arc across the world, they were mostly about cost and efficiency. They did not look at what was the impact on the environment or the people. So what we see today is a new set of forces coming to work on business models across the world, in every sector, in every country in the world, on which is emerging technologies of the fourth industrial revolution, planet and sustainability, people and society. For the first time in the economic history of the world, these three forces are applying themselves on business models simultaneously in different configurations, but happening across the world. And I think people and society is very important because you see new regulations which are coming across, which ensure that whatever is being done by businesses takes care of the society, not just in terms of financial fraud, but protecting society from harm in the digital era. This is the architecture of the fifth industrial revolution. There is a $25 trillion B2B creative destruction of business models which is happening up till 2030, which means that, you know, if we look at a simple example like medical devices, you would know that in the previous world, you go to a lab and you see these devices, but most of these devices are on your wrists now. They're a wearable. Now, where did they come from? Which means that the existing model of medical devices is shifting to a new model of wearables, which also means that the competition for the existing company is coming from a completely new sector. It's not coming from people who are in the sector. And Tesla, this is the land of Tesla, so is a great example. The entire automotive sector across the world has been disrupted by a company which didn't even have a history in automotive. And you see that in several industries as it's happening today. And I'll dwell on that much later when I don't want to go on this, but the fact is that we are looking at a subscription economy is a huge change. A blended economy, you really don't know the difference between one sector and another. Those silos are breaking. You see autonomous economy where from RPA to automation, things are being driven at various levels. A caring economy is really what we're going to focus on, but the foundation is about the talent economy because it's about the people who are going to be impacted by this. But this is the global framework of shift that we are seeing right now. Caring economy, and this is where I'll get into the India inclusive growth story, is about people and planet, not just profits. And this is very, very important because you're not just, companies are being now driven not just to chase profits, but to look at stakeholder value. Social equity becomes a very important, so it's no longer about the government and regulators saying that we have to be focusing on people. It's also the boards and investors who are saying that how do we ensure that there is going to be inclusive growth. So what's the inclusive growth journey in India? It's you know, I'm not going to refer to the 50 years of planned economy, which was fairly inclusive, but it still didn't have the kind of dynamism and the pace to be able to bring everybody into the financial economic mainstream. We, of course, had things like the corporate social responsibility law, which kind of forced companies to spend 2% of their money on people. But that hasn't really been as impactful as it should have been. A lot of loopholes, and people didn't want to work. Private philanthropy has worked. But I think, and my argument is that there really need to be a business case for inclusion. Unless there is a business opportunity in inclusion, I don't think it's going to succeed. And what we have seen through the day in some of the discussions, and also what we have seen in India, wherever inclusion has worked, there has been a business case for it. I see this is happening at a very micro level. Pin code policies is what I call it. If you look at e-commerce and delivery systems, India is now geared up to ensure that whether it's citizens or consumers, the ecosystem is delivering at the last mile to everybody. It is reaching, not everything is reaching everybody, but it is a work in progress, and which is quite fascinating. But the focus on citizens, consumers is quite good, and it's a fantastic collaboration between government and private entities. This caring economy is really what we should focus on. I know there's been a lot of discussion about job creation, but honestly, I don't think even if we make millions of more jobs, it's not enough for the number of people that we have in our economy and in our society. So we have to start thinking about livelihood creation rather than just jobs. Jobs will be created, but livelihood is what is important. It's an economic way of saying, you know, we need to have more people in the gig economy, for example, right? But the fact is, how do you ensure that there are more people who have opportunity to create their own livelihood as perhaps entrepreneurs or partners in a very rapidly changing thing? But that's where it happens, that informal is going to be the new formal because that's going to be the focus for all of us. So, we have to move from job security to financial and social security, which is where the change in regulation and policy making and private sector's focus has to move into. I think I'm going to end on this, and I'm going to now request our panel to come and join. But I'll close on the point that if you look at the focus of Fifth Industrial Revolution, technology, environment, and social equity will be playing a role in the next few years, and that's also creating a $25 trillion opportunity of businesses for new investments. Thank you so much. Thanks. May I now request the panel to come and join me, and we will discuss and talk about private investment. Mukesh. And I've been warned 50 minutes from now, right, Amit?
From now.
40 minutes? Okay, suddenly the time is passing by. Please, Ashok. One of the challenges I think we see in India is that private sector capacity expansion and investment is still lagging public sector. Last few years of growth has been driven by public investment. Partly, I think, because there's been a lot of focus on the fact that India has had extra capacity, demand wasn't there, and now last few years, it's a lot of catching up is happening. I'm going to request all of them, our business leaders in various sectors, to talk about how they see the shift going forward, what can be done to accelerate private sector's play in the economy, especially investment, both financial and direct, with examples of that, and maybe a 2 or 3 minute introduction from them. And since there's a lot of pent-up demand of questions, which I think has not been met, we'd like to take as many thoughts and questions from all of you in the coming few minutes. So maybe I'm going to begin with Mukesh. You've been a serial entrepreneur, and I think there are a few more companies in your belt which you're going to unleash on all of us over the next few years. Give us a sense of where, if you look at the excitement of private investment in India, what are we've heard about the opportunities, but what can be done to accelerate it?
See, I will look at, is it audible?
Yeah.
Okay. I will look at private investment more from, VC, PE lens, which is something I'm more familiar with. I moved back, actually I used to work here in Silicon Valley till 2007, and that's when I moved back to India. I'm pretty sure the total VCP investment in the country at that time was probably less than $1 billion a year. It was a big deal to get even $500,000 seed check. Today, last 3 years in a row, the country has exceeded $60 billion of investment in startups, which has absolutely unleashed the startup ecosystem. I think Mr. Kant talked about, tens of thousands of startups. Startup India has been a huge initiative. We have 120 odd unicorns. And I think that's nothing, I have visibility into the kind of entrepreneurs who are coming into now and the ambition they have. Today the Indian entrepreneurs think they can compete with anybody in the world. So I think, this $60 billion on average for the last 3 years is a massive step up compared to where we were 10 years ago. I'm pretty sure it will grow. I think the few things that are potentially holding it back are, still we haven't seen a lot of exits. Started to happen last few years. We have seen some, really good exit, lot more lined up. I think this year, next year are going to be super exciting. We have at least a dozen companies going public this year. So as investors see their exit, as they're able to rotate capital, it goes back. I think we'll see more acceleration. So I'm overall very bullish. I think as we get into this conversation, we'll talk about, what I think is going to happen. But I think just more exit, Mr. Kant also talked about ease of doing business. I think it's getting better, but it can get a lot better. Regulators, a lot of sectors like financial services needs to work closely with regulators. So how regulators engage with startups, especially when you're bringing in foreign capital, investors are very cagey about how their investment will be treated. So some of the better clarity around those things will just help boost the ecosystem. But I'm very happy with the pace that we have seen in the last few years.
Thank you. Himanshu, from a perspective of small and medium enterprises, you work a lot with them. How do you see that evolving?
Yeah, I'll have a slightly different opinion here. While I agree completely with Mukesh that the VCP ecosystem has really evolved, and it's moved very fast. But it tends to favor the real startups, starting from the ground. What I am interacting a lot with is the historical small industrial business with 10, 15, 20 years in the same family-owned businesses wanting to scale up. And they are finding stuck. They don't know where to go. They're not a startup. They don't get attracted by the VCP who are looking for, 50%, 80% kind of return on their investment. Otherwise, they won't be interested in. Banks are not willing to lend them because banks look for collateral. They're not unwilling to take a position on them using anything beyond collateral. And that also is very interesting because they take a very safe way of playing there. They may take a risk with a larger corporate, but not with a smaller one. They lack the leadership capability, which in my own small way, I've started to say that I make a difference to maybe 2 companies at a time, not much. But the financing piece is the challenge which they all face. No debt availability to them. And the only way is that if you can have a matching money coming in. To add to it, most of them suffered heavily during COVID. And being family-owned and small businesses, they kind of dried up all their savings to survive through. So those who have survived, they just don't know how to scale up. That's the challenge which we see.
Is it also, Himanshu, that we talk about finance has been a perennial problem for most of the small and medium enterprises. And when we talk about digital transformation, which many legacy large companies are embarking on, because of perhaps lack of finance, the small and medium companies cannot even leverage the digital benefits. Is that also a challenge?
Not exactly. Many of them have leveraged in their own small cost way. So they may not go to a salesforce.com for the solution, but they would have their own, smaller homegrown solution which will work. So they are very adaptive and they are all very positive. That's the part. They all want to grow. They all want to scale up, but they get stuck somewhere in the maze of how to make it happen, apart from other challenges like processes and all. So I'm not talking about that, but they all want to invest. A little nudge from a policy or a banking setup or a financing setup can make a difference to this sector of the economy, which is about 30% of the economy we have.
So I'm assuming, Harshul, you don't have a challenge in finance, right? As Tech Mahindra, part of the Mahindra group. Clearly, you have a few billion to spare.
Do you want some?
Yeah.
We're doing a deal right here. So.
No, I'm not an economist like you, Pranjal, but I can talk from the perspective of being a representative of corporate India in the US, having worked here for more than 20 years, having done cross-border M&A deals, having built a P&L and a US-India corridor around ecosystem build-out, so on and so forth. And more interestingly, the Mahindra Group, right, for the less initiated in the room, it was founded in 1945, just around the time India got independence. And if you look at the last 75, 80 years of its journey, it is very closely linked to the journey of India, right? The diverse sectors that Mahindra Group plays in, right, versus where India has grown, all the way from rural India to urban India, all the way from agri to high-end automotives. Yeah, Mahindra has been playing in variety of sectors. So we have been living the reality of India on a day-to-day basis, the good, the bad, the ugly over the last 75 years. But all I can say is there has never been a better time. There has never been a better time from our perspective in terms of investments. There has never been a better time in terms of how the world looks at India and companies like Mahindra. There are so many people, contrary to what Himanshu said, so many investors around the globe, FIIs around the globe, knocking on our doors, right? Wanting to come in and have a share of the pie. We're also seeing that Make in India, which started as a kind of a pipe dream to me 10 years ago, is now so real, right? We are the vehicles that we manufacture today and in our plant, which is right off of Pune, it's called Chakan plant, one of the finest manufacturing plants in the world. We have had American automotive companies who have come and visited our Mahindra automotive plant, and they said we have nothing close to what you have, right? And So the whole story is real. Whether it is cars, we are outpacing, outselling most foreign cars in India today. If you look at the XUV 700, look at the Scorpio N, so on and so on. It's a world-class SUVs, and we are about to release a bunch of electric, pure electric, born electric SUVs coming in.
And you're looking at a global market. That's the other.
We are now. Actually, we do have a mid-size vehicle running in the Midwest. It's called the Roxor. It's an off-road vehicle. It primarily sells in the Midwest. Not many people know that we are the second largest by volume the tractor company in the United States. We have 800 dealerships in the United States, right? So the story about Indian companies going global and also attracting private investments back in India is real now.
But do you see any challenges in the growth and expansion plan of private sector in India? We talk a lot about automotive. Automotive has been able to create an ecosystem of vendors, and many of them have grown. But there are still this persistent and nagging doubts that how do we ensure and why is it that private sector, in fact, we've had several ministers and even the Prime Minister said that private sector in India should be more risk-taking. And private sector in India is still not looking at risk in the way that global investors do. What do you say about that?
Yeah, so I would say that the historical references probably are not necessarily going to augur the future well, because we are probably looking at a hockey stick kind of a growth when it comes to private investments in India. But India has to differentiate, right? And manufacturing is going to be key. Just last week, Anisha, our CEO, was actually with you, Avinash, at the ABP Network India Idea Summit that you guys did in India. So I'll just repeat what he said, that if by 2047, if India has to be a 35 trillion economy, I think manufacturing has to play a massive role. It's at 25% of the GDP of India has to come from manufacturing. I think it's today about 17, 18%. So that means that manufacturing has to scale by 16 times. Right? And it can't be that Eastern Asian model of manufacturing, the classic manufacturing. I think India needs to start thinking about investing in semiconductors, advanced technologies. And also, I'll also say from a Tech Mahindra, the technology standpoint, which is where I'm more familiar with, artificial intelligence is where I think India needs to take a pole position. Right? I think if some of these things start falling in place, it will solve for a lot of things for India coming forward.
You know, the challenge of manufacturing, I'll come to you for that, Avinash, but challenge of, I spoke to a textile baron in India. For every subsequent plant that was set up by the group, the amount of people they hired was 30% lesser than the previous one because there was far more automation and sophistication, as you said. So while, you know, investment is growing, but perhaps it's in manufacturing, we'll need more than that to look at the employment issue. And as I said earlier, I think we have to look at livelihood more than just employment. But Avinash, you know, media and entertainment sector is very fascinating in India because it's perhaps the only sector where small media companies have been able to grow and become fairly big multi-million-dollar organizations. You don't see that in too many sectors. You know, companies which are small production houses have become networks. Existing media has expanded to multiple sectors. How bullish are you in the media sector at a time when everybody, you know, kind of wants to throw stones at you?
So those of you who don't know about my company, it's 100-year-old. It completed its centenary last year. In 1922, my company started. I also the president of News Broadcaster Association, where the most news broadcasters started broadcasting in this century. There were hardly anyone before that who used to run.
Well, private news began in broadcast only 2000.
Yep. 98, 2000. Years ago. Yeah, 2000, right? The thing is that everyone across the world, Bollywood is our biggest export, right? It's one of the biggest cultural ambassadors. Our ambassador is no more here. She has left I think she's not in this audience right now. But Bollywood is the biggest export. It is the biggest cultural ambassador. And Bollywood is still not an industry status in this country. Now, the investment in the media business has been largely done by private sector.
So what does it mean? I mean, for the information of the audience, industry status for movie making, what does it imply positively?
So it allows you to access to the capital and private investments from venture capitalist firms or the large banks, that it is easily possible for this industry, which has not happened. Amitabh Bhai also knows it He himself has lobbied it for long, but industry has not come together on these issues as to it is slightly over-regulated and slightly over-quarrelsome industry as
Segmented.
as media and entertainment sector is. The large amount of expansion of this industry has happened because of the private sector investments. And it will continue to do so, but unfortunately, we have not been able to create a Disney in India. And we have a long way to go. But I can tell you, Indian entrepreneurs and Indian businessmen who are into media entertainment sector have huge potential. You have seen original formats coming in television, which has come from India. More and more Indian companies are experimenting. I mean, Satyameva Jayate, for example, when Star Plus did it, it was an original format on an entertainment channel show. Dance India Dance, which was done on entertainment channel, was an original format show which was designed in India. And these are now becoming international franchise. So slowly we are moving in direction where we can become, where we expand globally and then invite private investments from firms like them. But
Avinash, what is fascinating today is if you look at the streaming model, what Netflix actually has pioneered. Fascinatingly, I think there are similar competing streaming services in 25 different languages in the country. So that shows a certain vibrancy, isn't it?
So I'll tell you, you have to give it to the Indian entrepreneur. The community of Indian filmmakers and content producers are very enterprising. The private investments is not happening in their production. Private investments are happening in the technology company, who are distributor, like InShots, aggregators. Today, the media entertainment sector is fighting a battle with Google in India, right? Because they have become the biggest distributor of the content. So all the investment that is going right now, even in the cable distribution sector, which is largely controlled by the foreign investments and private investments in India and private equity investments in India. But the content making, which is the core of the business, has not received so much of private investment in India from banks and private sectors.
So you want more formal institutions to enter that. Mukesh, we heard from Himanshu. So you said things are looking good. There are a lot of opportunities. He's saying we still need some money. So why is there this mismatch between those who are looking for money and investment and those who have the money but perhaps are not looking at it?
Yeah, I guess there are different types of opportunity and the risk-reward profile. So I think what I was talking about, the VCP industry, which is by definition has a very high risk appetite. And of course, return expectations also equally high. So you need to have ideas which have significant scale potential. Most of the, the startup world I'm part of, when people evaluate business plan, they look at, can this go to $100 million revenue in 5 to 7 year period? That's an insane amount of scale. Now, only 1 out of 10 company will get there, other 8 or 9 not. But the return from that one is going to justify the potential write-off or less than desired return on the balance of the portfolio. I think small and medium businesses have a very different growth profile. You may grow with capital in maybe 20-25%, but you don't have that kind of hockey stick growth possible, and hence they are not attractive from VCP point of view, and hence that's where structured credit
and from a PE point of view, maybe a mid-cap PE would be not VC.
No, but PE requires size. So you can't be a small business, let's say doing $5 million revenue and attract PE capital. Right?
5 million, no.
But, right. So, but a lot of small and medium business will be in that range.
I used to work for Diversity, which was owned by Bain Capital. So I'm aware of the kind of expectations the private equity player would have. And most of the businesses I am talking about are not in that profile. They are more like run-of-the-mill, old businesses, which...
Himanshu, I need a solution.
Maybe I just want to add just one more thing to clarify. See, again, in the VC world also, people start calling these lifestyle businesses. So the entrepreneur who has, let's say, 20 crore business, right, and it can still growing 20-25%, but no one really wants to invest because this will not become 500 crore business. So this person is kind of stuck, even if they has an ambition. But I think the challenge is for this entrepreneur to figure out how can I pivot to create the scale trajectory if really want to attract.
If you can, what you said is the right way, no doubt. If you talk of a solution, I think the debate is that if the banks can start looking, or if there's a nudge to the banks, to start looking at these businesses like they look at a bigger corporate business, where you fund the financials of the company on the basis, not just looking at a collateral and reducing the value by 50% before funding it. That's the way you manage your risk. start being a little more positive about it, I think things will change.
Great. I want to get some thoughts from all of you. We have about 15, 20 minutes left. So all the questions which were not answered, not the other panels, only for this panel, please. But happy to look at that. And if you want to talk about the presentation I made, I'm also happy to answer that. So can we get some mics here? Mr. Das here. Yeah, I'll just come to you.
Maybe I can speak.
Yes, of course.
Loudly enough. My worry, and this is reflected in the sort of questions I get when I'm visiting abroad and talking to investors, is corporate governance in India.
Right.
And the first question always is, tell me some names I can partner with in India. And the person already knows.
Can we get the mic for him, please? Thank you.
The person already says, don't tell me about Tatas and Mahindras. I know they are, but beyond that, give me names of companies. So the point is, what's dogging foreign direct investment or in smaller companies or in even growing large companies is this image of what Baiju has done,
Perfect. So we got that. Let me get one more question. The lady over there, please, and then Shaji. That's a very good point, Mr. Das. I think corporate governance and generally governance is a thing which we need to work on. Yes, please. Please introduce yourself too.
I'm Priyanka. I'm a student at Stanford Graduate School of Business. And two things. One, adding to Mr. Dutt and to what we discussed in the panel. A simple insight. If you look at United States, there are thousands of Thai restaurants. And there's a reason. In 2002, the government of Thailand explicitly gave a lot of incentives, financial incentives, and a lot of other benefits to Thai chefs to go ahead and open their restaurants around the world. The reason you see we have thousands of Thai restaurants here in the United States today. I think this is what government of India also requires, and not just government of India, but
you must be missing Indian food over here, right?
I'm a handlooms person. I want to change the narrative of the world about how we sell about
You're suggesting a similar scheme for India to get Indian chefs or other professionals?
That is one. Also, we have a negative equity. We don't know how exactly to market our products and sell our stories. And I think that needs to change.
Great points. Asha? Yeah. My question is for... Mike, please. Right here. I'll come to you in a minute. Let me come back to the panel. Yeah.
Okay, so my question was actually to Avinash about, you mentioned that that Bollywood still doesn't have an industry status in the US. I still didn't fully get it, but can you give us an example of something else that has got an industry standard in the US?
No, not in US. I'm talking about India. In India. Bollywood is an
movie making as an industry. Movie making as an activity is not considered an industry in the government rules, which means that banks cannot invest, put their money because it's not classified as an industry.
Is there any effort to tackle that?
No, so there is a lot of this discussion has been happening since Sushma Swaraj was R&B minister, and she tried hard to get it done. But there are differences on how, because this is a very informal sector. There are gig workers, people come and work for a movie. The point that I'm making is that look, there is a huge opportunity in India for a private investment in content creation business. But what is happening is that the investment is going into content aggregator business and not in the creation business. And unless you don't fund the creation business, the aggregator business will not go very far. And there is an opportunity there. And largely it is funded by the Indian entrepreneurs who are homegrown entrepreneurs who have taken a risk and started producing movies, launched TV news channels and TV entertainment channels, do theaters and all that. But it requires, and the problem with the private equity is this, that they want multiples, very short time. And content making business does not do like that. It has an impact on the society. It works there is a social contract that what business we are in. And that is not supported by the private equity business. And that is where there's the disconnect.
Okay, I think we should have had more P guys here on the panel, but Mukesh, for the moment, we'll have to do with you. So could you also address the governance issue? Because we see that while we have more than 100 unicorns, we also see a cloud over some of them, right? So, and while startups have energized with dynamism the entire entrepreneurial ecosystem, some of these issues are tarnishing them.
Well, the good news, cloud has only one name, Baiju. So I think it's one black sheep situation. See, I was part of Myntra Flipkart ecosystem, and when Walmart bought Flipkart, investors made $20 billion. The amount of coverage that Flipkart has gotten compared to Baiju is not even anywhere close to this. And
let's not discuss Baiju. Let's talk about the issue at hand, that the Indian industry does not have that image of high corporate governance. And I think I'd rather stick to that.
Sure.
Fair enough. Fair
I
enough.
think maybe, and again, Indian industry has a lot of different parts. I think the one that I'm familiar with, this broader startup ecosystem, I can talk about that. I think first of all, startup ecosystem is fairly new. It's only about last 15 years. We have seen all these companies emerge. So I think certain, well-established corporate governance practice have not necessarily got in. Now, a lot of these companies are going public. Many have gone public. So they are bringing a lot of independent board members. The SEBI scrutiny of these companies is extremely high. So I think that is also bringing a next level of vigilance. I think if I look at, just larger, again, startup ecosystem, there have been few isolated incidents, and there's not one company, there are smaller companies as well. But by and large, I don't think, from my vantage point, I have not seen systematic issue. But then there is a other more traditional business. Maybe somebody else on the panel can, take that, I'm not familiar with.
What I can say, Mr. Das, as you also live in India, I think our regulatory system is becoming far more aggressive. And we see a lot of these things. And if you look at what's happened at Paytm, the way Reserve Bank of India has questioned and asked them to take charge of the situation, they are good examples. But I think the point is that there are some questions which need to be addressed on that.
I think what he mentioned about is the image point. And the image building will take its own time once you continue doing these things for a period of time.
But I think IBC would have also contributed to the fact that, you do not just skim the bank, scam the system. So I think those issues are being addressed. I saw a question on the side over there. Let me collect two questions and come to you. Yeah, I'll come to all four of you. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yes, so still private investment, but a bit of a different angle here. That if any of you care to comment on ways of just harnessing private investments to augment fiscal capacity of the state for infrastructure, for example, instruments like INVITs or investment infrastructure trusts that have been used for highways, railways, and ports, as well as other means of value capture to recycle the wealth generated through those investments.
So basically, what are the new models of investment for infrastructure?
How's their uptake, and to what extent do you see those?
That's going to take a long time to answer, but I'll try to get some of you to answer that. Yes, sir, over here, two over there, and
I think I want to go back to Surucha's comment. I think you guys missed the point that you're trying to make. I think it's more a cultural point. It's not about more regulation or regulatory framework that ensures better governance. Because, compared to here the startup ecosystem is completely unregulated. In India, you have to file every quarter with the ROC or there's NCLT. There's lots of regulatory guardrails. Despite that, you have a cultural problem with transparency and integrity of the financials. And I think if I can just, maybe I'm putting words in Mr. Gurusharan's question. The issue is more fundamental. It's not regulatory. It is really cultural. How do you ensure that the Indian entrepreneur, really shrivels at the thought of having two books? You could argue Baiju is a flash in the pan in the negative, but there are many companies that systematically maintain two books.
So how do you explain Enron then?
Sorry?
In America, this happened.
Well, a false analogy doesn't make it justifiable, right?
No, I'm not
You don't wanna
justifying that.
follow-
So
justifying that.
let us not justify. I agree with both Gosharan and what Sriram is saying. I think the issue is real. I mean, we ourselves acquired Satyam, right? In 2009, the company that came under a cloud in a very big way, publicly listed company. Usually, but since then, I think, particularly taking the Satyam example itself, SEBI has regulated a lot. Right? So publicly listed companies, it's very hard to find flaws with them now. But I think the question is more around the private sector. Right? And how do you?
The point I was just making was culturally, do you guys see this as an issue? And if so, are there any mechanisms, not from a regulatory standpoint, what are the mechanisms by which?
So how do we have a
entrepreneurs can
culture of ethical behavior?
Exactly.
Right? So quickly from you, I want to move on to another issue, quick answer from you.
My only viewpoint is that I've managed large number of countries across Asia, APAC. I have been a part of a global corporation, diversity, and sat in the head office looking at global issues. I'll not agree with the concept that it's cultural to India. I think these kind of people exist everywhere in the world, and you see where you are familiar with. So you see frauds in Philippines, you see them in China, and they're more there than here. So the issue is real. I don't disagree with that. But the answer to me is better regulation and enhancing or encouraging the right behavior and slapping the wrong behavior. Over time, things will change. That's my view.
I think we also have identified a very good...
One point I'll only want to make on his question and Gurucharan's question is that look at our country. It is not even 30-year-old capitalism. If I look at it, 1990s we started the reform. So largely all the companies that you see, including the Satyam that was mentioned, was launched in 1990s, right? And there was a culture that chalta hai, we can manage it. Now when the regulatory things are tightening up, you will start seeing these more and more expose happening. Just now, there is a massive merger deal got demerged because of these regulatory highlights, saying that there are something not right with the books of the companies that we are going to merge in media entertainment sector, which is a highlight as to how a good behavior will get rewarded and a bad behavior is likely to get very badly punished. So there are exposure right now happening in the Indian market. We are a very immature, young, capitalist country, if I may say so.
Good point.
And just want to add that I think I will not at all characterize this as a cultural issue or take it for granted that most companies are in the habit of maintaining 2 books. I think that is a gross exaggeration. I think I'm personally part of dozens of startups. The VC firms I work with, they work with hundreds of startups. And I think there are issues here and there, and there are bad actors in all systems. But I think a little bit of, we cannot get carried away and just say it's something wrong with us, either culturally or in the ecosystem.
I think what we can say, we have a great topic for next year's discussion. So Richard and Amit, we need to have a panel on this theme next year. So there are 2 or 3 hands at the back. So I'll go to those 2 gentlemen and the lady here.
My name is Ravi Mistry.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead. They'll boost it.
Please go ahead. The microphone is on.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yep, we can.
The question is for Harshul. Since Mahindra deals with a lot of small vendors, hopefully for the products that they're making, if these vendors need capital to grow so they can also help you with your growing production, would you be investing in these companies?
Okay, I'll come to that because that's a larger question also, the relationship between large companies and the vendor ecosystem. There was another hand next to you. Yes, go ahead. Please raise your hand. The lady can't see you. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Ankit. I'm from Stanford Business School. Question is for Harshul.
Okay, he can't monopolize everything, but go ahead.
I come from automotive background for 10 years, so I'm biased with my question here. But similar to him, but my question is about 3 sectors I'm interested in: autonomous vehicles, agriculture vehicles, and urban mobility. And I've tried to explore, ideas in all these to do something in these areas. But every time I've looked in, these sectors in India, I found out these 100-year-old companies kind of just
Don't say that in a bad way. Say it in a good way.
Amazing. So I should start with this. My dad owns an XUV 700 and I'm a big fan. I have a X3 here, but I like XUV 700 better. So big fan of Mahindra. But how is Mahindra supporting these? What's the vision to support small companies, the startups in India?
Good question. Bhavya, mic for her, please.
Hi, I'm Bhavya. So my question is actually to you, Pranjal. You said informal is the new formal sector in your presentation. Why do you say that? Because increasingly we are seeing more and more conversation around minimum wages, etc. So just a little bit of insight.
Around what?
Around minimum wages.
Minimal wage. Okay.
So
I'll answer
why
that.
do you say that? Yeah.
But let's go to the monopoly player first.
So I'll answer both the questions together. I think the first one was, do we invest in our suppliers? If it makes strategic sense, if it makes business sense and there's a strategic ROI coming out of it, and if there is a backward integration play for us, and if we want to play in the area that the vendor is in, why not? I mean, we have done it in the past. Typically, we take majority stake. We don't believe in taking minority stakes. And then coming to your question on startups, we engage a lot with them. We have a separate division which focuses on new age technologies and startups, particularly in EVs and autonomous. So both in Silicon Valley, we keep an eye out. So I, in some sense, also lead the Silicon Valley outpost for the company and also all the startups in India. So on an average, we probably talk to 10 to 15 startups just in our auto business per month. So I don't know where you got stuck, but you can talk to me offline and I'll help you open doors.
Great. So on the question of informal versus formal, my sense is that we cannot create enough jobs. The jobs, if you look at even the national policy of maximum governance, minimum government, means that government jobs will not grow. Therefore, you see a mismatch between aspirations and applications. How do we create livelihoods? I think that's where the framework lies. So today, there's not a lot of policy regulation around how to give social security, financial security to the gig workers. If you look at the ride-hailing platforms, so those drivers are demanding some kind of security. They're also demanding some kind of minimum income for themselves. So for example, they say, don't take 30% of my earning. Take maybe 15% of my daily earning. So this is where I think regulatory interventions can kind of help. But Amitabh, if you want to come in on this one, please. Okay, he's shaking his head. But my sense is that we will have to look at it because job creation will not keep pace in the classic employment. 9-to-5 job will not keep pace with, but livelihood creation is a fantastic opportunity. In fact, what Himanshu represents, the media industry which Avinash represents, and the companies that he's investing in, for example, a chain of gyms that you have, they don't have jobs classics, right? I would assume the gym trainers are not employees. They are partners with the gym companies. Now, if you have 10 million gym trainers who are getting a livelihood because there's formalization of the business, but not of the employment, I would say that there is where the hope lies. Do you want to add to this, Mukesh?
Yeah, I think, if you look at some of the other industries like, the food delivery, employs, I think, close to 500,000 delivery, partners. Now, these are gig workers. I think most of them on average earn about 25,000-30,000 rupees a month, which is pretty decent income. And a lot of flexibility they can choose. They can work longer hours some day, lesser hours some days. I think some more benefit can potentially come in, but these jobs didn't exist. So these were, similarly, Ola and Uber, together have created, over 1 million jobs, a lot more income for the auto drivers and so on.
You don't call it job. I mean, it's not a job.
Yeah, it's livelihood. I think it's a better term.
So there's something called the app economy, which is supposed to be the key force for making sure people have a livelihood.
Right. It's a gig economy is the French.
Absolutely. We have the lady over there, Rajat, and the two ladies at the back. Rajat, can we begin with Rajat, please? Yeah, you have the mic, so.
Question. I just had a comment because I don't want to sound presumptuous, but Mr. Gursharan Das's question is extremely important.
Okay.
And I just had a comment, very quick comment, which is that
I hope, Mr. Das, you have not created a cartel of questions, right? That's a
It's not
governance
question.
issue.
It's a comment on corporate governance. You know, India and the rest of the world. I mean, India doesn't have a monopoly on corruption. I mean, that's clear, right? Corruption happens everywhere, sometimes more, sometimes less. The global financial crisis that emerged in the United States was a crisis as much of regulation, I think, as much of enforcement. I think where India lacks is in good, consistent, efficient enforcement, so that people then feel that they can get away with it. So even before ex ante, they will take decisions knowing that the system will not be responsive. And I think enforcement is the key, really.
That's right.
Can I, 1A?
Okay, you grab the mic. Okay, great.
I'm sorry, I disagree. I don't think we should try and ask questions like, is it culture?
Right.
Because culture we know. I mean, the same guy who doesn't pay his taxes and doesn't stop at the red light, spits on the ground, when he crosses the immigration line at Heathrow Airport, starts doing immediately all those things in after an 8-hour flight. So culture is a matter of centuries. So it is related to governance and enforcement. The problem with why we are suspicious of getting the government into it is because the government has done singularly bad job. We are still an over-regulated economy, but those regulations are counterproductive or they are negative. So that is really, I mean, that's where I
think this is a great insight. I think maybe regulation and structure needs to change. Mr. Kant, do you want to come in on this? Okay. Excuse me.
Here.
Right here. We are staying with the front row.
My view on this is that there can't be excessive degree of regulation. If you want India to grow at high rates, and there is a need for self-regulation.
That's right.
There's a need for better corporate governance by startups and individual companies. Companies and startups must adhere to self-regulating ecosystem, and that requires a behavioral change. There has to be a governance framework designed to establish a culture of accountability, transparency, and ethical behavior. Everything can't be done by government.
Absolutely.
And the more regulation you bring in, the more this thing you'll stifle innovation. It will be very inappropriate.
Very well said, sir. That's it. So, Mr. Khan, can I just request you to answer one question on the new models for investing in infrastructure? 1 minute short response. You know, the question was that what are the new ways in which money is being spent and invested in infrastructure sectors? Are there new models being considered, and how have they panned out?
A lot of work, actually a lot of this thing, India has done private sector investment was not coming in. So instead of that, government has put in a lot of resources, but government believes that government is good at creating infrastructure, but not good at operating infrastructure. It's not good at maintaining or operating infrastructure, so it has come out with a number of new models. REITs, InvITs, asset monetization. It has sold out a lot of assets in the last few years, especially in the road expressway sectors. All assets being created are being put out through a transparent competitive bidding process. In which REITs have become a regular process where even private sector, the infrastructure that they're creating, they're bringing in InvITs and REITs. So India's seen a huge innovation in infrastructure sector.
HAM and other such models have also been very good. Thank you so much. So 2 ladies at the back, and then we're going to close because we need to end the session. Kindly do introduce yourself. Thank you.
My name is Lindsay, and I'm the CEO of a nanotechnology startup in the United States, and I've been looking at setting up a branch in India, which is one of the...
Sorry, what technology?
Nanotechnology.
Okay, super.
We work on diamonds and precious metals, so India is a massive market for this kind of thing. And to bring it back to corporate governance and regulation, isn't it more about the court system that's the challenge? Because it's about what happens if there is a disagreement? It's not that
Dispute
there's
resolution.
more corruption.
You are saying enforcement of contract is a problem?
No, I think that's a question. So please let her complete. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Right. So my question is, what is your perspective on that? Because I've spoken to multiple legal counsels in India, and they've all told me that if there's a disagreement, there's really nothing that can be done about it. And that's a little scary as somebody who's
Fair point.
looking to
It's
set
a
up a
very good
business.
question. I'll go to the other lady, and then we come back for a quick response. A lot of these questions will have to be answered, in the interactions through the day today and tomorrow. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Aarti, and this question is to all the panelists. As you know, Open Networks is coming up, ONDC. What do you see as opportunities and how do you see challenges there? Because we did some experiments with Kochi Metro, there were some experiments in Bangalore, and I think that's what the future is, because we are moving towards energy reliance where open networks can play a very, very important role. The same is with
That's a
digital
great
health.
thought. I'm going to come to Mukesh for that because there's nobody better than him to look at that. But I'm going to request all of you, Himanshu, and then you to quickly respond on dispute resolution, conflict. How do you see that panning out? Quickly, an answer from you.
I would say it's not hopeless, as your lawyer sounded to you. But yes, it's a challenge getting a clear court verdict in time. Now, the only thing which I believe is that in India, it still matters when you're choosing your partners anywhere to look at the context, look at the, it's not just a legal contract which runs the conduct of two organizations. It's the body language, the personality, and a lot of other things, which is true for most of Asia. When you do business in Japan or China, you deal with individuals, you get comfortable with each other, feeling and start trusting, and then you do business. It's not to that extent, but an element of that is found in most Indian dealings. You need to be able to trust the person before you start dealing with it.
Trust but verify.
Trust but verify.
So, Harshal, quick.
Both are a challenge, I agree with you at this point.
30 seconds from you, Harshal.
Yeah, no, I don't have a perspective which is too different from him. So.
Okay, so more of the same. Avinash, you were saying whether contract enforcement.
No, she asked a question.
I'm asking you, in your sector, for example, how good or bad is it?
I think in my sector, one of the things that works very well, and what Amitabh also said just now, is that the government is not so much interfering in our business. Because if you look at our sector, largely it is done by the private sector. There is only one company which Government of India runs called Doordarshan or Prasar Bharati. 99% of the business is still done by the private sector. And it is done on the mutual trust. There are producers, there are story writers, screenplayers. They all sign contract with each other. And there are multinational companies like Disney. You have got Amazon movies, Netflix. They're all working in India. And I can tell you one of my company deals with them, and it is absolutely perfect. There's no problem of enforcement of contract. Yes, but you have to, when they see, I'll also make a point. Somebody mentioned about Thailand chefs and all that, etc. And there is just a news right now that European Union is going to sue the Build Your Dreams company because they are being subsidized by the Chinese government. When you come and deal in India, India is a democracy. When you go and deal in China or in Thailand, they are either not democracy or quasi-democracy, right? So things that you get done there is not similar that the way you get done in India. At least you know what are the processes, and those processes are transparent. You may or may not like those processes, but finally those processes works over a longer period of time, and it's transparent for everyone.
Thank you. Yes, quickly, Arun. Can we have a mic for Arun, please?
Arun, sir, you don't have a question to me, right?
A quick comment from you, yeah.
Brush this under the carpet. This is a very big issue. Like the big progress is made in general ease of doing business processes or the IBP breakthrough. You need a breakthrough in dispute resolution. In India's a democracy, and so is the US. Compare the US legal system and the dispute resolution system in the US to India. Day and night. So I don't think we should sit back and say it's all okay.
Not all.
It needs to be cracked. I think it's important that everybody addresses it. There are ways to do it. People know how to do it. It's not like people don't know how to do it. And once the kind of government gets around to doing it, it'll be a big deal. And I think it should be done.
Thanks, Arun. A quick one on ONDC, Mukesh, and then we end.
Yeah, ONDC, I think it's a continued evolution of India's stack or digital public infrastructure. I think it has done incredible job on variety of sectors. I think e-commerce is something which used to be very capital intensive. Only few companies had kind of built, benefited from the network effect, and the smaller retailers were being left out. But ONDC, really levels a playing field. It's anyone can list their inventory on ONDC and get access to demand across all the platforms. It's still early, but I think I'm very optimistic about the future of ONDC. And I think this digital public infrastructure is continuing to go from strength to strength. Creating this inclusive environment for small businesses and individuals across all sectors. So I think let's watch ONDC with a lot of interest in the coming years. And I think if we are able to include long tail of retailers and smaller manufacturers on the ONDC backbone, I think it will do great for overall growth of retail in the country.
I think the success of a good panel discussion is that 5 new topics have come out of this. So Amit and Richard, again, I think from culture to corporate governance to branding to reputation to dispute resolution to the informal economy, I think there's so much more to unpack. And there is a huge set of changes happening in India simultaneously. Not everything is going to work as planned, but the fact is that India is perhaps one of the most dynamic countries and with a multi-dimensional transformation taking place. But please join me in thanking the panel for this wonderful discussion.
Thank you all. We'll just have a quick coffee break. We'll come back exactly in 15 minutes, please. Folks, can we have you back? We are just going to start in the next 30 seconds. Rajat, Marsha, Harshul, we need you to be seated. Avinash, please. Venk, Mr. Venk Shukla, Mr. Gurcharan Das, we want you to be on your seats, please. Connor, Vibhav, back on your seats. Back on your seats, that's what, yeah. Pranjal, Mr. Pranjal Sharma. Pranjal, Christian Kettles. Christian, can I have your attention? Please, we all need to be seated now. Sean, Lakshmi, please, can we get you on the seats, please? Rahul. Thank you. Thank you. Why was
Stanford Standard Time, everything happens after the...
Should we?
Can we organize? I need a faculty member, golf team.
Karna hai?
I need a faculty member to book it. Baki I'll handle. At 6 o'clock.
Give me 10 minutes. Huh? Give me 10 minutes. Okay, thank you, everybody. Dhruv, Vibhav, can we have you in your seats? Okay, we'll just get started. We have a very special guest now who's going to give his keynote. I think they can't hear me, please. Yes, okay. We have a very special guest here today who's going to present his keynote, and he's going to share his views about what India is all about and India and the world, and how does he really look at this whole aspect of India and India's growth, its impact on the world, its how is it going to go forward, etc. So we have Michael Enright. Michael Enright is somebody that I've known for possibly about 2 decades or over, and I think I've had a great chance of collaborating with him in terms of learning from him. I think we are yet to write a few things together, but somewhere down the line, I'm sure we will be able to do that. But Michael Enright was somebody who did a lot of work with Michael Porter at one point in time, and when he was writing his work or book on competitive advantage of nations. He's a foremost authority on competitiveness, and he's done a lot of work on China. But I think without further ado, Michael, the stage is yours, please.
Thank you, Amit. Okay, great. Yeah, I was just explaining to Amit, he's been at Stanford for a while, but he hasn't fully internalized Stanford Standard Time, right? Everything starts late. Well, as I was sitting this morning listening to the various presentations and panels, my neighbors will confirm that I'm sitting there with my slide deck saying, that one's been covered, that one's been covered, that one's been covered, that one's been covered. So what I'm going to do is start on script and then go off script. And I'm going to go off script to raise a set of questions which for some reason no one seems to have addressed yet. But first, let's get started. Okay, why did I title my talk India and the World? Well, it's reminiscent, some of you would recall, a very famous article that appeared in Foreign Affairs in 1972 on the 25th anniversary of, at least it was written as a 25th anniversary of India's independence by the then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. And it was an article that looked at progress through the first 25 years, what the goals were, the approach that was used. It reflected on a particular set of nations. And the posture that came through was that through its first 25 years, India, of course, found itself in a brand new situation after centuries of foreign domination and really had to consolidate and find its own place in the world. And as a result, most of that effort had to be internal. And as a result, the posture towards the rest of the world was, in many instances, non-alignment. It was to prevent the sort of domination that had occurred before. But now, of course, we're talking about a different world. A number of you have put up diagrams like this. This is a Goldman Sachs estimate from December 2022, projecting that in a couple of years, India will have the third largest economy in the world, will reach the EU composite level by about 2050, and be the world's second largest economy by 2075. But, of course, we have to take projections with a grain of salt. Here's just the rankings as we see the projections for India moving up. Well, we have to take these with a grain of salt for a number of reasons. First off, the same group at Goldman Sachs in 2010 did a set of forecasts, and the actuals were, on average, way, way lower than what they had projected. And you might also recall, this was the same group that did the initial BRICS study, which had China by today dominating the world. So we got to be a little careful, right? Because in particular, when I look at economic conditions, at least 2010 to 2019, obviously pre-COVID, that economic environment was in all likelihood a lot more benign and a lot more predictable than the one we're likely to see going forward. So that, again, always that forecasting is a tough sport. And I tell my clients that all forecasts are wrong. But that's why we do them, right? Because it forces us to think through what may be going on, what may influence economies going forward. So first off, forecasts are not inevitabilities. Now, another set of forecasts, we're talking about China, and increasingly there is a view that peak China may be near. By peak China, I mean a peak in terms of China's share of the world economy, which again, just 4 or 5 years ago, even 2, 3 years ago, people were saying China's share of global economy will keep going up. Here are some of the changes in the forecast just over the last few years. This was Goldman Sachs, 2011. This was OECD, 2021. This is Goldman Sachs, 2022. This is Capital Economics, 2023. Okay? And even if you take the Goldman Sachs ones, these, if you say, let's hypothesize, a little different estimate in some of the input variables. If the birth rate actually they projected fell to this level from this level, then we're on this trajectory. And China reaches the size of the US economy and then falls down. And if annual labor productivity growth, instead of this one, is just 0.5% lower, or 1 point lower, we get a very, very different story. So again, when we think about particularly long-term projections, very small differences in our predictive power or inaccuracies in our predictive power can have major, major influences. Are demographics destiny? Well, they can be. But one of the interesting things here, this is the basically working age population, 15 to 64. These are the UN projections, with the red line being their central projection for China and India. What's interesting about China is already below their worst case. And these were projections done as of 2020. They're going to be, at least the China ones, they're going to come out with new ones in a couple of months, which will move the center point line close to here. So even worse than some of the projections we saw earlier. And in addition, there are a whole lot of other features that may cause us to reach peak China. One is, or one set, are the obstacles to growth in that environment. Housing investments in decline, urban population growth, which had been increasing, is starting to level off. Investment returns are declining, but also from a policy standpoint, in the 14th five-year plan, the claim was that abject poverty had been solved, and if one reads it carefully, one realizes quite quickly that headline economic growth is not the first priority, it's not the second priority, it's probably not the third priority either. It's all about self-sufficiency, becoming a leader in different technical fields, and being able to project power internally and externally. A government willing to take suboptimal growth in return for other objectives. Decoupling and the self-sufficiency drive. Decoupling didn't start in the US. Decoupling started with Xi Jinping in 2012, and just from the Chinese side accelerated ever since. Domestic and foreign investors are wary. China is seeing itself more broadly isolated, in part because of policies that have been aggressive to the point that some would call them coercive, and the rest of the world is starting to push back. So those are some reasons, but there are other reasons as well. Because when one looks into the productivity growth estimates, one has to remember things that actually most economists seem to forget. And that is, if you go from 1980 to 2010 or so, China had a whole series of dramatic step changes which cannot be duplicated again. From the planned economy to a much more market-oriented economy. From closed to at least partially, I call it selectively open. From no private sector to a huge private sector. From terrible infrastructure to actually quite good infrastructure. From no commercial cities to cities that have been ripped apart and rebuilt to create modern commercial centers in a way, quite frankly, that India has not done and probably won't be able to do. From no asset markets to large asset markets, no modern corporations to some of the world's most efficient corporations, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So all of those one-time changes took place as China was hitting its 7% roughly real GDP growth, 8%. And then when you start looking at the demographic decline, the question is, can China hope to achieve the same level of per worker productivity growth that it had in the previous 30 years? And what this suggests is that it's going to be tougher than a lot of people expect. And a lot of people doing the forecasting actually don't get into this level of detail. I know because I know a bunch of the forecasters, and I know they don't go inside the companies. They don't realize that the demographic decline is actually going to be exacerbated because none of the housing units built in China in the last 30 years even postulates that families will have more than one child. Right? So it's the details like that start coming into play. Okay, so we may well see peak China. But the reason I put that up there is not so, we can all feel triumphant as China has its difficulties. The question is there an equivalent peak India scenario? We've talked a bit about some of the difficulties, but as India develops, as it becomes more urbanized, as more people become educated, yes, the demographic predictions are fewer children per appropriate age woman, but do we have that right? If we miss it by 0.5% or so, we could be talking about tens of millions or more people. If, as we heard this morning, the need is to spread development from the more advanced areas, the more integrated into the global economy, to the rest of the economy, well, again, it's not automatic that's going to happen. Now, it's great to hear government and officials say, we know that that's a big issue, we got to work on it. But it's a big issue, right, as we all know. Bottlenecks in education, infrastructure, ease of doing business. Again, the trajectory has been great, but even the last time around, we're still talking like in the 50s, right? My clients, multinational clients, they don't like 50s. They like 20s. They like teens. Again, there certainly are exceptions. Financial system, has it shown that it can power the economy through? There are costs associated with some of the major transitions that have been discussed, and the global economy may not be as favorable going forward as we might hope. Okay? So the point is not that these things will happen, excuse me. The point is that we have to admit that they might happen because that's what you do in terms of the scenario analysis to go forward. Okay, what drives economic performance? I have my own slightly idiosyncratic view. Why? Well, because originally I was trained as a business strategist and then did my economics degree and then started working around the world with national and regional governments. So when I look at what powers economic development, I say you got to get it right at the firm level. We've got to get dynamic firms going. We need to be able to get the people that they need, the funds that they need, et cetera. You also need industries that function well, not just, rife with monopolies that extract rents. We also need, as Christian Kettles was saying this morning, the clusters to work well. What's a cluster? It's a group of interrelated firms and industries. That's where you see where the business frictions come into play. And if you look globally, most nations don't succeed in isolated industries. They succeed in interrelated sets of industries. Then most of the things we've been discussing today are sort of at the national level, but we also have to make sure that the entire set of forces allows us to fit into the opportunity set provided by the supranational or global level. And if we're not firing on all of those cylinders, we're going to have a problem. Another way of thinking about it is as a set of polarizing filters. Sorry, I used to be a physicist, right? You take one polarizing filter and light goes through. You take a second and you twist it a little bit, then fewer rays of light get through, fewer. So you can think of each of those levels as providing the opportunity set for the inner level. So when we think about what India needs to be doing going forward, it's how it's going to fit into the global environment. When we think about the firms, industries, and clusters, what's enabled or not enabled by the national environment. Now, you can succeed in unfavorable circumstances at the firm level, but gosh, you got to be really, really, really good. You got to be way out on the envelope if you're dealing with unfavorable national conditions. Okay, so let's put that as backdrop. Let's assume that some of the more rosy predictions come through. So now we think about India and the world today, right? What would that article look like if we collectively wrote it today? What would the goals be? Again, what I was hearing this morning, next stage of development, geopolitical freedom of action, national coherence, raise people out of poverty, have an innovative society and economy. The approach now is still secular. It's now flexible capitalism as opposed to flexible socialism. And instead of non-aligned, it's more multi-aligned. It's the menu approach. We'll align here for this purpose, here for that purpose. And, the question in the old days was, how did India protect itself and react to the world? But now, are we getting to the stage where India can be more proactive? If we're talking about India being the third largest national economy, or an economy the size of the EU, then doesn't India have potentially freedom of action that it may have never had before? And what is India going to do with that, or want to do with that? Which, if I can get some help, yeah, do we have someone at the back that can? Oh, there we go. Okay. So as India continues to rise, increasingly the questions will be, what type of world does India want? What steps will it take to get there? What steps will it not take? What will the compromises be? And which compromises is India willing to make? How it will react to international cooperation, but also potentially international pressure. What's the likely impact on the rest of the world? How does India shift from being reactive to proactive? And how does it think about trying to reshape the world, the contribution it will make, and also what it expects or needs from the rest of the world? Let's just take a couple of examples. What's India's posture going to be towards the rules of the international economic game? India's been able to pick and choose. But if India is the third largest economy and becomes the size of the EU, the way it acts in the international arena is going to shape that arena. So does India want a single open global economy or multiple fragmented balkanized economies? If it wants the first one, then it may have to adjust its approach on some dimensions. Does it want to have a rules-based or a might makes right situation? In the past, India was, in essence, a rule taker. When I talk about China, I say China went from rule taker to rule breaker to rule maker. How is India going to react? And again, we can see on the rest of these as well. If we think about the international geopolitical outlook, is it going to be a benign world order, two-sided Cold War, multiple areas of conflict, clash of civilizations? Not only how is India going to react, but how is India going to act if it's within its power to influence the way the world evolves? What's the short-term interest? What's the medium-term interest? Are they the same? They may not be. They may not be. Are these questions that are even asked? I'm not so sure. International cooperation or pressure. And it was great to hear Mr. Khan talk about the climate initiatives and how India's potentially doing it in a I'll call it cost-negative way. We met for the first time in 2014 in Hong Kong when you were on the roadshow. And one appreciates the exuberance and the enthusiasm. But let's just use this as an example. If India is the big player here, the rest of the world is going to put India under a lot of pressure. On this or other issues, how is India going to react to that pressure? What's it going to cooperate with? What's it going to push back on? And again, how is that going to shape the world as we go forward? What to join, what not to join, how to engage, right? India has a very interesting mix. I've been through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs reports for the last 5 or 6 years, and it is a really interesting smorgasbord. It's probably the most complex set of interrelations that I've seen among companies. And what's the level of engagement? And again, how is India's engagement in all of these organizations going to affect the way they work? Not just as rule taker, but potentially as rule influencer, if not rule maker. What role does India wish to play in the world? We've heard a few of these things today. A source and locus of young, energized people. We know it's already a source of technical and managerial talent for the rest of the world. And as a member of the rest of the world, we thank you for that, okay? But is that what you want to do? Contribute to a rules-based international order? Maybe yes. Which rules, right? A stabilizing influence on global geopolitics, a balancing power or something else, a leader in decarbonization, and using that to influence others, us silly people in the US and the Western world. How many of those are realistic? And then the flip side, what does India need from the world? Is it just a benign geopolitical and economic environment? Is it accommodating powers? No one is talking about India's rise in the context of the Thucydides trap, at least not yet. Capital, expertise, technology, and what's it going to have to give in return for that is the question. International players, which ones can you trust and which ones can you not trust? And there I'm actually thinking the United States, right, which despite the recent advances has tended to be transactional over history. So it's an exciting future. And again, we've discussed these various things today. And I'll just hearken back to these questions. What type of world does India want? What steps it's willing to take, not take? What will it compromise? What it won't compromise? How it will react to international cooperation and pressure? What's the likely impact on the rest of the world? How does India shift from reactive to proactive? What its contribution will be, what contribution it requires from the rest of the world. As we think about a more ascendant India, again, all the issues we've been discussing are great, but I suggest that we should perhaps add some of these discussions, questions rather, to our discussion. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Absolutely a pleasure. I'm sure we are going to have a lot of time to have a Q&A with Michael as we go along. Rajat, you have a question? As we're always like a very tough student. Yeah, please go ahead. We'll allow for one question.
Thanks, Michael. I think that was a wonderful presentation. I just had two questions. One of the things you didn't have there on India's engagement with the rest of the world was this regional trade agreement called CPTPP. Do you have views on that? Because RCEP, China-led, CPTPP, Japan-led now, and after
yeah, I mean,
US walked out of it. I mean, your views on that, just your views. Your views on China being able, countries being able to decouple, the ability for countries to decouple from China. How long do you think that might take?
Michael, you have 30 seconds.
Okay, I'll take the second one first. It depends very much on the industry. There are some industries, telecom equipment, for example, where half the world is more than enough from an economies of scale standpoint. The interfaces are understood, no big deal on that account. If we talk about companies and their international supply chains, that's a whole different matter. Because we're talking in some of my corporate clients, we're talking about having to do duplicate supply chains. That adds cost. It's a fact of life. Can companies do it? Answer yes. Does it cost? Answer also yes. In terms of trade agreements, hey, my general approach is I'm for. But one has to be really careful, and I think the US really shot itself in the foot. Because if you're going to be involved in a trade agreement, you want to be there at the start. And the reason for that is that the way most trade agreements are written is that every existing member has to approve every existing new member. And standing outside creates a real problem. Again, from India's standpoint, obviously there are its own issues. The broader issue to me is what type of world does India want in terms of global engagement, and are short-term interests potentially followed rather than what might be medium and long-term interests when we think about the type of world that India wants to see in the future. Now, of course, when I pose that question, I'm suggesting, shall we say, more foresight and appreciation for the future than we tend to see in some other large countries with which I am familiar.
Thank you. Thank you. So we'll quickly move into the next session. So can I request Sriram to actually start the session? Please, I will request you to introduce the speakers yourself. And let's finish it in exactly 40 minutes, please. 45 minutes.
Ami, Sandesh, and Jishnu. So for the benefit of, and sake of the time, so I'm not going to formally introduce all of the panelists here, but they're all highly, highly accomplished and have a lot more expertise in the topics that we're talking about, and I expect them to opine, and hopefully make this controversial and interesting for us, having been in the midpoint of the afternoon between lunch and hopefully drinks. So it's all up to you guys. If this thing works very well, it's because of them, and if it doesn't, it's because of me. So with that, maybe what we should probably do is just as a continuation of the prior panel, which clearly enlisted a lot of questions and comments. So perhaps I would use that as the starting point, and I'll make a few generic remarks and then try to frame this, and hopefully we can have more questions. So, so venture capital in the US-India corridor, I knew that we were going to do this panel about 10 years ago, and so I named my firm at that time Indus Age, which is called India US Age. Get it? So I did that 10 years ago with the foresight that we were going to do this panel. Just kidding. Regardless, so I run a VC firm, and I'm active in the US-India corridor, as most of these people are, in various capacities. Sandesh runs
Premji Invest, and he's been very active in the US, and now more recently he started looking at India. And Asha needs no introduction. She is prolific in her angel investments. And Jishnu has had a firm called Nexus Venture Partners, who has been very active in the Indian ecosystem. And Ami is very focused on IP and intellectual property and working with the universities and the academic institutions. So I think you get a sense of the type of questions and topics I think we should be talking about. But before we do that, I just wanted to ground ourselves on some data. So the aggregate deal values since 2009, so this is statistics, so take it with a pinch of salt, is $109 billion. This is India-specific aggregate deal values in total since 2009. And the total capital raise in the last couple of years is about $25 billion. And the AUM of the venture firms that manage this capital is roughly about $28 billion. There are about 125 firms in India, primarily VC. 64% of the firms that operate in India in the category of VC PE, predominantly most of them are VC. So as you can imagine, there's a lot of excitement in the Indian context. And we as a firm, Celesta, we invest a lot, and Arun is here. Arun runs our India practice as well. But there are lots of issues that we all grapple with. And just to frame this conversation, I wrote down a couple of things. So the first thing is clearly what Gurucharan Das brought up in the last panel regarding governance and transparency. So that's clearly one particularly significant issue that most investors think about, not necessarily with a critical eye of what is lacking or what's not working in India, but it's really a reference point because everybody knows what to expect in an unregulated environment. Like the US, if you're in VC industry, it's fairly unregulated, and private companies can do whatever they want, and that's not the case in India, and we can touch on that. And in that same token, there's a set of new initiatives from a regulatory standpoint that's happening in India, which is super exciting. The notion that you could have on the ground a capital markets environment, much like what you have at DIFC in Dubai or ADGM in Abu Dhabi, with Gift City. I think it's one of the most highly impressive sort of initiative that the Indian government has taken on. And there are some issues surrounding that. So I'd like to sort of get the panelists' point of view regarding that. The second key sort of cluster of comments I would like to elicit is related to deep tech versus sort of the traditional software, SaaS services. And as I'm sure you've seen today, the Indian government made an approval of about $15 billion for new semiconductor fabs. The last budget, Nirmala Sitharaman, the minister, announced an approval of about 1 lakh crores, $12, $13 billion for innovation and startups. So there's a clear thrust on the part of the Indian government, and as Amitabh so eloquently talked about, India is not just the back office of the firms in the US. It is really taking very strong strides towards innovation and creating the entrepreneurial environment and providing the incentives for that. Is that really the case? I mean, these are people that actually look at, Jishnu and Sandesh and others are actively involved in looking at the Indian market through that lens. Is that the perception that we have, that the Indian government's efforts are indeed going to be resulting in, the intended effect? So broadly, these are the sort of the clusters I'd like to have this panel discuss. But before we actually get into the specifics of it, since Pranjal actually did a very good job of involving the audience, I'm going to do something even more, which is to really have a shout out from the audience, just one word aloud, just shout out on the context of what I've just articulated. What are the areas that you would like to hear the panelists emphasize more on? Just one word, just shout out. AI, okay, that's one. Development sector and social sector, okay. Climate tech? Education. Anything else? One last one.
Humanoid robots.
Sorry?
Humanoid robots.
Humanoid, okay, I'll classify that under the AI thing. Health, okay. All right, that's good. So, in the spirit of trying to make this thing more converged and having a more interesting dialogue, I'll request the panelists to sort of keep these points in mind as you make your comments. So why don't I actually start with Jishnu, who's been very active as a cross-border investor in India, and you perhaps have had the most prolific activity in the US-India market. So why don't you sort of highlight some of the differences that you see in the context of what we've just talked about?
Sure, thanks, Sriram. So just for brief context, Nexus Venture Partners, we have been investing in US and India for last 16 and a half years, manage about 2.6 billion AUM. And from day one, we have taken this approach of one integrated firm between US and India, investing in what we said, two broad categories. One is digitization of the Indian economy for the domestic market in India, and the other is enterprise technology companies leveraging India for the global market, which happens to be primarily US. And so with that lens, we started, just to set some perspectives, like when we started at that time, I would say India's e-commerce was probably in few hundred million GMV back in 2007, 2008 circa, which has gone to almost like $100 billion of online goods purchase. When we started, India was predominantly cash economy. Now probably the transaction volume that's happening in India is well over $1 trillion. And all these things happened based on the digital public infrastructure, which has been built around payments, around digital identity, around mobile data infrastructure, which is unheard of and absolutely leapfrogged compared to US economy. So the difference, coming back to US and India, the opportunities that we see, India is still, I would say, a country of like core needs that is being digitized, and that is being digitized in a way which we don't see or we don't think about in US, completely leapfrogged. On the other hand, in US, it's more like opportunities of, we call it aspiration and wants, where like, okay, basics are done. It's not about, roti, kapra, or makan. Like, it's not just about housing, clothing, and goods and all that. It's about what next. In India, the fabric of the economy is actually getting rethought and redesigned, and it's just amazing, how, where the country is going. Last 10 years, we feel, has been the foundation. 10 years, next 10 years would be the era of scaling in India on the back of digital economy.
So Jishnu, I think just to get a finer point on this, you're on multiple boards in the US, you're on multiple boards in India. Can you sort of highlight one or two differences in the way these startups think about go-to-market, the way they think about investing, for product market fit? Do you see any difference regardless of sectors?
Yeah, so good question. So one thing we have to keep in mind, obviously in India, in US startup ecosystem has developed over 50, 60 years. There is a lot of maturity, there is a lot of best practices, there is a lot of returning entrepreneurs who have set the stage of how things should be done. And I think in general, more so being in Silicon Valley, maybe than some of the other parts of US, the learning, there are some inherent ways of how one should conduct a board meeting, how one should, manage shareholders and all that. We have to keep in mind in India, everything is happening over the last 12 years. Like, when we started back in 2007, 2008, nothing was happening. There was not this concept of VC-funded startups. Now we are seeing many, many IPOs over the last 5 years in the Indian ecosystem, where venture-backed companies are going public. So there has been teething issues, and of course, all of us, I know, we talk about Byju's because that's what media talks about. There are fantastically run companies which are out there because we are handling probably 100 plus of them. I think as board members and as venture investors, we share a lot of responsibilities in terms of how we guide the entrepreneur. Sometimes we might be like, in a bull market we are sitting, we might be just telling them, growth at all cost. And that sometimes puts in certain, you call it pressure or overburden of expectations, which might lead people to do certain unnatural things. But overall, if you look at, I think the ecosystem is definitely going in the right direction, where newer companies care for right governance. Newer companies care for doing the right thing for the shareholders, and putting in processes in place. So yeah, it's maybe as we go along we can share more nuances.
So I think I want to come back to this point, but I think I'm going to switch to Sandesh. You're obviously very prolific in later stage investing and growth investing in the U.S. and in the tech area. There's not that many opportunities for growth in India. There's lots of early stage opportunities. In fact, I saw a report that said that if you took away the Flipkart exit out of the equation over the last 2-3 years, the Indian environment in the VC space has not returned capital in aggregate. So, it's disproportionate in terms of the overall IRR for the sector, but you have to really think about where can you really deploy. So your strategy in the US is to go do growth. Are you trying to employ the same strategy in India, or are you trying to look at earlier stage in India?
So I think maybe I'll address it in two ways. Look, we are a captive fund to an endowment, right? So we have a pretty broad sort of swath of things that we do. If we go back and look at the last 15 years, and I look at the portfolio that we've built, India is largely consumer and financial services on the growth side, and US is largely life sciences and tech. And so India is sort of more of a reflection of an emerging and growing economy, US for constant change. And when I think about tech or more enterprise software, more specifically, this is sort of a mental model that we've been developing and using, and I'll try to explain it in some fashion, and so let's see if we can answer the question using this framework. If you think about end markets in, say, a more developed economy, whether it's Europe or North America, you think of more of a balanced equilateral triangle, right? You have a high end of the market, you have sort of a mid end of the market, and then you have sort of low end or SMB, how you want to qualify it. The same thing applies to the quality of talent, right? So if you think about engineers, maybe managers and directors, and say CTOs or people who can really go deep on different activities. So it's really a balanced sort of pyramid. And you take that framework and you apply it to India, and if you see that, what you'll see is a very, very wide and shallow pyramid, right? So if you think about the size of the market, and if just for use of parlance, if it's at $10, the market's large and huge, and you move it by $2, the market shrinks rapidly. You move it by $10, there is hardly a market, right? So it's a very, very shallow pyramid. And that applies to even the kind of people and talent we see. Lots and lots of really good engineers at the first level. You start moving up that chain and you go, I want to hire some very high quality senior managers. It shrinks very rapidly. And then you want to hire a CTO, it's 10 people, right? And so this, I think, maybe addresses even the AI question in some ways. And it's changing, right? So if I take a view for the last 15 years and look at how shallow the pyramid used to be to where it is today, you can see it becoming more and more balanced. And so when I think about like tech and growth investing, the end markets tend to be here in North America or in Europe. And so therefore, even if it's a startup that starts in India, I think Jishnu made the comment, given the end markets, the size of the end markets are here, you have to sort of say, we'll start in India if it gives you a cost advantage. And then really the go-to-market function happens to be in the US. What we have failed to see is, what is the sustainable advantage, other than the fact that your mode to getting to initial product market fit was a little bit lower, and therefore maybe you had some cost advantages. But then you come here, and you don't have the same advantages. And in fact, you can make the argument that when an entrepreneur here starts a company, the first thing they may be thinking of doing is starting up their R&D facility or the engineering facility in India. So the advantages, you have to really sort of unpack that.
Right.
So there are places where it's sort of interesting, like if you think about the low end of the market here in the SMB segment, where the go-to-market function is largely in-house and you don't have to have a very high-touch sales force, I think you can create a sustainable mode. And I see those types of opportunities in India, at least in the interim, call it the next 4 to 5 years, maybe 7 years. Maybe there is a growth opportunity with that lens in mind. But when you think about other things, it's hard to sort of, see that.
So I want to tie it back to the earlier panel and the question around governance and transparency and all of that? Because I'm sure there is your point about the depth of the market itself translates to the expertise of the entrepreneur also. And so you can't throw, it's kind of like, a lot of the entrepreneurs in India sound like they are in a sugar high, thanks to SoftBank and Tiger and others who've just thrown a lot of, cheap capital at them. And that may have contributed to certain behaviors, and we'll come back to that. But Asha, you're very active as an angel investor, and you're also very active sort of at a macro level, looking at India, and you're obviously sponsoring this event, and you're particularly interested in seeing India's ascent in this vector. I know you're super excited, so give us a little bit of drivers that actually get you to the place where you are with this super optimistic point of view. So I know that you're probably closer to the Amitabh school of thought versus Professor Pradhan's school of thought, clearly, but tell us why you have such a view.
So for me, Sriram, so two things. One is I'm really happy that fiascos like Byju's have happened, because I do see it as a mini bursting of the bubble. In India, I think what that episode is going to teach a lot of our entrepreneurs is, and our VCs, is to pick people who are much more solid than people who come in. And we had a bubble here too, which burst, and it happens everywhere. But the Indian bubble had not really burst in 2000 when it burst here. So this is so I think that, so for me, actually, it's a sign of positive sort of robustness of the startup ecosystem in India. It's also going to make the venture capitalists a little bit more cautious and wiser as they invest. The Tigers and the SoftBanks and so on, which have created this sugar high, are also now more reticent, thank God. But so while that's going on, and I piggyback on venture capitalists like yourselves, to invest in India, I also work very closely with IIT Kanpur in making sure that I work with some of the faculty there in promoting and working with a few founders who are likely to come up with disruptive new deep tech, theoretical breakthroughs that could influence the next generation of AI foundational models and so on. So that's on the startup side, and I'm doing that. But my other bucket of investment is an unusual one, and I've kind of pivoted from simply investing in good deep tech to recognizing that there is a space, there is a need in our sort of the worldview at a higher level. If you zoom up a little bit, there's a need right now to invest in Washington, D.C. So this is one thing that I've started doing, and I'm stumbling upon defense tech in the process, but more on that later. But right now, what I'm doing is I'm investing in various level of sort of, think tanks, research, people, even influencers in Washington, D.C., who could make a difference in the way in which America perceives India, and vice versa to some extent. So this is enabling an unusual level of people-to-people connect. It's also bringing certain level of trust. Now, is there an ROI for me in that? Of course, not right now. But my hope is that if this can enable simple things like more Indian companies going public on NASDAQ, or on simple things like, sort of American defense startups, for example, going to India for venture capital. I just met last week in New Delhi. I met American defense startups at some USIBC event that were raising funds in India, or partnering or looking to acquire and so on. So there is a whole different ecosystem that's emerging now that US and India recognize that it's critical. As Biden has said, it's critical that this relationship gets solidified on various fronts, not just the startup world.
So I know there was a question about the social investing. I know what you're doing, what you're describing at least, is not directly in the social sector, but what you're doing, as you rightly pointed out, is not tied to an ROI, because you're perhaps the best ambassador for the US-India dialogue that any of us in the room could have, because it's not all about dollars and cents. It's about raising the awareness of the opportunity, and so you're doing that. But there's something that you said there about IIT Kanpur that I want to pivot to Ami. I mean, you're running a large fund which is IP focused, and I know that you're also building relationships with many of the universities in India. As an IP shop, willing to underwrite innovation and entrepreneurial effort anchored on intellectual property, why do you see the Indian quality of IP interesting enough for you to spend your energies and your capital on?
Well, so just to back up a little, we're a hedge fund, right? So I'm a credit fund. As opposed to everyone in this room who's a VC funder, I'm a debt credit fund. And so we've deployed $3 billion, and I've never invested in India or China for that matter, because of the underlying collateral and the asset and the protection. And for me to be able to collect on my collateral is so difficult in the court systems in these respective countries. I recently raised a $2 billion fund, and I made part of it private equity. And the reason we're looking to go, I'm a deep tech and life science investor, and we have not found companies that go to that growth stage, where I'm talking Series C or later, that we've cared for to invest in India. So what I've decided to do is go to the source. And seeing how much money and R&D is going from the government in India, we have compiled 10 universities, large universities, and I'm putting $100 million into the technologies that are coming out of those universities and the intellectual property. So think of it as an intangible asset that we're investing in rather than a tangible, because of the issues we're having with the collateral. And so we decided, let's go and put where the R&D is going, where the research is coming out of, and let's really protect the intangible assets that are coming out of these universities and the startup ecosystems, that by the time they get to that Series B or C, hopefully my other end of my fund can also provide credit to that company as it starts to grow, because we're not seeing the ability to do it now. So that's one of the key reasons why we're doing this.
So this is very, very important, because I come from one such university, in the Indian Institute of Science,
yes,
which is by far the best research-oriented university that is capable of creating a lot of IP. However, if you did a broad swath sort of interview of the top 10, 15, 20 professors, they're more interested in publications versus filing patents, right? So is that a concern for you, or how do you see that changing?
Yeah, so we did a study, and we said that if you look at the top scientific publications in the world, and this is across the board, not just tech, but life science as well, genetics, AI, whatever, India had the third largest in the popular scientific magazines, but it was like number 100 in converting that technology into IP and patent protection. And so what we're trying to do is I'm trying to get to the source of these universities and take off the cost. Indian government is giving more research dollars to R&D to these universities, but it's not giving them the dollars to protect it. So the $100 million I'm trying to put in is to protect that R&D and the scientific research that Indian professors, Indian scientists are doing, and to create a protection not only in India, which is what most of them are doing at that, even at 5%, but it's less than 1% globally. And if we're going to create global companies out of India, you have to have global protection. Think of what Huawei, Oppo, every Chinese company has done, is that they've been IP-centric to be able to protect their home turf outside of their home country as well. And foreign country companies are using the Indian IP court systems to their advantage. Ericsson's, the Nokias are winning battles, other generics. But Indian companies are not using their own home court battles to win those battles. So hopefully we're trying to right that wrong in trying to start this as a first set of investments.
So obviously, Celesta, we know you, and you had us at hello, and so we're completely committed to your sort of strategy. But let me ask Jishnu, in areas specifically, some of the newer areas like artificial intelligence or robotics or automated robots type sectors, where it is still very nascent from an intellectual property standpoint, if there were key IP that were to come from one or more of the universities, which are either backed or quote unquote protected by an investor like a credit investor that seeks some collateral, like AMI, and you as as a venture investor, how do you look at that? Is that good for you, or is that an impediment for you to capitalize on those companies? Or how do you think about it?
It's a good question. I think first, I can only see positive that an institutional eye, forgetting about the nature of the capital, an institutional eye has gone in to vet out some of these, IP. And so yeah, what I'm saying is that I think this fact that an institutional capital is backing IP can only be positive. What I would say is that what we are focusing on, like fundamentally, like it's an open question we are asking always internally in our firm, is fundamentally how many of these innovations which are coming out from universities are directly backable, even for an early stage VC fund like us.
Mm-hmm.
And at this point, we would say not much.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, I can't think of probably in last 16 years, couple of cases where we have done that, where professor from IIT Bombay came out and we backed his innovation. But more or less, what we find in India is that including in new areas, talking about AI. Let's talk about AI because I'm sure it's everyone's mind. If we think of the AI stack, that we have infrastructure, we have toolings to and models and toolings, and then applications, we are seeing tons of activity, innovative activity in India in the application area, where we see that Indian developers, if you look at, they are very, 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 very good in making something out of resource-constrained situations. For example, open source in AI over the last 1.5 years have taken AI to a totally different level, I would say. When OpenAI first came up 18 months ago or 2 years ago, from there to innovation that has happened, I would argue that open source has contributed probably as much or even more than the big tech companies combined. And Indians Indian developers are actually very good in using those innovations which is existing along the world and coming up every other day, to use those and come up with usable applications that we are getting to see always. So the amount of AI startups coming out of India is increasing at breakneck speed. I can't say that the same level of innovation is happening even in AI at the fundamental level. Like if you talk about, newer algorithm or newer transformer architecture, those things, there is a lot of research happening, but maybe they're still encapsulated in papers. Yeah. It is not yet translated into.
All right, so of all of you here, I think we probably are the only ones that make investments in hardware. You guys don't do anything in hardware. Do you see that changing given the government's push to actually have more hardware-related incentives and PLIs and other things happening? Will that change your orientation towards hardware in India?
Very much, and actually, initially we did not do. Over the last 2-3 years, we have started doing hardware. So if you look at some sea changes are happening in India, right? Around the hardware side. Last 18 months to 24 months, we have done probably 5 odd companies in manufacturing, in supply chain. We are seeing a lot of demands from US companies to diversify supply chain coming out of China, and seeing that what all things India can participate. Obviously, semiconductor is in everybody's mind. Semiconductor, I think there is a skill level that India is coming up, but there are a lot of things around semiconductor industry. For example, semiconductor testing, semiconductor assembly, packaging, where India is delivering today as we speak. There are light equipment manufacturing. India is extremely good in automotive manufacturing. There are a lot of things happening around car parts. There are a lot of things happening around specialty chemicals. And this involves definitely hardware, special know-hows and all that. So it's happening.
Yeah. But I want to come back to this, but I'm going to open it up for some questions. So start thinking about your pithy short questions. But before that, Sandesh, you're a later stage investor, historically, especially in the US. As you look at the exit environment that is there in India, which is, scant, not that many M&A transactions have happened. very few IPOs. Does that concern you in terms of your time to money as your later stage investor? If you were to do that in India, do you have a different standard for your expectations in outcomes in India?
Not particularly. I would say, I think it's, if I just look at our own portfolio, we have probably a few, actually maybe 3 to 5 companies that possibly could list in India today.
Yep.
And there are pure tech companies.
Yep.
And there are not as many, comparables as such, but we're finding the appetite to be significantly larger.
Yep.
In fact, there is, few conversations that are happening that basically said, if it's an India domiciled company that's sort of, re-domiciled in the US for end markets, given the difficulty with which you can, the public markets here, everybody have followed, it's very hard to go public now, and that's unlikely to change anytime soon.
Right.
For these companies, the Indian stock market is not a bad place. As you know, that the market is fantastic. It's, people are very, very bullish in India. So there are conversations where people want to actually reverse that move and potentially list in India, right? So I don't feel like that is a constraint for us.
Okay.
Look, I think we are a crossover investor. We do public and private, and we have very long duration. In a lot of cases, we're not looking to exit in a company when the company lists. Our public book is substantial at this point. We're probably one of the largest participants in the Indian stock market in India. So for us, I think we would just, as long as the duration is there and we think the company is doing well, it wouldn't matter for us much. But it doesn't drive our thesis.
You're particularly different relative to the others on the panel because your capital entirely comes from India. And so you may or may not want to comment on the question that I'm going to ask you, but I'll ask it anyways. You've had some challenges that I'm aware of in terms of being able to repatriate money out of India for you to be able to invest in the US, notwithstanding the fact that your main LP, the foundation, which is the Wipro Premji Foundation, receives all of its capital from the dividends from Wipro, which is a global company, and they make money globally, but you have restrictions. How optimistic or hopeful, I should say, are you that this will cease to be a constraint for you to deploy domestic India capital globally?
Not to get into the nitty-gritty, because I think we could...
That's why I gave you an out. You may or may not want to answer.
Yeah, we could spend the whole afternoon talking about it. But I would say that, I'd say things are changing, is sort of the way I would put it. If I go back and look at 15 years ago to today, I would say there are certain things that have changed that make this a little bit easier, but it's not there yet, right? So very simple things, for instance, even if you're investing out of the US from Indian capital. So I'll give you an example. If that company has a presence in India, so the money is actually just coming right back to India to build out whatever infrastructure, tech, this, that, and the other, you can't do it.
Yep.
Right? So it's as simple as that. And it's I think the rule making has just not been open to understanding that. And even like when you move money in and out, the notion of, if you think about a cap table, if you think about a cap table from the US context, there's this notion of preferred equity that the investors own, and there's common equity that the employees own. There's no regulation that allows you to make that distinction in India. All equity is created equal, and there's historical reasons why that may be the case. But if you don't have that parlous in the private side, everything is treated equally. It's very difficult to understand to the regulator what this means, and sometimes it's viewed as debt. And so it's challenging, right? So yeah.
So maybe as a side digression, Amitabh, as much as all of us are either drinking or selling the same Kool-Aid that you have about the opportunity in India, we're all completely sold on that. But this is one area, if you recall, in the panel that we had in India as well, we talked about it. The recent circular that has come about with RBI, which really prevents the Indian institutional investors to participate in AIFs, it's almost like, it's a head scratcher, because here's on one side, the Indian government is making big investments in innovation and the startup ecosystem and all of that. On the other hand, the central bank is actually doing something completely orthogonal to that policy and preventing Indian institutions from investing in funds and vehicles to spur the same innovation the government is trying to do. So this almost seems like it's the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing, or maybe there's a lag. But this is one of those areas that I think behooves the government to sort of think about. So anyway, enough of my soapbox, because I share your concerns for all the obvious reasons. So with that, let me just open it up for the audience for some questions, and then we can continue this conversation. Yeah, someone over there. Yes, you.
There was a recent report from Accenture where they said there'll be digital reinvention of work fundamentally. You'll see business processes, models, the ways of working changing completely. How do you see the landscape from the Indian worker perspective, that there will be new ways of working, new software development frameworks?
Are you asking in the context of AI, or are you?
In the context of AI.
Okay.
There will be digital reinvention of fundamentally business processes, models, the way we work.
This is not a question specific to India, but you're asking a more general question.
General question, but more in the context of India, because Indian companies have been doing a lot of outsourcing work, right?
Yeah.
How does that landscape translate, and what does this mean in terms of investment opportunities?
So if I were to summarize it, it's the impact of change in the dynamics of all of these advanced technologies addressing work that otherwise may have been done by the Indian ecosystem. So let's come back to that. Yeah, Prajal. Yeah, right there behind you.
That was really quick. Thank you. Can I change the topic of your session and remove the word venture from it?
Yes, go ahead.
And just ask you about capital in India-US corridor, and also, I'm just looking at this study which CII did, which talked about $40 billion invested from India into US. And the top two sectors are pharmaceuticals and IT. So question is, does it matter? Is it important part of the India-US relationship to have investment from India coming to US? And do you see that broad basing?
Yeah, so let's hold on to that. And one more question, Venk, and then we'll get the panelists to comment.
From my limited exposure, I see that most of the entrepreneurs in India tend to be very young. I don't see a lot of 40, 50-year-olds becoming entrepreneurs. And so first of all, is that an accurate observation? And if it is, why do you think that's the case, that 40, 50-year-olds in India are not becoming entrepreneurs?
Okay, all right, so let's hold on. So the first question was about the impact of advanced technologies. The second question was about capital and the sectors that we were interested in. And the third question was in age. So why don't you, Jishnu, why don't you go first? Pick any one of those three topics. And
maybe I can talk about the first one.
Yeah, you're on mic. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sure. First of all, impact of AI, so two things happening. The one thing that has happened over the last 18 to 24 months, the marketing and awareness of AI and the perception that AI is something that anybody can understand, because they are seeing that some call it software or something in front of them is creating an essay or writing a poem or so creating a video. So AI is real, and the marketing machine that big companies are investing and the dollars big companies are investing in, that has created a perception that every workflow we know within enterprise or otherwise also is going to change. It's only a question of time. I think there is truth to it, and it might manifest into different things. One is the total number of human kind of efforts or labor that is needed to get one job done will reduce drastically. One can argue whether it will get eliminated. In some cases, it might get eliminated. In other cases, the efficiency will increase. But it would also actually lead to different forms of work which human will do. For example, some of the IT service executives was telling me that after AI has happened from enterprises, they are getting work requests for AI ethics task force. They need, because as much as you want to automate everything, there still needs to be an oversight to understand, what is the liability exposure that is increased, or is AI doing the right things? Is it too biased or not? So there would be newer jobs that will come up, which humans will need to do. So it would be a very interesting equilibrium that we'll see between human and AI. And there might be some jobs elimination, but there will also be a lot of jobs creation. And that will probably. Hope it addresses some of your question. But we'll see all kinds of things coming out. And I guess, all of us are learning every other day.
So before we get to Pranjal's question, Asha, I want, since you're very actively involved in sort of young entrepreneurs, and you've backed many of them, to Venk's question, do you see there is an age bias in terms of the investors in the US looking to invest only in younger entrepreneurs in India? Or why is it that, gray hat people are not there?
I don't know if that was Venk's question, but I don't see that bias, Venk. I don't see foreign investors investing in only kind of or being biased towards younger founders. I don't see any of that. In fact, I sometimes get alarmed when I see too many Uncle G's who are running a company, a nephew's company or a niece's company. That bothers me. But I think in general, the reason you see so many young people is because it's these people who are just leaving college and don't want to go into a 9-to-5 job. They have role models of Flipkart and Myntra and so on, and they want to be doing startups. And these days, there's enough capital even coming from families. I know a lot of young people who I have sponsored myself and brought them to the US, and I found that they've been funded by by a grandma or somebody in the family. So it's a very interesting dynamic. And
sorry.
Yeah, I'd like to answer that. I think it's a matter of risk. I think the 40, 50-year-olds in India are not, they're not in a position to take that risk, right? And it's very difficult for them. And the young kids, hence why I go to the universities, the postdocs and the master's students and the incubators that I'm funding, the reason I like that is that it's all risk. And they're willing to roll the dice. And they're willing to learn. But the issue is they don't have the 40, 50-year-old to manage them, right? That's the disconnect that I'm seeing is as you get to a later stage, you don't have the management infrastructure. Some of these companies fail because it's too much risk, too much that they did and couldn't get there and couldn't scale or couldn't grow. But the 40, 50-year-olds in India are not ready to take the risk. I don't know if they do in America either, maybe more here than in India, but definitely that generation is not there. And I think the 20-year-olds are all ready to take risk, and we're seeing it dramatically. And so we've decided to switch our funding to the younger set.
Well, I think
to help them.
If I may add to that, Venk, in our portfolio, we have 20% of our activities in India. I would say every one of our CEOs is under 32. Every one of them, right? Now, to my earlier panel question that I was asking about culture, my intention was not to imply that there was something fundamentally wrong with people that were, not as sophisticated in sort of, keeping your books right and sort of saying what you do and doing what you say. It's largely because these younger people have not gone through cycles of, failures. And so they're learning on your equity dollars. So as a consequence, many investors are in fact, one of our companies, we actually took it public last year. It's IdeaForge. And one of my partners actually said to our investment committee that the first year, our capital is going to be an MBA class for these guys. These guys were literally out of IIT Bombay. And in fact, the CEO stood up and said, Celesta was a great partner because they taught us how to do the basic things. So there is an inherent expectation that the investors, early stage investors, have to really train them on some best known methods and practices. And I think that we sort of take it for granted in the US, but in India, just given the nature of where they are in the cycle of evolution, we all may have to do that. But one last question on what Pranjal, you said about sectors, I guess, right? Or India to US, whether it's only in pharmaceutical. Is that an issue? Sandesh, do you see that at all? Or in other words, are you naturally drawn to, given the fact that you are Indian capital, for the purpose of this question, just put that hat on and respond. Is there a reason why you're inherently interested in life sciences or in one of the other sectors?
India-US relationship cannot be one way in terms of capital flow, right? You've got to have a two-way capital flow. Where do you see that playing out?
Well, he's a classic example because all of his money is from India, and majority of his capital is going to US, isn't it?
That's right. I mean, I don't know how I can. I don't know of any other sizable investor other than us that does this. I think it's
that goes
largely
back
a
to the
regulation
earlier
thing.
question that I was addressing to Amitabh, which is there are inherent constraints that the Indian government imposes, unwillingly perhaps, because in the technology sector, technology sector doesn't know borders. So there's no reason why an Indian investor should be prohibited from investing in the value creation on a global level.
Yeah,
right?
maybe I'll answer it from, yeah, I agree with that. I think that, look, India has been capital constrained for a long period of time. And if you just think about use of capital that's available, the natural sort of spot is there's many more things to do within India for that. And so if you allow for, capital to be freely, to find its best sort of, return, and this is for Indian citizens in many ways, perhaps the fear is that it'll go outside of India, which makes it much more difficult to fund Indian activities in India that are probably, don't have the same ROI metrics. I think, so for the reasoning for that makes a lot of sense, but I think for certain types of investments and certain class of investor, and for the size of capital, it should be, I think that would make a lot of sense. And I think the current regulation doesn't really allow to make that distinction.
Yeah.
And so therefore, it's very hard for true large pools of capital to seek innovation globally in a way to affect the corridor in a way that can strengthen the relationship, is how I would sort of think about it.
All right. Well, thank you. With maybe just one last question and we're done. And because I'm getting the yank from Amit, the lady in the back. You and, yeah.
India has a lot of communities with social disadvantage, and we have a lot of geographical disadvantages also. What is the plan that venture capital tries to fill that gap? Because it is concentrated to those urban areas where people are highly skilled, educated. How do we reach out that growth to other parts of India?
So maybe I'll take this on for the sake of time. Venture capitalists in general, have one purpose, and that purpose is to maximizing return. And they'll maximize return wherever that is. If it's in Ranchi, so be it. If it's in Bombay, so be it. So capital will always find its way to, its maximum potential. But there are other, we invest with Gates Foundation and a bunch of other social investors, and they may have other objectives. But the people on this table, I don't think, would be particularly interested in going after some social objectives. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, but I would say that, while the objective may not be social, the impact that we are having as venture capital is going in and powering the economy in a country like India. To give you an example, we took this company Delivery, which is the leading logistics provider, a technology-enabled logistics provider in India. We took it public in 2022. They have changed, they have created jobs, probably 500,000, somewhere between 500,000 to 1 million jobs of delivery people. Same is for Zomato, same is for Swiggy. All these things has a kind of, what is that, like a ripple effect in the economy in terms of job creation, in terms of changing livelihood. So indirectly, venture capital, I think, has enormous impact societally, even though social good is not a core objective with which we are deploying funds from a kind of shareholder perspective, but the impact can be very significant.
Yeah. So with that, I think unfortunately Professor Pradhan is not here. As you can see, the mere fact that all of us are sitting on this table and reasonably positive about India and wanting to do more in India should be an indication that we're more in the camp of Amitabh and Ramesh. So we have great hopes, notwithstanding the challenges that exist. So thank you on behalf of the panelists. Thank you.
No, I think this is great that we are moving into a very positive note. Thanks a lot for all the panelists. So now we have a very, very amazing speaker who's come all the way from India. Can we? Yes. So we have Veer Munshi, who's going to be sharing his views with us. Veer is actually one of the most prolific sculptors or artists in India. He's somebody who's a Kashmiri and a displaced Kashmiri, and he has a certain view on how things move. And so this is where he's going to be sharing his views with us today on visual dialogue on conflict and development. So Veer, over to you. You have exactly 19 minutes, please.
You're short in the 1 minute. Yeah. Anyway, I'm not an economist or to calculate the time and money and all that. I'm an artist. So I might be wrong. A person in a worker's paradise may sound that. I'm also putting the time. I may begin with verse, some poem, some lines. Kashmir shrinks into my mailbox, my home, a neat 4 by 6 inch. I always loved neatness, now I hold the half-inch Himalayas in my hand. Said the bard of Kashmiri Aga Khan Sayyid Ali Khan in his poem Postcard from Kashmir. I can tell you how true his words are. I can tell you how powerful his words were to our ears. Those of us who had been banished from our own homes and sent away to live in exile, I can tell you how relevant were the poets of India struggling to tell us about life, love, loss, loneliness, and so on. My story should begin at the beginning, when India came into being after the great devastating partition, based on two prominent religious sects, Hindu and Muslim. I should also tell you that I really don't know where to begin, since my work is mostly a visual dialogue on Kashmir, a state caught in conflict. These are some of the works I have done during my exile period, early exile in the 90s, to address this issue from my perspective. Through various mediums and materials, as I believe every medium has limitations and possibilities. Paintings, sculptures, installations, and so on. I must thank you for having me here today. I'm glad to be here in Stanford to share my life's work with you. I identify as a Kashmiri artist in India. So I think it is best to begin with the Partition Museum in Delhi's Ambedkar University, which is recently built, where at the very entrance I have staged a bright red horse, Zuljana. It also carries colorful skeletons on its back. I had to reimagine Zuljana because as a child, I attended Muharram in Kashmir. I had learned that Zuljana was Prophet Hussein's devoted horse, who after his master and his family were slain at the Karbala war, was still searching for his master. He was seen wandering the field of lamentation. He's a mythic, iconic presence for loyalty and loss. Now he occupies a special meaning at this Partition Museum, which I should let the viewers engage with. Partition affected several areas of the country till this day. As I stand before you, I stand as a witness to its affectation, especially in Kashmir. My work engaged deeply with the various facets of conflict and violence, where I present an aesthetic of consciousness and steering the socio-political reflections to questions, power, honor, and events. At the same time, I beseech my viewers to engage with economic and social empowerment programs or opportunities through the arts and crafts movement, which has become as central to Indian arts today. I am, of course, proponent for the cause, and my art, which is highly influenced or even borrowed from the papier-mâché traditions of Kashmir, refers to the upliftment recurs in the region of India, in fact, many regions of India, in these sectors. My interest in architecture and history actually begins in 2008, when I wanted to return to Kashmir to find the house I was born and raised in, 15 years from the time when I had left my home ground. This was a way to reconnect with my roots, but when I got there, I realized that there were many similar houses that stood abandoned. I needed to document them because soon enough they would be demolished for purpose of gentrification, and their history or existence would fade away. I decided to capture them in their most earnest states, so I ventured into photography. This was my way of creating an artistic engagement with the archives too, where if not the entire history of these Pandit-owned properties would be available, but its essence will be remembered. Perhaps someone would elaborate on their stories one day. I never found the house I was looking for, but I found my roots in a state of abandonment, since a lot of my practice is a means to return to my lost home in Kashmir during the Hindu Pandit exodus that took place in 1990. These houses too signified the devastation left at the wake of the partition. That's mostly how I look at the unresolved conflicts in my state. My periodic visits took me to these sites to document photographs of these houses, which were familiar to me, with a lot of memories attached. The task was doubly complicated, one to restrain from inflated own suffering, and the other, memory of cultural lifestyle that has been irretrievably lost. But nevertheless, I kept going back in different seasons to document this ongoing archival body of work. Art is an extension of own self, so I have been expressing my felt experiences time and again. One of my project memoirs based on terrible flood occurred in 2014. All channels of communication were blocked. I had no way to find out about the people I knew in Kashmir. In an absolute state of dismay and fear, I began to draw portraits of these people. The barber who had shaved my beard, the butcher who had sold me some meat, the lady who had offered warm tea, the neighbor who lived across my friend's house, my friend who accommodated my impromptu plans, and so many others. As I thought of them, I drew them, hoping to safeguard their presence in my memory. And a year later, with the same thought, I made a large installation of a fallen house for India Art Summit in 2015. The house was created out of wood and it had the latest design on the windows, which remains shut, showing a strong gush of water carrying a life and property flowing outside the window. The desolation and desperation of the people is seen on woman's face, who holds her hands against her ears to show how she witnessed the calamity, but finds it hard to comprehend or even reason with it. Again, I felt the need to memorize my roots in other ways, and this time, I created a space to bring artists of Kashmir together after 30 years of separation. An old abandoned industrial building in Srinagar stood waiting for this reunion, which accommodated at least 60 artists from all over country and other parts of the world. Some of these people were meeting for the first time after their departure from their homeland in 90s due to political upsurge. Interestingly, the night before the day of the event, there was a heavy downpour that literally threatened the entire day's plans, and I was certain that most people would not turn up. Eventually, people did come, and they sat together to memorize and celebrate their Kashmir. This was one of my installations placed inside this building to show time and the plight of the valley. It was staged as a maze where people could walk inside it, and it would come to a point from where moving in any direction was not possible. This was a commentary on daily life. I want to go back to history where I can refer to Kalhana, one of the oldest historians of India, and he mostly concentrated on the history of Kashmir's rulers, Raj Tarangani. In English means river kings. An epic narrative in Sanskrit accounts the history of 2 million rulers of dynasties. In this narration, we are exposed to the wealth of intelligentsia of ancient times, when the potentates would patronize the arts, literature, and architecture as a sign of peace and prosperity in their kingdom. Later in the 14th century, the Islam religion spread through Mir Sayyid Ali Shah Hamdani, a Sufi preacher from Persia. This again added to the cultural practice, which is evident till this day and relevant to my art. I took inspiration from this religious milieu in Kashmir that had borrowed a language in making these shrines. Architecture of all who had ever graced the land with their practices and created this magnificent shrine and architecture out of wood. The coffins inside carried colorful skeletons made of paper mache traditions. The structure of the shrine clearly shows the influence of religious architecture, such as the pagoda from the Buddhist temples and the latest work from the Islamic mosques. I curated the space around the shrine for other artists too, to create an interactive experience where I could draw a strong statement on Kashmiriyat, which translates to the cultural pride of Kashmir. Hospitality and debates are all important means to exist. That is the soul of this place. But before one could enter the space, one had to go through the scrutiny of the security guards, staged by 2 performance artists. This worked as a commentary on the ongoing political vigilance associated with Kashmir. A lot of my art documents the practice of violence. The shrapnels, which I found heaped on roadside. I also engaged with the poets of Kashmir from the 14th century to present times and made some of these collaborative installations with them. It's also a tribute to those poets from Lal Ded to 14th century to present Agha Shahid Ali and Iqbal and other poets. The shrapnel, which I found heaped on roadside and became a source of inspiration to demonstrate conflict, pain, and events of violence. Their shapes and existence intrigued me, made me look at their aesthetics. After all, beauty has a history of violence, and the history of monuments of India have presented that in so many ways. So I set out to create an aesthetic language of this violence to expose their deepest impacts. I still found the Kari Kalamkari details very intricately woven to my visualizations. This is when I began to look at the larger picture, where I realized that due to the various upheavals that ruled the Kashmiri consciousness, economic and social empowerment never really found a place here. The high arts in India clearly found in its own niche, where artists were supposed to have more academic and global engagement, which resulted in the modernist movement in India. During the 2015, I felt a shift in my art. Something was drawing me to look at the vernacular art form and engage with it, to find ways to help create awareness for the living traditions. It wasn't just about the art anymore. It was also about the artisans, craftsmen who were now looking for ways to earn their living. Lack of respectability for their practice had already made their Next generation moved towards other professions. My art became a tool to intervene in this shift. Perhaps my art grappled with creating a platform and a newer language in the same art form while it looked at the plight of our lives. At the same time, I wanted to bring attention to the endangered animal endemic to Kashmir. The hangul, made of resin and fiberglass and surrounded by cityscapes made of plastic, became a sign of the threat that hangs on our lives. Became my tool to voice my concern regarding gentrification and loss of lives. I placed several sculptures of the hangul in various cities in India, while also marked the forced migration while engaging with the craft-making skills in India. I gathered my lifelong work and set out to create a message of health and healing, images of caste, karigars, or craftsmen, and intellectual featured in my art. They represent events and stories of peace and resilience. This collection provides hope for the future, while it also speaks of the ongoing arts and crafts movement in India as a result of our longing to return to our roots or to even rethink our collective journeys. It intends to stage a counter-violent discipline to look at historicity and political divides. This time, I also include the famous Kashmiri carpets in my work, promoting the aesthetics of the woven product in cut-out wood for canvas. The painting on top recreates an engagement with the Kari Kalamkari traditions, which in the ancient times were painstakingly placed on architecture. Lastly, I do want to offer more positivist view for the immediate artistic expressions, which are futuristic and compassionate. As much as my art has explored pain and violence because of my own displacement, my art also explores the value and strength of art as a collective sphere. I do wish the future and those who indulge, who venture into the arts, a very enduring and thoughtful experience where one is not afraid to speak or share one's mind. As we part, let me share my love for the mystic poet of Kashmir, Lal Det, with you, where she says, "Ame pan sadras navichas laman, kati boys mewan dai metidi tar, amen taken panan ponchum shraman, zuchum brahman gargatsa." The translation is here. Thank you. I saved some questions. I saved some time.
Thank you. Thank you, Veer. This was just one hell of a interaction. I hope you enjoyed the interaction. In fact, we'll just go into the next leg. In fact, he'll be available for questions during dinner, but we'll have a lot of time at that time. But we just have to move on to the next part of the program. We have a small video from Bibek Debroy. As you know, Dr. Bibek Debroy is the chairman of the Economic Advisory Council to Prime Minister. He was to join us, but unfortunately, he's not able to join because about 3 weeks back, he had a heart attack. So he's under medical care, so he does not want to travel. But I'm sure he'll be here next year. So just a very quick message from Dr. Debroy. So it's just about 3 to 4 minutes, but I would, and as absolutely a great mark of respect to him, this is what I really wanted to show. Please, can we play the video?
Yes. I'm sorry I won't be able to attend the India Dialogue this year. I attended the India Dialogue at Stanford last year. It's a wonderful initiative because it brings together academics, representatives from the government, sometimes physically, sometimes virtually, people who are particularly interested in technology from the Bay Area, for an exchange of views, sometimes quite unnecessarily. There is a lot of negativity in the narrative that emanates about India in the US, generally in the West. Some of it is uninformed, misinformed. So something like the India dialogue, which I hope continues, is desirable and has been successful, and I hope it will continue to be successful in correcting the wrong impressions that exist about governance, development, and economic reforms in India. India is not only about economics. India is also about culture. Culture can be defined in all kinds of different ways and has many different dimensions. One particular dimension of culture is the traditional texts, the traditional history. Culture cannot be delinked from language. In most Indian languages, the word for culture would be Sanskriti, and most Indian languages trace their roots to Sanskrit. And I'm just underlying the common root between language, as in Sanskrita, and culture, as in Sanskriti. In terms of beliefs, there is a strong belief in Shiva. Shiva has many different dimensions. It is difficult to understand Shiva. Shiva is believed in, Shiva is worshipped, and in particular, there are 12 places in India where a lot of devotees go to worship Shiva. These are known as places where Jyotirlingams exist. Jyotirlingam, the word lingam means mark or symbol. So a lingam is a mark for Shiva. There can be lingams for Vishnu also. And Jyoti means light. Jyotirlingam is a lingam that originally was a column of blazing light and energy. These 12 Jyotirlingams exist in 12 different parts of India, and I have had the good fortune to write and co-edit a book with Amit Kapoor on the 12 Jyotirlingams. This is a coffee table kind of book. Coffee table should not give the wrong impression, because a coffee table kind of book tends to suggest that it is full of photographs and has very little of text. This is not quite that. It has plenty of very wonderful pictures, but it has excellent essays on the Jyotirlingams. There have been several books on Shiva. This is not quite a book on Shiva. This is a book specifically on the 12 Jyotirlingams.
Carrying this forward, it was just about, I think, 8 or 10 months back when Dr. DeBroy, I, Vibhav and Connor were sitting together, and they're at the back there, and we said, okay, now let's do some photographs and let's write something about culture of India. And that is where this book came into being. But there's something very special in this collaboration. In fact, Vibhav, I must admit, is my son, and who is going to be presenting about this. And Connor is my foster son, as I say it. In fact, if you don't know, Connor's dad used to be the general with the US Army. He was the person who headed the Afghanistan forces for US. So he comes from the military family as well. But as I write in my book, I did not visit the Jyotirlingas, but I say, in fact, Vibhav was born on the Mahashivratri day. So I always say, if I did not have the chance to look at the Jyotirlingas myself, this is the opportunity for me to see them through the eyes of my son. And maybe for the next few lifetimes, or all the lifetimes that I have, when I will actually want to cherish and visit and view what Shiva is all about. But without further ado, can I request Vibhav and Connor to come and talk about this whole process?
So, am I audible? Yes. Thank you for the introduction, Papa. So, yes, today we are here to talk about Shiva, Jyotirlingams, and I think we can start, yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Vibhav. Thank you, Ahmed. Greetings, everybody. This is such an awesome and stimulating event. So many distinguished people. So, Vibhav and I are photographers. We met at the Rochester Institute of Technology in New York in 2021. And not only do we share an interest in photography, but we also have a sort of personal, spiritual, and religious inclination, sort of foundational to our art. So, so next slide. We got to tag team this, and why we're reading off back and forth. Thank you. So last year, the Institute of Competitiveness approached us to do a book about these 12 Jyotirlingams and to make a visual document on the subject of Shiva, because a definitive Jyotirlingam book had not been compiled. So Penguin will be publishing this volume in June. And the principal text is written by Dr. DeBroy, who you just saw, and it's full of a set of photographs, which also can be seen in the slideshow exhibition down the hall. So the subject compelled both Vibhav and myself in a deeply personal way beyond the task of just making pictures, because we wanted to experience and learn what life is like in this massively diverse country like India, and to explore our own faith along with that of the greater culture. So in this spirit, we want to present these pictures as a way for you all to experience some of these places, which will allow you for this short moment to consider their significance.
As Connor was saying, because of our faith and belief in Shiva and inclination towards the artistic pursuit based in spirit, we wanted to travel to these ancient Jyotirlingam sites to capture this experience of darshan, as you can see in this photograph. So darshan, for those of you who don't know, is a prominent cultural phenomenon in India that means a sacred visitation. It comes from a Sanskrit word which means to see. So it's the central act of visiting a temple. Whenever we go to a temple, whenever any devotee goes to a temple, it's said that they go to get a darshan. It is a reciprocal kind of experience where something is shared between the person who is viewing and what is viewed. And in and it's used in a colloquial sense also, but it's mainly foundational to a religious visitation. It is a kind of a metaphysical connection that is based in sight, but it's by the act of seeing, giving and receiving. As artists that work with cameras, seeing is fundamental to our artistic creation. We use the camera, we take photographs, we see the world, the sense of the eye. On this journey through these Jyotirlingams, we were there to sort of feel this connection and sort of see Shiva. When going for a darshan, one sees the deity, as you can see in these photographs, but is also much more than that in the sense that you're also experiencing and visualizing these rituals that happen in these spaces. As you can see in this photograph, we see this ritual, this very ancient ritual of lighting the lamps at an evening aarti at a temple. In Ujjain, it's in the state of Madhya Pradesh in central India. This is a sort of like a performance ritual that is done every day, where the pandits, specifically these pandits who have been living at these temples generationally, they climb these almost 60 feet high stone lanterns every day in the evening, and they light the diyas on this sort of stone lantern with the fire. All of these rituals, all of these experiences are happening with the collective. And I think that is the most important part of this conversation, is that all of these experiences are happening in participation with the collective. The darshan is an individual experience, but it is happening with a lot of people around you. It is happening with the collective, with the group. This act of darshan has been a part of the collective consciousness of India for as long as India has existed. Finally, as artists and observers, we are working with our hands and we are bringing forth images through and from this process. It truly did feel like a divine blessing to visit these temples, and we will talk more about them soon.
So this is a map of India. I'm sure you all recognize that. And all the points are the different Jyotirlingams. And each one is a temple in a different region. Now the one in the farthest north, Kedarnath, we actually did not make it to because of the monsoon. It was so heavy. So if you noticed that something was missing, you're right. But
so just to talk a little bit about these, specifically about these temples that we did visit. This is Kashi. For those of you who don't know, Kashi is also known as Varanasi. Kashi is known as the city of death, and it is literally the meaning of Kashi means shining. So it is in this beautiful dichotomy that this place exists, because death is as celebrated as life in this place. That is one of the most beautiful experiences you can have there. This is another place called Rameshwaram. This is in the south. This is a place where it is believed, according to the Ramayana, when Ram and Sita came back from killing Ravan in Lanka, this is where Sita consecrated the lingam. And it is still believed that it is in this, that it's the same lingam that is worshipped, the Shiva lingam that is worshipped in this temple. When you have a place like this is called Bhima Shankar. This is in the Sahyadri hills of Maharashtra. This is on the Western Ghats. Tropical region, very much like California, very beautiful place, very beautiful weather, the sea, the mountains. This is Trimbakeshwar, again, this is in Maharashtra. This is a place called Grishneshwar. For a lot of people might know the Ellora and Ajanta caves. So Grishneshwar is in the Ellora, is where the Ellora caves are. A very interesting experience that we had where we were in this temple, and in this temple you have to go bare-chested, so you can't be wearing clothes in the temple. So when you enter the main sanctum, you have to take your shirts off. And it's also only men can enter the temple in that sense. And the main Pandit, who was the head priest, head Pandit, he told us that Shiva sleeps here. So this is the place where Shiva sleeps. And it was very beautiful because we reached this place in the evening and we could see this, like the evening aarti, and that's when we had the darshan. Another beautiful place called Omkareshwar. This is on an Om-shaped island in the Narmada River. Again, this is in Madhya Pradesh. Narmada River is a very sacred river. It's said that each stone on the river bed is like a Shiva lingam. It's called a Bana lingam. And the last one to share is this place called Somnath. Now, a very funny thing happened where we were trying to get a photograph of this temple, and we were all like maneuvering around the space. And as you see the wall in this photograph, the temple complex is behind that wall. And we were just trying to find a building to climb onto to take a photograph of the main temple. And we were just maneuvering, and we turned around the corner, and I saw this camel just standing over there in front of the temple, and he was just confronting the camera, and we photographed. It was just one of those beautiful moments. And that's the Somnath temple. There's a very long history of the Somnath temple with invasions and all of those things. This is on the Arabian Sea. Very beautiful place. You can literally listen to the water as you're inside the temple. When you're doing a darshan, you can hear the waves. So it is a very sensory, auditory experience. It's on the water. Very beautiful place.
yes, in Somnath, it is amazing. So our goal as documentarians is first to show what things really look like. Okay, and so we took all these pictures on the iPhone, which actually allowed us to do that very discreetly and easily in low light and, packed conditions, wide angle. So the point of this is to create an archive of these specific places and subjects at this specific time. And by going to all 12 Jyotirlingam, we saw many sides of the country. We also wanted to capture the human angle with focus not just on architecture, but on its inhabitants and their way of life in each place. So Hindu culture and religion involves ancient traditions, which are very alive in the current day. And through the living tradition of participation, The spiritual practice is a divine and powerful societal force unto itself. So it's clear that this powerful spiritual fervor has been exploited by religious institutions for economic gain, as is the nature of religion, which in the modern day, naturally, has created a robust industry for religious tourism. And tourism can only happen at a cost, and the surrender of one's material is part of that process. So we're photographers, and we're working both as participants and observers. Vibhav took this photograph of the cremation cart in Benares. I'm in there, see if you can pick me out. And this is where Shiva's first wife burned herself, and the fire there has never gone out. So this is a place Mark Twain, the American writer, famous satirist, visited, and he wrote about in his book Fall on the Equator in 1897. Some aspects of this probably have not changed much since then. And Twain wrote that Benares is older than history. He talks about the rituals extensively, and he has a pretty good bit about how the pundits there have a monopoly on the fire in the ancient city. But, you know, as a satirist, you know, he's also a moralist in disguise. And one thing that he wrote really struck me, which is this line, which is, irreverence is disrespect for someone else's God. So if you flip it, you could say that reverence is respect for someone else's God. So you get a statement of humility that is much greater than personal belief, but one of collective faith.
Talking about this idea of collective faith, surrender is key to this kind of participation. Surrender to the crowds, surrender to the heat, very, very hot. Surrender to the will and darshan of Shiva. It is this which can generate profound awareness and unity with the sense of the divine as it is experienced by the people of India. All in all, our work, our contribution is about embracing, participating, observing, recognizing, sharing, and thus presenting a vision of this collective consciousness as it proliferates in India. Thank you. Namaste.
So I did not do the right introduction as well. In fact, Connor and Vibhav did the terminal degrees in photography, and Vibhav is a professor at University of Dayton. So he actually comes accomplished with his own right, not just because I seem to biologically know him or associated with him. So that's where it is. But now, as the last part of the day, I would request Gurcharan Das ji to really make a comment on what he actually heard right now. But I would just like to say one thing. As you talk about the faith in Shiva, I've always told my boys that, you know, like the finality of the world is about death and end. And when it happens for me, I should actually be part of Shiva in Benares, because that's where it is actually have to be. Thank you.
Seeing the work, the brilliant work of Veer Munshi, and of Vibhav and Connor, I think what I'm struck with is that India is a state of mind. It's a temper. In fact, if I were writing a book on liberalism, I would say it's a liberal temper, and fundamentally, the civilizational qualities of that temper are skepticism, where in the famous, most ancient Rig Veda, 1500 BC, they're trying to figure out who created the world, and they get into an argument. And in the famous Nasadiya verse, they're saying, Well, maybe we should ask the gods. Oh, but the gods came afterwards, so that's no good. Or maybe we should ask the Brahmins. Oh no, they're always arguing with each other. We'll just get confused. And so they go back and forth and finally decide, well, maybe we don't know how the universe or the cosmos was created. Now that's the skeptical gene imparted 1500 BC. And from there you see this developing in the Upanishads, which are basically mental experiments, the Upanishads. And so out of this emerges the Argumentative Indian, which was the title of a book of Amartya Sen, and a questioning attitude which is in the various schools of Indian philosophy. We recently had the largest TV event in the country. The TRPs, I think if they really wanted to monetize them, whoever could be billionaires. But on 22nd of January, we had the inauguration of Ayodhya Temple. And I'm not going to discuss the secular versus the non-secular aspects of that event. But what was striking was the attitude of an aunt of mine. She told me she was crying all day watching it. And why? She said, up till now, I'm surrounded by people like you, meaning me, skeptical, Western and educated people who made me feel ashamed of our 330 million gods, because which was primitive, polytheistic, superstitious. And she said that today I feel affirmed. And she was absolutely right, because what she was celebrating was the notion that the 330 million gods who the Muslim invaders looked down on as kind of a primitive society, and then the English missionaries who came had a similar reaction. She said that what she understood there was, yes, that God at the corner over there, yes, he's a symbol of that one God. And all 330 million gods, that's why Gandhi used to say, well, we have 330 million gods, but we also have one God. And so in the same breath, in a very contradictory statement. So I guess what strikes me here is the fact that the importance of that day, I was bothered, frankly, and I didn't watch for too long because I didn't like the fact that we were mixing religion and politics. And I'm a child of the partition, and I get very worried when the two mix. However, I could see her point of view, for she had felt ashamed, she said, of being Hindu because all these years, and suddenly she no longer felt ashamed. That was her point of view. And so this is part of this story. I'll quickly just end with another story, an actual thing that I witnessed myself. And that was once I was visiting Madras, then Chennai now, and I had some free time before my flight. So I went to visit the museum in Madras in Egmore, which is a lovely museum full of sculptures of the Chola period, the Chola bronzes. And And I had just come across, there was a beautiful Shiva Nataraja in that. And I was kind of drawn to it by the beauty, the sculpture, as a sculpture. I saw it as a piece of aesthetic beauty. And then behind me came a woman, and she went and placed a vermilion mark on the Shiva. And I was horrified. I said to myself, doesn't she know this is a museum? This is not a temple? What is this? There should be a law against this kind of stuff. Typical reaction of an outsider. And so I moved on and saw other objects in the museum, all beautiful. Occasionally I would get irritated because somebody had not cleaned one of the sculptures. Another one was badly lit. So my niggling mind seemed very petty when I looked back and I saw that she was still there. And I was kind of drawn back to her. And now I saw that she had placed a marigold flower at its feet. And then I thought to myself that what I was seeing as an object of beauty, she was seeing eternity. She was seeing the universe being created in this dance, the Tandav dance of Shiva. And then I said to myself, my God, my pale, faded, secular world on one side, niggling with the quality of lighting and all in this museum, and she is watching the universe being created. And she is in eternity, and look at me. And I was filled for a second with total admiration for what she was seeing. And that's the temper, that's the state of mind. And from that, I took a real lesson, a lesson for a person who is an agnostic, given by a believer. And so I said to myself, no wonder when the Christian missionaries came to Bengal, they were welcomed by the peasants, and who said, Jesus, great idea. Let's make him one of our gods. We'll have 300 million plus one. And they gave the missionaries a choice. Would you like him to be an avatar of Vishnu or Shiva? That's the state of the temper. Anyway, that's really basically all I wanted to say. These are some of the thoughts that went through my mind, and I made a couple of notes, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, and I hope you've had a wonderful day today. I think for the day the program's over, we are going to have some dinner tonight, so people who are joining us for dinner, please join us on time. We are going to start on time, please. And so look forward to having you with us first thing in the morning tomorrow. So we'll start again at 8:15 and close the day on time. 8:15 over breakfast and 9 o'clock with the program. Sure, thank you. Thanks a lot, everybody, for attending. Thank you.